Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's race. This is the Bathurst 6 hour host by LEGGERA, the LEGGERA iRacing Bathurst 6 hour. And today it's a 6 hour race around Mount Panorama. We've got five car classes: the 718 GD4, the Audi RS TCR, Ford Mustang, the Volkswagen Jetta, and the Mazda MX-5. Joining me is Lachlan, and yeah, should be a good race today. Track and a lot of grip out there.
Yeah, seeing really, really quick times at the moment from out there, meaning they're really interesting to see how it all goes. I think from second back, it's really close, about 5/10 in it, right back to about sixth or seventh place, which is actually a TR. So we're getting a good dynamic between classes there, how their pace is going to work with each.
Yeah, yeah, it will be very interesting. Because cars today are on up. So while it does seem like the port does have the one lap speed, it'll be really interesting to see how they'll actually um fan out into the actual pit stops and economy. So that's one of the really big unknowns. And yeah, it will be really interesting to see. Because the Porsche is still a very new car to iRacing, so we still don't fully know how it'll compare to the TCR. Also as well, there could be a bit of interest Volkswagen Jetta and the Mazda MX-5 because they're pretty close on time too. So that'll be another one to keep an eye on the two back market classes. So yeah, it will be fairly interesting, and because it's our race around Bathurst, this is also an endurance race at the same time. So yeah, there are a lot of unknowns heading into the race today.
Yeah, well, all we can hope for really at the end of the day is a really good, solid race to watch. I mean, I'm excited about it. I don't know about you, Josh, but it's going to be a good one to watch. Plenty of good names, plenty of big names out there, local sim. We've even got some internationals in the race as well. A couple of blokes from
Yes,
all the way over in Scandinavia.
yeah, yeah. So special shout out to the that Connect Racing Nordic in the 323 push. They've got up at an ungodly hour to race on the race today. So special shout out to those guys. And yeah, like this is a fairly competitive field. And yeah, it's really impossible to pinpoint actually got to win this race in 6 hours time. So yeah, we're in, I feel like we're in absolute cracker of a race today. And yeah, for the first 4 hours, it's about survival and just maintain good economy. And then for the final 2 hours, that's when that's really when game time really needs to come in. So yeah, Bathurst is it's not an easy track at the best of time. So yeah, 6 hours in effectively production class car production class cars. It will be gonna be a bit of a challenge for these guys today.
Yeah, and Bathurst is she could be a real cruel miss best of times. Like you could be in last and she'll fight, and you could be in first and fight. So it's a tough one. It's a long one, and as you say, yeah, big challenge for all of them.
Yes, yes, it will. Yeah, just it's gonna be like all these guys have got a lot to really look out for. Not only do they have to watch out for four other um classes of cars, they also have to watch out for you know variable condition, tire wear. They also have to keep an eye on their brake bias to make sure that they don't um, lock up and head straight into Griffin's Bend. There's a lot of ways that the race can go wrong for all cars. So Yeah, yeah, this will be a really, really hard race. And even though 6 hours, doesn't seem that long, like, the cars are doing, 2 minute 15 lap times. So that won't be, it'll be about 130 odd laps roughly that top guys in the PCRs will do. But, you know, like just doing 20 laps around here is very challenging. So, yeah, I guess we should wish all guys racing today all the best luck because yeah, chances are they will need.
Definitely. And I mean, at the end of the day, 2 minute lap round Bathurst it can feel like you're going goes forever. You can be you can get like you feel like you've been driving for like an hour, and then you look down and you've only done 15 laps, and it's only been half an hour. It's mentally draining circuit, and it's yeah, it's something else. I mean, we all love it. We all keep coming back to it. We must all be suckers for pain because one of the best circuits of going around. I would even say one of the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I know myself personally. If I the feeling when you really nail the top of the mountain all the way from Reed Park all the way down to Forest Elbow, it's a sensational feeling. And one that always excites and attracts drivers from around the world. So yeah, this track is legendary. It's right up there with the greats, the North Life, Le Mans. Um, it's just one of the world's great racetracks, and today, we will um, bear witness to hopefully a really good style race.
Definitely, and that's a week.
So yeah, we are now green up now. So I'll take through the first 10 cars that have qualified. So starting up the front, we've got the double zero of Stonks Racing alongside in second place, Kinetic Racing Nordic. Row two, we've got TDS Sport, and then beside them we've got No Sport. Row three, we've got Redback Racing Team alongside the lead TCR of C Racing. Row four, we've got Team Martin Turner and One Performance Racing. Row five, we've got LEGGERA Sim Racing first of the JPS Sim Shed cars, the number eight in Porsche, JP Sim Shed in number eight.
Lining up on the row six in 11th place, we have the JP Simshed Black Triple Eight, and alongside them is the Rip Snort Racing 12. Row seven, we've got JP Simshed number seven lining up as the last of the JP Simshed cars. And the first of the Mustangs there, the Gentleman Racing Club, is in fourth place. Row eight, we have the Gentleman's Racing Club, the second Mustangs in row 15. In row 16, position 16, we have Aurora Legends. Row 9, we got Rock Solid Racing in position 17, and then MFR Racing, MX, and then MFR Racing in position 18. Aurora 2 team is 19, then Rev It Up Racing.
So yeah, and then on the final row of the group, we've got two MX5s, Rev It Up Racing team, and then at the rear of the field, we've got the 22 Mazda MX-5 of L&D Racing. And the pace car is pulling off right now, so we are about to start the LEGGERA iRacing Bathurst Tower.
I'm excited. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Obviously, first lap is going to be really, um, 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 yeah. So basically, keep it clean and just hope for the best. So we're green up now. Five Porsche is coming around Murray's corner right now. Now we'll just take the green flag.
And there we go, Green Flag Racing.
Yep, they are all the way clean and make their way down to L corner. Really good start from Lewis Boogier in the pole position, double zero port, and seem to be making their way completely through L corner. last of the Mazdas just there as we speak.
A few cars making a few moves up towards Griffin's Bend here. Best place to make a move early, probably Griffin's Bend. However, sometimes it's just best just to hold it back. Be interesting to see how it goes through first lap as well, how it finished.
And all cars keeping it pretty clean so far. Um, no issues that I can see. So everyone, got a fairly solid head on by the looks. We've got two cars almost going side by side. The 14 having a really good look on the 17 going through repark as they come across. So there are a few cars that are pretty racy. Also look out for the JPS at number 8 and the Ripstort Racing. They're buried in the field of PCRs, and if they want to keep just keep side of the lead board, they need actually make moves pretty quickly to get through these TCR cars.
Definitely. And looks like the number 8 looks racy at the moment, but it's just it's not easy to get past the TCRs when they're early. They're very similar downforce levels, and they're very quick through the corners to TCRs, but they struggle in a straight line.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and that's just one of the things that these drivers will take into account through the race today. Basically, to get around all classes of cars, you actually really need to know where the strengths of your car is compared to the strengths and weaknesses of the cars around you. So here the first lap now in the lead, it is 00 Stonk Racing. They've got a 2-second gap to Kinetic Racing. Really good opening lap for them. Um, and basically it's a really big gaggle of cars from basically the mission for Porsche of the triple line of red black racing team all the way down to the number 17 car JPC. And there's a 5 to 6 second gap covering all those cars. It's about 10 cars. So if you're looking for trouble, looking for the danger zone, that's the place right there with so many, cars, all the different classes close together.
yeah, you just don't know where to look at the moment. There's that action going on absolutely everywhere. So many cars dicing for position, up and down. It's hard to focus at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, one of the really big things, that'll give us a lot of grief. Like, there's a lot of cars, all over the shot. But, at the front, Stocks Racing, yeah, he's got a commanding lead at the moment, and, he can just, set his own pace, and, at this point, try to build a number, which will give him an advantage because, the cars behind there, they've got, cars, they've got, much more to worry about with cars being closer around them, whereas, Boogie at the front, he's got, clean track right ahead of him, and, he won't have to worry about, other cars for a few laps at least. So, he's in a really good position at the moment.
And we've
Um,
got Alex Court here side by side with number 14 of Lachlan Manif going down the Conrod Straight here. Should be interesting to see who yields into
oh,
chase.
we got the 20 Porsche off the track. Is he going to be able to pull it up?
Oh, that is some.
Oh,
Oh,
and he goes off into the fence, and as soon as he went into the grass, there was no chance of him up. So yeah, he's going to have to go back and take the first of the resets. The drivers today have got 6 resets for this race today. So yeah, the Bryce McDonald, he comes down pit road and he'll take the first of his 6 fast repairs and get some fuel in it and see if he does a driver change as well. But yeah,
mm,
just as soon as he got onto the grass, there was no hope. So
yeah.
yeah, but
Uh,
fortunately, he didn't collect another car.
yeah, very good, very well positioned, good driving in order to dodge both the other cars around him. I think it's just unfortunate. He's got a bit blind, bit of understeer from the two cars side by side in front of him, and just misjudged his turn in. And yeah,
Meanwhile,
unfortunately, it's a bit of a setback.
there's a
But
really good battle going on for P11 on the road between 14 of LEGGERA Simpson, number 7 of JP Simpson. Previously went side by side up mountain straight, close together right now, and this is what we've been talking about. This is the danger right now because these cars get really close, especially around over the top of the mountain. It's very easy for one car to go into the back of another, and that's 2 to 3 minutes of your race gone right there. So these two, while it's good that they're battling very hard for our entertainment, oh, we've
and
got
the
the 14 in
14.
the wall. We've got the 14 in the just hit the wall into the dipper. So he keeps straight right now. Let me just see what is. I think he's got a tiny bit of steering damage, but not a lot. So I think he'll be able to continue.
He's
But
just
yeah,
wobbling the
not what
wheel
you
there
want
down the
early
straight.
on
I
in the
think
race.
checking the steering there, moving it left and right, making sure it's all working still. Yeah, no,
No,
as you say, not a good start.
no, not at all. And yeah, we still got this. There's a line of three cars headed by the triple one push with the 43 and 17 TCR behind them. And yeah, it's a very interesting situation right now because a few seconds up the road is the lead TCR of CBT Racing in number 94. And we've got second and third place behind this. So it brings up a very interesting situation where if you're the number 43, if you're Dylan Shepherd right now, you're in a really big puzzle because, like, do you risk, trying to get around this push and start racing to catch up back up to the 94, or do you just sit there and just basically let the car, let the 17 behind, let see if he can have a crack and save your fuel.
The other thing is, does he want to let the 17 through?
That is very true. So yeah, it's still very early days, but yeah, what happens over the next few hours, will be determined by the actions that these drivers take right here, right now. So
Definitely.
yeah, very interesting situation that Dylan's in, but he seems to be just holding station behind the triple one, and not really risking too much. But yeah, and also right now we've got the 323 of Kinetic Racing Nordic actually closing the gap to Stonks Racing. Um, it's now the gap's now down to 1.4 seconds, and
And he's just
he's visually closer
the
to the
last
double
lap.
zero.
Gabriel set the fastest lap of the race actually with 2 minute 15.21.
Yeah.
He's actually flying at the moment. So good to see how he goes. And if he can get onto the back of the Stonks racing car, whether he makes a move, whether he holds station and just sees how the car's going to feel and go along as we catching up to our first back markers of the race as well with the Stonks racing car catching one of the MX5s.
Yep, and basically, very smart for Josh Haynes in the Rock Solid Racing Mazda. Just pulls across and just lets the double zero through. And I assume he will do the same thing on pit straight for the 323. No, he just holds station and goes around. So yeah, we're
Sure.
only on lap 5 for the lead cars right now, and already they're coming across MX5s, and it's going to become a more right now. Like there is a bit of a gap to the next MX5 of the of Julian Dornsey in the number 22 L&D racing car, who's just on his own right now. So
Got a good
it'll be more and more frequent that these guys are going to be catching up, and also keep an eye on the two Mustangs because we've only got two
yes.
Mustangs in this race today. Um, oh, we've
Uh,
got a crash. We've got the triple one coming in lane right now. Don't know what happened there. Um, oh, it's just he lost it into got steering damage from somewhere on the mountain. Let me just rewind. Oh, it was I think it was the three. Yeah, it was a 43. Yeah, the Porsche lost it heading into Forest Elbow and just went straight into the wall. Uh, that's all it takes really. So unfortunate for him, but don't know if he's lost too much damage. He's still on pit road right now. But yeah, we'll just take a fast repair and get on back out there.
Possibly a little bit of contact from the car behind there going into the elbow that's caused him to have that mistake, but hopefully for his sake, it's drop a fast repair on that one and get back out there for the rest of the race.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like possibly the entry into Forest Elbow with that little rise before the big downhill into the left-hander. It might be unselling some of the cars right now, so that might be one of the real big trouble spots in the race today. So just have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, at the moment, yeah, going back to the Atlantic Racing Norton, getting really close right now. The gap, it's gone from 1.6 seconds to 6 tenths of a second. So will be interesting to see how the double zero of Lewis Pierre reacts to this. Whether he's let the cars, whether he's let Gabriel and the car behind go, or whether he's actually going to fight it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what his reaction is to this, and also as well they are coming up to another Mazda as well, so that could really play a factor into things. And yeah, also as well, something else to keep an eye on is the number 20 Porsche, who is still on the lead lap after his calamity in going into the chase, and he is making his way through the Volkswagen Jettas and the MX-5s at the moment. So yeah, and also at the moment, the two Mustangs going side by side down into Murray's Corner.
Oh,
So
sorry, Josh. I think you had a moment for the kinetic racing car there.
have a look at that. Yeah, big moment actually. Big trouble at the top of the mountain. Yeah, as I said, coming around the outside of the Mazda, going into repark, he's put it in the
Oh,
fence, and yeah, yeah, that's a really unfortunate for them. They were, Gabriel was really gaining time, and it's just one of the things about multi-class racing at Bathurst. Across the top of the mountain, it is one groove, and just having a look at it, the Mazda did a pretty good job, just trying to stay out of the way, try to stay as far left as he can. But yeah, all you need is a little bit of an overspeed, and you're in the fence and repark, and
and I
yeah,
think he's also been collected by the TD Sport car as well as he was coming around, and now both of those cars have also a fair bit of damage, unfortunately. It's all sort of turned a bit to dogs with that one on that
yeah.
last lap for those guys.
Well, we said at the start of the race that the first few hours of this race, especially, going to be all about survival, and that's really unfortunate there. Yeah, just the just a sitting duck there, really, for the TCR that collected him at McPhillamy, because yeah, it was slow. Didn't really have a lot of control, and yeah, just very unfortunate because yeah. But yeah, going back to what we said at the start of the race, we knew this race was going to be all about survival, and at this stage of the race, it's not actually that good of an idea to go 100%. You want to leave a little bit on the table there, just to make sure you actually survive these first 4 hours. As we see the number 18 Paul coming into pit lane with some damage. I don't really know what happened
He
there.
collected the back of Gabriel as he was coming round across the top of McPhillan Park.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, more unfortunate calamities for them. So both the 323 and the 18 right now.
Luckily for the 18, he was able to drive it back and minimise the time spent getting back to the pit lane for his fast repair. Unfortunately, the 323 had to um, get a tow back to the pit lane there. Have to spend a little bit longer in the pits and waiting to get back to the pit lane, and then he'll be able to take his fast repair.
Yeah. So yeah, just very unfortunate right now. So yeah, as it stands right now, Stonks racing the double zero. They've got a huge lead now of almost 10 seconds over the 16 of a zero auto sport. and it's a really big gap back to the third place TCR, which is JP Simpson number 8, Porsche, which is another like 15 to 17 seconds back. So already there are big gaps between the TCRs right now. The 43 TCR, the 17. Aaron Winton has crashed. Aaron Winton has crashed. If I can find out what happened there.
Might have gotten away without actually collecting it.
Yeah. I can't personally see anything. Right now, I can see still circulating. So
He hasn't.
yeah.
It
So
looks like he hasn't touched the wall there. He's gotten away with it a bit lucky, but he has lost a bit already.
okay. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, quite a few mistakes early on. Like we're only 20 minutes into our race, and yeah, this is not ideal. Like at this point in the race, you actually want to settle into a rhythm and just get your head down. Um, so yeah, this is a bit of a messy start to the race, in all honesty. So one of the real big things about endurance racing, especially on sim like iRacing, is nose clean. There's a real chance you can get a top 5 in class, and that seems to be the way that this race is heading right now. As we continue to see Darren Whittington continue to make his way up. He's just past the 2 Mustangs, um, and yeah, he's lost quite a lot of time. I don't know what happened to him, but yeah, he's close to a minute behind the third place.
Well, he did come out of the pits, then he had his spin, so he's just struggling at the moment. But hopefully for his sake and for all the Porsches, they can get themselves back into a rhythm and keep going. I mean, it's a long way to go still. We're only 20 minutes in what is our race. So
Yeah,
as you said,
absolutely.
there's a lot of frustration, what it looks like building up out there, and I think some of them just need to maybe tone it back a notch. Hopefully, they've all got their teammates sitting in their ears telling them just to calm down a bit and move on, because this stage there's a few guys that have picked up the pieces and they're looking like they're in.
Yeah. And right now, going to pitch on the road, the 60 and the 94, actually battling for on-track position right now. The 94 has got past the 16 of a zero sport. So yeah, not sure why um, why they're going so hard, but it seems like that the 94 of CBT Racing, um, Jackson Harlow seems to have a better pace right now compared to the 16 of Michael Aaron Smith. So that's fairly interesting. At this point in time, they're 11 seconds behind the double zero of Stonks Racing, overall leader of Lewis McGear, who got a bit lucky with the 323's misfortune at the top of the mountain, going around that Mazda. Currently he's got 11.1 second lead, and he's still doing pretty lap times. So yeah, but
And we'll give out a quick shout out here to Flamin Damon, who's loving the stream. Thanks, guys. Thanks to everyone who's tuning in right now. It's hopefully we can entertain you enough and we can put on a good show for all of you.
yeah. So hopefully, all guys and girls at home, you're enjoying yourself, settling into this 6-hour race. Yeah, I think we're only scratching the surface of what we're actually gonna miss today. But yeah, quite a few cars close on track. We've got the number 7 and the triple eight, two JP Simshed TCR cars, quite close together on track. They're just basically, um, right now, Wade Mitchell, wait for Alex at this time. So yeah, hopefully those guys can stay out of trouble for their races. But yeah, at this point in time, the field is starting to become more spread out. So yeah, right now, it's absolute just get into a rhythm and just get a good knowledge of all the other cars, especially the cars in the other class, to make sure just to learn what how those slow cars are actually going to react when you actually come up to pass them, and vice versa. So yeah, field's starting to spread out a little bit now, but yeah, uh, plenty of good racing still left to come. Yeah, still got a couple of cars quite close together on track at this.
But the 43 and the 17 are battling away there at the moment,
Yeah,
nose
and
to
they have
tail.
been for quite a few laps now. Neither one of them has been able to pull away from the other, and they're both doing pretty similar lap times here. So yeah, these two have been racing fairly hard for pretty much all the race so far. So yeah, um, it, we keep coming back. We keep coming back to it. These first 4 hours are going to be all about staying out of trouble. But at the same time, you don't want to give up too much track position. So
Definitely.
Dylan Shepherd and Martin Turner right now, really, trying to find that fine balance right now about how to approach this race. But right now, they seem to be, giving each other enough space. They're not doing, anything too rational. Right now, it's all about setting yourself up for that right moment at the end of the race. The race isn't going to be won, 20 minutes, 25 minutes into the race. It's going to be won, at the 5 hour 30 to 6 hour mark. So yeah, good.
Definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, just looking at the 417 coming over the rise, handing it over, they do actually get a little bit sideways. So I think
And
we'll see quite a few cars come a cropper heading into Forest Elbow right now, because from what I'm seeing, the cars don't actually look that stable heading over the rise, heading into Forest Elbow. I think that could be a potential trouble spot.
yeah, and because they're a front wheel drivers, we talk. I mean, you've most people at home will have heard of the term lift off oversteer because of the way the TCR is being front wheel drive, and coming into that corner, you're at full throttle trying to get it as much speed as possible. As you come off the throttle and you turn the wheel at the same time, the back of the car just comes really light, and combined with going over the rise, really wants to start moving and squirming around on you. And the best drivers are the ones that can drive around that and still manage to keep the car in a good position. And unfortunately, sometimes people after 6 hours fatigue sets in and you make a few mistakes.
Yeah,
We'll just mention that the lead Porsche at the moment has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:14.82.
yeah. So fantastic speed from yeah, yeah, very consistent lap times, and right now he just seems to be getting faster and faster, which would be a little bit worrying for all the other cars on track, especially 16 and the number 8 Porsche, second and third place right now, because at the moment he's got a 4-second gap back to the 94 of CBT Racing, and as the number 16 Porsche, second place in the GT4 class, only a couple of tenths behind him.
Yeah,
And
they're
then
all
there's
over
a
each other at the moment. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and they would be slowing each other down. So yeah, things are really looking up for Lewis at the moment. They have to be absolutely static with the position they're in right now. They are coming up to one of the Mustangs right now, of Peter Madison, lead Gentlemen's Racing Club, with Bungia going for a very aggressive move down the inside in the chase. And yeah, thankfully Peter Madison, does a really good job, just doesn't bite and just lets him go. Um, but yeah, right now, a really bad news for the team, because even though 94 of Jackson Harlow had enough overspeed to make that overtake stick, and make the argument that he's now holding him up and costing him a bit of time.
It,
Interesting to see what the lap times these two guys do last lap. So on
They've been
that
setting
lap.
almost identical laps for the
Yeah,
last few laps, I think. And what it could be happening is that because the TCR being front wheel drive, the front wheels have to turn the car and they also have to accelerate the car. So what happens is you find that a front wheel drive car will burn off its front tires. So and because you do that, you then lose both turning and you lose your acceleration. So you lose basically it's a double hit when the tires start to wear out. Whereas with the Porsche being a rear wheel drive car, it's got both all four tires have got their own job. Means the tires tend to last a bit longer, and that could be what's happening with Audi here. It's burnt its tires off now, and the Porsche is now all over the back of it.
yeah. Like right now, they're going up to Reed Park right now, and Mike Aaron Smith all over the back. Well, was all over the back of Jackson Harlow, but he has backed off a little bit right now. That might just be a bit of self-preservation right there. But I assume game, once they get through Forest Elbow and get back on Conrad Street, he's going to close up right again, and he possibly might go for a move heading into the chase because there's not a lot he can do right now because top of the mountain, it's
TCR
notorious for being a
territory,
one-lane group right now.
and the top of the mountain is TCR territory 'cause it has a lot more aerodynamic grip
Yeah.
across there. Whereas the
So
Porsche is very slippery and very good in a straight line. So
yeah. Yeah, and you could see, coming out of Forest Elba, this Michael Aaron Smith playing a slightly better exit. And yeah, he's just gonna start reeling that TCR in as they head closer and closer to the chase. But the question is, will he make a move? Or he's having a look. No, he decides to stay behind the TCR. But yeah, they're still losing time hand over fist lead 84, and they're both coming into pit lane. So they're both coming lane right now.
oh, in behind the
And
Mustang as well.
the leader's coming in, so they're
Oh,
all coming in.
a little bit of contact then in the pit lane, but
Yeah, the Mustang very slow. They're still banging doors, heading down pit road.
ooh,
I
I
don't
don't know
really
if
know
that's
what that's
allowed.
about, but yeah,
They start to ghost now going in boxes. But
yeah,
yeah, I don't know what that's all about. I wonder if anything said about that post race.
yeah, that will be really interesting because the number 173 hasn't had any issues that I'm aware of through the first inning. Kept it pretty pretty clean, done pretty good laps, and they are doing a driver change in the 170 Mustang. Um, and yeah, so a few first of the driver change are happening right now as the number 16 out of pit lane at the moment with the 94 TCR electing not driver change right now. Um, so yeah, seems to be right now that that the uh, that the might actually be having a bit of a faster pit stop right now. Um, but yeah, at this point in time, the two Mustangs, very important to keep an eye on them. The 352, I don't think the 352 is coming for a yet, whereas the 173 has done a pit stop and a driver change. So just have a check to see if Mustang comes into pit lane this lap. He hasn't done his first pit stop yet, so Michael Hammond behind the wheel of the 352 Mustang, and he does come into pit lane. So, um,
Looks like it's about a half an hour window on fuel, and if that's the case.
yeah.
As we'll just
So,
have another shout out here for Jason Hardigan, who said he loves the way you explain things, JCW. He's really enjoying the stream.
yeah. Well, thanks for watching, Jason. Um, yeah, you're doing. I'll give you a shout out back. You're doing a very good job in Anscar right now, and yeah, keep up the good work, buddy. But yeah,
And
at
we'll
this,
we'll also plug there. If you are interested in seeing Jason in Anscar, Thursday night there'll be another SimShed broadcasting stream, ANSCAR, the Abruzzi ANSCAR Cup Series.
Yeah. And just to get back to the 352 Mustang, Michael Hammond is handing the car over to Chris Poley, and very interesting that the cars have got about a half-hour fuel. So um, that sets up about 11 stops throughout this race. So a bit interesting to see that they're already changing drivers after only half an hour. So yeah, you'd think that most of them would keep their primary drivers in so that they get a good, first run. But some teams electing to change drivers right now, and yeah, I just find that a bit interesting that they're already changing drivers after only half an hour of racing.
Yeah,
Yeah, at this point in time, also very interesting to note that the number 8 JP Simshed Porsche hasn't actually pitted yet. So, oh, he has pitted. Um,
he has pitted and he's
so yeah, my apologies, I didn't pit there. Um,
he did go a lap longer than the other cars around him
yeah,
though. If we get towards the end of the race, may come around pay dividends as well. So
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, yeah, at this point, the number 8 Porsche is going to be in place. Just my timings not actually updating itself at this point in time. But yeah, at this point, it's still Lucas, yeah, in the lead. The 00 of Stonks Racing electing to keep Lewis in there, and I mean, why wouldn't you? Really, really good job at the moment. Just setting the pace and setting really good pace. He's just done a 2:16.2 for his first line lap post pit stop. So that's a tiny bit slower than what and it's um and I think we might actually, yeah, we've got a crash here. Darren Whittington, big crash actually. The triple one just knows the 18 in Forest Elbow. To be fair to the triple one, it is a blind entry into Forest Elbow, but yeah, let me have a look. Oh, three cars all over each other. Oh,
the
big crash.
173.
The 173 Mustang is involved in that. The 18 and I think the number 17 TCR behind managed to avoid all that somehow. But yeah,
Oh, another late contact as well there.
yeah, with the triple one. So
Yeah,
yeah, really not ideal.
yeah,
Yeah, so I can't
yeah.
imagine
That
that the
Mustang's looking a bit
173 will
rough
be
there. The
happy about
173.
that. But yeah, like we've spoken already on this forecast, Lachlan, that the top of the mountain down to Forest Elbow, it is very much a one group racetrack.
Mm,
And you've got two cars trying to go side by side, down through the S's where Chaz Moss had that huge crash in practice a few years ago, and yeah, like that section of road is just not that wide. So the 173 has managed to get back into pit lane, and unfortunately, Garrett Daly, who was behind the wheel at that instant, had only just got in the car. So
that's
that's a
rough.
really, really rough first opening lap for this race for him. But
And
yeah, just you know,
it
you could,
looks like all cars actually got going again and rolled it back to the
yeah,
pits. So that's good. I mean, it limits the time they have pairing the cars as well.
yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's definitely not what anyone wants to see. But yeah, like we're still 37 minutes into a 6-hour race. And yeah, like it'll be interesting to see what race control deems, from that incident. Because yeah, like I'm just gonna say here, be a bit diplomatic. There is case for both drivers,
Yeah.
possibly doing things a bit differently to avoid that incident. But
I
regardless, that is up to race control. That's not to me. We'll just have to wait and see what they determine from that incident. But just looking at the driver changes from that first set of pits, it does look like it's about a 50 split between teams that have changed drivers and teams that haven't. The teams that have the number 10 Mazda of Rock Solid Racing, the number 14 TCR of LEGGERA Sim Racing, the number 16 of Azura Autosport, the number 173, the who we out with that incident heading into Forest Elbow for the Gentlemen's Racing Club. They've changed drivers as well as the sister car of the 352. Um, and
possibly a
also
game
as
plan
well,
there.
what was that? Sorry, Lachlan?
Possibly a game plan if the team cars have changed. Definitely
Yeah,
something to keep an eye on.
yeah, very possible. There are only two Mustangs in this race, so it is a inter-team battle to see who will actually win in the Mustang class. And JB uh, Impossible reports even more trouble on the circuit. Yeah, the
Ooh,
number
yep.
21 Jetta
Ooh, that's
coming
a
across,
hit.
just getting loose. Yes, yeah, just got a bit wide and
Ooh,
fired off straight into the fence.
yeah, that's
And
a
yeah, he's
heavy
having to
hit
wait
there.
to wave all those cars by, and yeah, he's gonna trundle down back into the pits. And he was running in second place in the Jetta class. Oh, and his engine is just blown coming out of Forest Elbow, so he's gonna have to pull
Tow it back.
over and possibly get a tow. Um, yeah, this is gonna be fantastic news. Lead Jetta, which is actually just past him. Richard Andrews, Aurora legend, has now got a 1 lap lead over the 21 Jetta, and yeah, also the Jetta class is only a two-car class, so
Yeah,
things
unfortunately,
are
the
looking.
third Jetta couldn't quite make it to the there.
Yeah, so yeah, three Jettas entered for the race, and 11 Jetta of Aura IT Racing elected not to take in the race today, but the '05 of Richard Andrews behind the wheel right now, and Michael Manley, who started the race in the '05, a fantastic position right now. They've got 1 lap over, I think, their sister car, 21 Jetta. So they're in a fantastic spot right now. All they need to do is stay out of trouble, and they're in a probable win at this point with the 21 Jetta blowing their engine. But right now, they just have to survive because it's very easy for them to um, hit a wall, hit a fence, and then they're down for 30 minutes to an hour of repairs. So
Yeah, well,
still not over it
luckily a
yet in
lot of
that
them have got
class.
fast repairs though as well, so it's
Yeah.
remaining.
But at the same time, the '05 does have a whole lap on the 21 Jetta, so
Definitely. Yeah.
yeah,
The
very
21
big
he has
advantage for
made
them.
it back to the pits and is just about getting back out on track again at this stage, but yes.
Yeah, still a lot of time to make up. Yeah,
Yeah.
just all they need to do is get their head down and hope that they can get some kind of result from this. Um, but yeah, just updating the lead of the race. Stonks Racing of Lewis Bouguer in the lead got a 34-second lead over CBT Racing. That absolutely running away with this, and just done another 2:16.5 as his last laps, which does make me wonder, if they actually took eyes in that last stop, whether it was top or if he's been a bit on the conservative side and just preserving his lead because at this point in the race, we're not even at the 1 hour mark yet. But at this point, there's no real point, driving away and trying to get a lap on the whole field at this race, because all you're doing is just increasing the risk to throw all that up. Oh, the 21
Oh
has just spun in
no.
front of him. That was really lucky there that Lewis was able to drive around it, but that's more damage. But that's more damage and drama. Of the Adam McCloy not having a having a terrible time, and he has towed that back to lane, and that's going to mean another fast repair that they're going to have to take, because the front wheels on that thing are all over the shop, the geometry all over the place. Yeah,
That's
they're
really
going to have to take
unfortunate there.
another fast repair, and that's going to give even more time to their sister car, the '05 Aurora Legends car. And they don't have a scratch on their car. It is crystal clean. And Richard Andrews, he'll be able to see the 21 in the pit lane right now, and yeah, he's just going to be in cruise control right now. He has that last lap for him was 39.5, and that was almost 5 to 6 seconds slower than the fast lap that the '05 has done so far today, with a at 33.6 done by Michael Manley on lap 3 of the race. So they're just in control right now, and they are
And
absolutely taking this down to the bank.
and at this stage, you don't really need to push it. I mean, if you're going out to try and push the fastest lap when you're in the class lead, then more often than not, you're gonna end up, ruining your own race, and they're they're in a position now where they're basically, unless they go and make a mistake, they're in the position to race very early, and I'm not
Yeah,
gonna, say that they will win it, but at this stage,
yeah,
they're in a very commanding position.
yeah. I really don't want to give them the commentators curse. They've done everything right so far, but at the same time, there's still over 5 hours of racing left to go, and yeah, there are a million you know possibilities where their race can go absolutely horribly, horribly wrong. And yeah, right now they just need to consolidate on their massive, massive gap that they've got over the 21 car. I think it's now
Yeah.
2 laps that they've got 21, so they just need to be in cruise control, and they would be fantastic. But yeah, just down the field, we've got the car 20 and car 18 really fighting hard. They're basically bumper to bumper heading down Concord Straight right now, with a possible with no, actually, that's the 3-2-3 making a diving move down the inside. Thinks better of it, pull back in. Oh, we've got a great battle pack there with the 20, the 18, and 3. Um, yeah, so I think earlier this lap, judging from my time, the 18 has passed the 20 early in the lap, and the 3 has now gone around. So that's a bit of an interesting battle pack right there. They're battling for place in Porsche class. So, yeah, that'll be a really interesting battle to keep in mind, because the rest of the field right now is pretty stretched out. The 94 TCR, the lead TCR, has gone a bit of a 2 to 3 second gap now over the 16 Porsche second in class. So I think Fitzroy Beaumont in the 16 is just, I don't know whether he's just decided to let the TCR of Jackson Harlow go, or whether he's comfortable in the car right now, because he did hop in the car in that last set of pit stops, and yeah, maybe it's just a little bit of just a little bit of lack of confidence that he's saving fuel. But yeah, he just doesn't have the speed to keep up with 94 at the moment. So yeah, realistically, the only real on track battle right now is between the 3, the 18, and the 20, all battling for place in the GD4 class, and they're just going around one of the Mazdas right now. I think the lead Mazda of Rock Solid Racing got a very commanding lead in the MX5 class. I think maybe close to a lap that they've got over second place of the MFR racing MX5 in the 011 car. So,
Mm.
again, just another car who's got a considerable lead. Just looking to consolidate right now. But yeah, the 18 of the 18 of Darren Winton, trying to stick to the far left of Concord Straight, trying to get the 3-2-3 out of the slipstream. They go side by side down in the chase, and yeah, Gabriel, has got the overspin, got that move done. And yeah, and yeah, just that might be the end of that little battle. But
It
yeah,
appears, actually, just looking at the front of the 18, might have a little bit of front right,
Yeah,
fender damage, which will definitely have hindered him in the straight line, and that could be why Gabriel made that move so easily then.
yeah, because the 323, even though they were involved with that incident with the MX-5 at Repark earlier in the race, they have taken one of their fast repairs, and Gabriel has stayed in the car and he's doing pretty good lap times. He's done the last 4 laps, he's done 269, 268, 265, and 263. And he's just getting faster and faster. And compared to the speed, the leader, Lucas, yeah, right now, he's a bit all over the place. 216.5, 271, and then he's rebounded with a 215.1. There is a considerable gap
Ooh,
though of almost 90 seconds between
got a
cars.
we've had a moment here for the number 111 as well, the Redback
Another moment
racing
for the
car.
111.
Yeah,
Yeah, really not a good race for Redback Racing to have a look at that.
it
Oh,
appears
he's
as
done
though
what
he's gone
he
wide at the
did what
chase and
the
yeah,
20 Porsche did earlier in the race, where he just got on the grass and yeah, at that point there's no hope. Really pulling up, just jumps over the gravel and straight into the tire wall. And that's going to be another fast repair for the one Porsche. Not a really good start to the race for them. Just having a really hard time.
and then
And yeah, just well, we set we've saying it all race long that all you need is just one lapse of concentration and you're in the fence and in the pit lane. And that's just the brutal nature of endurance racing. You only make you can do 99% of the race perfectly, and then you just have that lapse in concentration, and you find yourself in the fence and in the pit lane, and your all the hard work is out the window. So yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why we love endurance racing. It's
exactly.
so brutal.
There is no room for errors. It's millimeter perfect situation. I mean, I myself have had issues in endurance racing where you're cruising along, going fine, then the car in front of you starts to slow up. You get the carrot, you go for it, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in the wall because you just pushed a bit too hard.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Um, uh, yeah, at this point, the closest cars on track are still number 20 and the number 18 of Ripstorm Racing and TDS Sport, respectively. The 323 of Gabriel Ruse is starting to pull away from them, and will be marching up to the back of. I think we might have another crash on track. Let me. I can.
It's the 111 Porsche again, and he's had a moment into the cutting there.
Yeah, so another
He's got
moment for the
ooh, up
one
on the
Porsche. They just
marbles.
yeah, get into the marbles. They touch the wall, head into the cutting, and that's just spinning. So yeah, a really hard time for the triple right now. John Halloran can't catch a break right now. I think he's riding this race solo as well. So he's at a bit of a disadvantage right at this point. He cut. Oh, and he's having another issue down the S's. Yeah, so he
Ooh,
right. Yeah, at this point in time, yeah, he just noses it in. But yeah, he is doing this race solo, which does actually put him at a bit of a disadvantage because he can't jump out of the car and get his teammate to drive while he has a mental reset because he's doing all 6 hours of this race solo, and yeah, once you start accumulating incidents and accumulating damage in a race like this, your mindset just continues to go downhill, and yeah,
yeah.
unfortunately, he's not able to put someone else in the car and have a mental reset. So yeah, he's just letting the three by right now, and he's actually carrying on. So maybe that's a bit of a tactical play because I don't imagine he's used up all the fast repairs at this race, but maybe he's thinking that the damage isn't actually too terminal, and he's thinking that he can wear the damage right now. He doesn't appear to have any steering damage. The steering wheel is fairly straight in his car.
the hit was fairly square on, so hopefully for his sake, he hasn't got much steering damage. The only thing you might worry about is if those temps start creeping up and he's had a bit of damage to the radiator,
Yeah,
which can happen when you have a front-on hit.
yeah,
Just damages the radiator enough that you can't quite get the oil and water temps down, and then sudden the engine goes pop and you're stuck on the side of the road.
yeah, absolutely. So
Ooh, and yeah,
yeah,
and as we say that, I think he might have actually just popped an engine because he lost a lot of speed to the cars around him.
I think what he was doing is he's 20 and the 18, battling, bumper to bumper coming up to the cane is just trying to be himself preservation, just kept aside. So yeah, that actually draws us back to the 18 battling with Triple One has actually got him back up to speed a bit right now. So yeah, appears he's going fine at the moment. But yeah, this battle between Bryce McDowell and Darren Winnington is starting to heat up a little bit here.
They've
Appear to
caught
be
an
the only
MX-5
cars
actually.
battling for position on the track at this time. So yeah, this could get. Oh, they've got a slow Mazda. The 011 of Benjamin. Hopefully, oh, a little bit of a nose. That's really, really driving the stage of the race. But yeah, like got a feel for Benjamin fast Porsche behind you, and just hope that they don't run into you as they go side by side down
Mm.
Conrod Straight, and Bryce McDonald takes that position below Mazda into Forest Elbow, and he retakes um that's 4-5 in GD4 class at this time. But I feel like this battle is far from over.
And the Mazda's done nothing wrong in that situation. The only thing he has to do there is hold his line, and he held his line perfectly. I mean, the
Yeah,
one line racetrack up there, there's not really much he could have done there. So I hope the Mazda doesn't take any blame for that one because yeah, he did nothing wrong. He just held his line, and the 18 unfortunately
yeah,
caught him at the worst spot.
yeah, yeah, and that's just one of the big things about Bathurst is like, in multi-class racing is like there's a very real possibility throughout the race that you can catch, one of the slow cars at the worst parts of the track, like, the cutting, Reed McPhillamy Park, Skyline, all the of the mountain section. If you catch a car, a slow car through that section, and there's a fairly good chance that all you can do is just sit behind and wait to pass them coming out Forest Elbow and down Conway. But Bryce McDowell
Definitely.
right now is pulling out a bit of a gap um, on Darren Winnington. He's putting in pretty consistent lap times. Last 4 laps is time, which is the fastest lap of the race for the 20 car. Did 2:17.9, 2:17.5, and a 2:17.8 on that last lap, whereas Darren Winnington a bit more all over the place at 2:18.2, a 2:17 flat, a 2:18.3, and a 2:19 on that last lap. Keep in mind he did have the Mazda at the coming down the mountain. So yeah, but he seems to be sticking with them. So yeah, this is shaping up to be a pretty good battle actually.
Yeah, it'd be one to watch as the hours tick over because as they've shown, even through a pit stop, they've still been right on each other's bumpers. So clearly they've both nailed their pit entry and exits, and good to see how the situation
Yeah.
develops.
And
If
just to update.
in 5 hours' time they're still on each other's bumper.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be real interesting to see. And that's one of the real interesting things about, that's one of the real great things about endurance racing is, it doesn't matter if it's a 6 hour race, a 12-hour race, or a 24-hour race. There's a fairly good chance that at least one car is battling for another at the end of the race. Even with, calamities, with, the driver's computer or, pit calamities or glitches, doesn't matter, all the stuff going on. At the end of the day, there's almost at least one car battling with another at the end of a 6 hour, 12-hour, 24-hour race. And that's one of the great things about endurance.
But we've
But
got
yeah,
the
just,
323 and the 17 having a battle as well. The 323 might have
yeah.
gone past then.
Yeah, so the 323 has just gotten past the 17 of Martin Turner, who is actually another driver who win this race solo as well. So, good job for Martin Turner to keep that in place right now in the 3 March. up the track.
Got a moment for one of the MX-5s here. Little bit of
Um,
internet issues with Benjamin Wheeler, but looks like he's still going at the moment.
yeah,
So,
yeah, looks like he is okay. Yeah, he might be having a bit of an issue, but thankfully he's not around any other cars right now. But he is sitting in second place in the MX5 class right now. Um, about half a lap behind the leader MX5 of Rock Solid Racing of Josh Haynes. So, at this point, with 5 hours to go, you really don't want any internet connection issues. He is still in a position right now, but thankfully he does have his teammate in Mark Newton just sitting in the pit lanes spotting for him. And yeah, if he does have any issues, thankfully he can call on Mark to jump in the car and continue to job on for them. But that's something to keep in mind as well. And just updating the lead of the race, Lewis Boogier absolutely running away with it. He's got about a 45-second margin over the 94 TCR of CBT Racing and a 55-second gap over the number 16 of Autosport. So he's looking at a fantastic position right now, and he's continuing doing very consistent lap times, doing mid to high 215s to a low 216, depending on traffic. So he's in a really, really good spot right now. And yeah, maybe it does go to show that doing a driver change after only 30 minutes of racing isn't actually the best idea. But then again, we don't actually know what the conditions are like out there. We can only just guesstimate. But we are just over the 1 hour mark in this race, so we are going to see the next round of pit stops coming up fairly shortly. It'll be interesting to see the Porsche pit stops compared to the TCR pit stops. I do have the little suspicion that the Porsche have a slower stoppage time, have a faster stoppage time compared to the TCR. So we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout these next set of pit stops. But yeah, interesting to note that the 323 is continuing to march up, and he is also doing 215s to 216s. So he's not out of the race just yet.
mm,
And
I
he's
just
only 83 seconds behind the lead.
I'll just jump in there. We've just had a bit of a little birdie on the grapevine say that Lewis Bergier is actually an alter ego or a disguise for Cody Bircher from Cody Bircher Motorsport.
That is interesting. Yeah, I guess the big question: other drivers in this race actually know that information that we have learned? Like, I guess if they're watching the stream, they now know it. But yeah, throws a little bit of a spanner into the works for
It,
this
it,
race
it's
actually.
good though. It means that it's awesome to see. We've got internationals. We've got real life racing drivers all interested in a series run and basically run and broadcast all from big brand land in Australia. So it's
Yeah,
got that international recognition on there.
yeah, it's fantastic to see, and yeah, just I've got to give another shout out to Yannick. Like that, they are racing in the wee hours of like 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Yeah, big shout out to those guys for basically sacrificing their whole Saturday night sleep place with us today. That's big big kudos to them. But yeah, big lead for Stonks Racing and Cody Birch. Yeah, just just having a fantastic race right now. I'm just having a look right now at the battle for second place in the
Oh,
GD4 class because I think it's actually closing up right now.
sorry to interrupt there. We've had a bit of a moment with the number 18 Porsche trying to pass one of the Mustangs and just rubbed him into the grass there almost.
Yeah.
Possibly not deliberate, but yeah, it's a bit of a moment there.
Yeah, so he's just coming out of Forest, out of Hell Corner, and he's got. Yeah, I know what's happened there. The Mustang's seen the Porsche plate, and he's decided to move left to get out of the way. But at the same time, Darren Winton pretty committed to going around the left side of him, and he's ended up in the grass. No harm, no foul. Just one of those incidents that does happen in motorsport on time where, two cars, move to one side of the track to let the other one through at the same time. But yeah, thankfully he's managed to keep going. No damage to the car, no more damage to the car, and he's able to keep going. But he has dropped time to the number 20, Bryce McDonald, who he was having a really close battle with a few laps ago.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, interesting to note that we are 3 minutes into the second hour of this race officially. And I don't see a lot of pit stops right now. So this we said that this could be an 11 stop race, but there very well could be some drivers that manage to make this 10 stop race.
Yeah, it possibly could come down to were the drivers running right at the start of the race, were they capped on a certain fuel load, being sim racing everything. So I know that there is a limit to what fuel they can put in the car, but I'm wondering if it possibly we may see some pit stops in the next minute.
Absolutely. And I'm just having a look here. I actually think, judging by lap times, that the number 8 JP's head of Craig Schul actually catching up to the back of Fitzroy Beaumont of Azure Sport. Um, by not a huge margin, but I think by about half a second to a second lap. So
When
might
he
catch
came
him.
out of the pits, he was about 25 seconds behind, so it looks like he's just slowly chipped away the gap from
Yeah,
the car
yeah.
in
So he's
front.
definitely closing in. He won't get him before this round pits. Next stint, there's a very real chance that we could have a change of position in second place in the GD4 class. But at the same time, got the 323 absolutely storming his. Oh, there's a big crash for the 323 just as I'm about to talk about him. There's a big crash
Ooh,
with
lots of
him, the
cars involved there.
43 and the 10. And it's almost a carbon copy of his first incident at Reed Park. He's trying to get around the 10 car, and he's just tipped a wheel in the grass, and he's just understeered fence again, and he's collected the 43, closely following behind in the process, and
And I
that's a
think we've
real
also
shame.
seen the lead Mazda MX-5 as well was caught up in that, the
Yeah,
number
yeah,
10.
but have another look to see if the lead Mazda got any damage from that of Dylan Shepard. Might have actually been able to drive around the outside. Yeah, he got a little bit of a knock from as he was coming through. So yeah, big crash at Reed Park for those three cars there, and
Yeah,
it's a real
'cause
shame for all four of them because the 323 was making his way up and could have been in P2 in the next hour. 43 was playing second class in the TCR, and we've got the MX5 who had a half a lap lead in the MX5 class. Absolute calamity there.
yeah, bit I won't blame anyone because it was a bit of a racing incident, but it is a bit clumsy from all the parties involved there, unfortunately, and now we've got 3 cars that have basically had
Yeah,
their races heavily affected by it. As we see the 10's coming to the lane, I think the 43's
yeah.
also, on his way in there as well.
No,
Or
the
no,
43
sorry, the
stayed
43
out.
stayed out. Yeah, the
So yeah,
323 had
that's
already
very
towed back.
interesting. Wonder if he actually got a lot of damage from that. He might have actually got a bit lucky. I think he got a bit of bonnet and splitter damage. Won't really, which hamper his turn even a bit more than usual for a TCR. So that's really not going to help the tire. Where yeah, there is damage on his bonnet. But yeah, he is elected to stay out, and maybe this is playing into his strategy because the 43 is a two driver team. So yeah, maybe Jimmy Ball, who is currently seen something, and they're electing to stay with their current plan because they have slipped down to third place behind Martin Turner because of that incident. They're now
Yeah.
close to a minute behind the 94 of CBT racing the league. But yeah, maybe they just see something that we are unable to see, and um maybe they're just trying to stick to their fuel strategy, which they will believe that they'll actually be able to capitalize on later in the race. So yeah, just got to keep an eye on the 43 there. I
Looks
don't
like it's
imagine they'll have
handling
too.
pretty well. It
Yeah.
might have a bit of steering damage, possibly mildly left-hand down.
Yeah, very possibly, very possibly. So it'll be interesting to see what lap time they do for this lap. Yeah, like that was definitely an incident. They definitely would have damage from that. Um,
Doesn't appear actually to be too much steering damage there. It's walking a little bit on the track, but
yeah,
it's not enough that it would be a worry. It could also be just the crown of the road, as we know. The
yeah,
Conrod Straight is essentially just a big elongated hump, very crowned.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on what type of lap time they do there. Before Ranky was doing low 218s to a high 217. Before that incident, so it's coming around Murray's corner now. So lap time is like 283. So he doesn't appear to have that much damage. And our game reports there might be another crash out there. So have a look if I can find it.
I think it may be the lead Mazda MX-5 as well. Here's had a moment coming into Griffin's Bend.
Possibly. Let me have a look. Oh yeah, he did get a bit sideways on the entry into Griffin, and yeah, he's definitely having a moment. I think he's definitely got. I don't think. Yeah, that's very interesting because Cooper Allen has just come back on the track, and I don't think they took their fast repair. I don't think they took their fast because the 10 has just come out pit lane, and there's still
Oh,
damage. And the number eight Porsche, JP Simpson number 8 has just walked the wall at Ree Park, and that's a big shame because he was catching up to E2 in the race. So Craig Schultz just had a lapse in concentration, possibly because of the number 10 Mazda. He was trying to get
mm,
around, so we've seen that a few times in the race. Yeah, he just got on the grass in the entrance markers, carried him straight into the fence. He has managed to
mm.
get going right now, um, but
I
he's got a lot of
think.
steering damage. He's going to have to come into the pit lane this lap. Can't drive around Bathurst with that amount of left hand down.
Ooh. Yeah, he's just misjudged it going through there. Coming around the MX-5, he had a lot more room to the inside, and an unfortunate mistake, but yeah, he'll be able to get back to the pit lane and hopefully get back out there with his fast repair.
Yeah. So yeah, we have seen that a few times today where the GT4 understeering, trying to get around the outside of slower cars heading to be parked. Like, you can fit two cars around there and you can do a clean pass on slower cars through there. But yeah, they're just getting a bit too close to the grass there. So
Mm.
on the outside there. So I don't think that'll be the last time we see of that throughout the race. And yeah, that's definitely uh, on right now. But yeah, that's changed this like R20, who's on track right now, who was P5 only about 10 minutes ago, would very well find himself in P3 after he takes his pit. So that just shows how quickly it changed. Because like, yes, it is a long race, but things can go wrong for quite a few cars really, really quickly.
And it looks like, as we mentioned before, so Craig's had the moment, and Aaron, he's jumped out of the car, and they've put Aaron in the car there as well. So
Yeah,
as we said before, it's quite a smart move there, just to go right, all right, cool, jump out of the car, clear the head, get the other fresh driver in there, clean mindset, and start again.
and that's the kind of thing that that's really priceless really to have in these races. Just having that extra guy there that you could throw in and just clear your head because 6 hours of racing is a really long time. As well, and also as well, just something I've noticed: the 323 of Kinetic Racing Nordic still in the pit lane, and they don't have a driver in there at the moment. So I'm not sure if they've got some kind of issue. Like, yeah, they did have an incident at the top of the mountain, but yeah, I think they might have
I
some kind
think
of
they
issue.
might have had an internet issue because Matthias Magnussen has come up as come up as disconnected here, and looks like they may have decided that because of their internet, they're going to pull the
I
pin.
think they're going to park the car because we've just got word that Gabriel Ruiz was driving through and saying that because of the connection, they are going to park the car so that they don't destroy any races. Which is props to them. That's a really um, honourable thing to do. But yeah, that does take one of the really competitive GD4s out of contention
And
for
that and
this
that's a
race.
real shame. I mean, it was awesome that I mean, I'm blown away that they've even put in the effort to get up that early. So the fact that they've come out, they've had a go, and they've really put an effort in, and they've got my respect and my praise. So
Yeah, yeah,
thanks, boys,
absolutely.
for coming out. And unfortunately, the internet bites again, and yeah, hopefully we see you guys next time around when if you come back out again.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's just what sim racing's all about. It's all about having a go and just having some. They've really shown that today. So at this point in time, the double zero's got close to a minute lead over the 94 TCR racing of Jackson Harlow. In third place, close to 20 seconds behind him is 16 of Fitzroy Belmont in his Autosport car. And yeah, most of the field right now, including some of the lower end TCR cars, starting to get laps. So yeah, just we're just seeing right now, Stonks Racing absolutely flying away with this race today. And right now, all they need to do is keep it clean, and they're in for a really good result. And just updating the triple one, John Harlan has stay out there with no bonnet on his car, so he is doing okay. Okay-ish lap times. He's 2 minute 22s. He was doing 2:17s and 2:18s early in the race, but obviously happy pace he's doing right now. Um, yeah, we'll just keep an eye on him. The two Mustangs, we haven't spoken about them in a little bit. Currently, the 352 of the second Gentleman's Racing Club entries is currently leading that battle. Let me just see how much his gap is. I think he's got a whole lap on the 173 after he was involved in earlier in the race. So yeah, looking really good for the second Gentleman's Racing Club entry in the Mustang class.
So we've got another couple of shout outs here for a couple of guys watching the stream. We got Nathan. Nathan here said, "Great work on the commentary. Big smash there. Thanks, Nathan. Awesome to have you out there." And then we've also got Peter here who's also said, "Work, guys. Doing a really good job." So thanks, guys, for all the support. And well, I mean, if you guys weren't watching, we wouldn't have a job. So a massive thank you to you guys to come out and watch the stream and enjoy some good racing.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully everyone at home is having a really good time with this. You know, yeah, I'm definitely having a really good time. Oh, we got the big moment for Benjamin gaining into the grass at Murray's Corner. Imagine to catch it somehow. But yeah, that was a really big moment for the lead MX5. So yeah, as we were talking about the other Porsche, VG3, in the MX5 class, it does appear that there's a change with Benjamin Miller now in the lead of the MX5 class. And just yeah, yeah. So I don't think there've been for those two cars as of late. But yeah, currently the MX5 class is MFR Racing MX5 of Benjamin Wheeler 011 MX5. And also as well, going back to the Jetta class, right now we've got still Aurora Legend having a commanding lap lead in the O5 car. Richard Andrews driving perfectly right now, driving pretty conservatively. He is driving a bit slower right now compared to his fast lap time that his teammate did early in the race. But when you've got 2 lap lead, that's 4 minutes in real time. You don't really need to push that hard. So he's just cruising along out there, racking up laps. He's currently on lap 28 right now, and that's all he needs to do right now. He's not racing anyone else. He's still ahead of the MX5s at the moment here. a lap down compared to the Mustangs, but that was to be expected heading into this race. So yeah, all he needs to do is what he's doing right now, and that's just cruising along, racking up those laps, and yeah, making sure the car's clean when he hands it back to his teammate Michael Manley later on in the race.
Definitely.
Yeah, not a lot right now in terms of on track battles. The closest cars right now that I can see are the 40 and the 18. There's about a 3 to 4 second gap between them. They're fighting for they're fighting for sixth place overall, but um, yeah, um, Dylan Shepard does have a few Aaron winning at this point in the race.
At this point, I think we kind of missed the 1 hour update because as soon as the hour hit, it all sort of started going on. But if you wanted to, Josh, we could probably do a bit of a 1 hour rundown of the grid at this stage if you like.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So at this point, with 1 hour and 20 minutes of race completed already, we've got the 00 of Stonks Racing leading the way right now by over a minute. Um, just doing a fantastic job doing everything he needs to do. Then we've got in second place and first place in the TDR class, Jackson Harlow of C Racing. Doing everything he needs to do right now because he also got close to a minute on the next TDR car, so he's doing a fantastic job, and he's been in there since the start of the race. He is in a three-car team with Toby Williams and Dylan DeBono, so it'll be interesting to see if those two guys, have the same level of confidence and speed that Jackson is going at the moment. Then second place in GD4 class, we've got Fitzroy Beaumont in the Autosport entry. He's about 80 seconds behind the lead Stonks Racing car. Then in P4 on the road, second in the TR class, we've got Martin Turner doing the whole race solo. He's about a minute behind CBT Racing, as I just mentioned. And yeah, he's putting in pretty lap times. The last 3 laps have all been in the 2 minute 18s. So a really, really fantastic job. Then behind him in fifth place on the road and third place in the TR class, we've got one performance racing of Dylan Shepard. And in sixth place, we have got um, Darren Winnington. And
Oh,
we
sorry, sorry to interrupt you there, Josh. We've had a bit of a moment here. Uh, one of the drivers here, just
Rob
finding it here.
Carmichael's in the gravel. Rob Carmichael has gone deep, deep into the gravel. He was trying to overtake the 05, the lead Jetta, and once again he gets off into the grass, but unlike the guys that have gone, managed to catch it, and he's managed to just turn the thing around and carry on. So he hasn't got any damage from that, thankfully.
Couple
Um,
of moments then actually, because we've also had Julian Daunt go off as well at Murray's Corner. So a couple of simultaneous sort of incidents there that have happened together.
yeah. So yeah. Uh, it can be quiet for 10 minutes, and then all it
All
takes is
go
1 minute
off.
for it all to go off. Yes. So yeah, just certainly not ideal from Michael. I don't think we'll be entirely happy about that, but at the same time,
No damage there, so
it's very easy to go into just tunnel have a tunnel mind, one track mind, and all of a sudden you have a TCR breathing down your neck, and there's not a lot you can actually do. But if you are caught napping, so, yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but thankfully Rob Carmichael is on underway, and at this time is currently in fifth place in the TCR class. And I believe he's the lead JB Simshed TCR, but the lead JB Simshed car overall is the number 8 entry of Aaron Gilbert. And Craig did have that issue earlier at Reed Park. So
Ooh.
I was up to P6, Lachlan Darren Wellington City Sport. So if you just want to continue down there from them
Next off,
onwards.
we got Lachlan Manif there, who's picked up a few spots there. He's now in 7th overall, currently sitting 4th in class in the TCR class. And as we just mentioned, the two JP Simshed cars, we've got the number 8 there, who's just picked up off the Triple Eight overall, is sitting in 4th in class with Aaron Gilbert behind the wheel. And then we've got Rob Carmichael, as as we just talked about as well, sitting there 9th overall. So he's not out of it yet. He's still fifth in class. The next car up the road is not that far, not as far away as you might think. It's only about 40 seconds. So with about 4.5 hours still to go, it's definitely not race over for Rob yet. We got in 10th place overall, got Rip Snort Racing in the number 20, who's just fallen back a little bit, possibly a mistake there because he was fighting up there with the 18, unless he's come in for. And it looks like yes, he has come in for a stop recently, around about 3 laps ago. So there you go. That's our top 10 overall at this stage. The other class leaders at this are the Gentlemen's Racing Club 352 at the moment. Being 13th overall is class leading for the Mustangs. The O5, the Aurora Legends car, still leading by about 5 laps over the Aurora 2 stage. So again, he's cruising. He's not he's not working hard. He's just kicking the laps over and having fun around the mountain. And then the lead MX5 is still the MFR Racing MX5, sitting 15th overall with about half a lap to a lap over the car.
Yeah, I do think we are going through another pit cycle. So yeah, yeah, still very interesting. Know how these pit strategies are playing out. I think at this point, we've got Martin, possibly one of the Jettas, on pit road right now, just coming out of pit lane right now after his stop. That is that's the Aurora 2 team who are 5 laps down, and having a bit of tough time, I think, there. But yeah, like looks like the actual window is about 35 to 40. So it's definitely not an even number, and when it's not an even number, it can be easy to lose track of the pit strategies, which does make it pretty interesting for us and for on at home, see how this race will play out. But yeah, things seem to have settled down a little bit now. Not really that much to speak of on terms of on track battles.
And it looks like we just had a bit of correspondence from the 089 car, the teammate of the current driver in the car, Egan. He's come over and said that unfortunately they had an internet dropout from second in class, and now they're sitting at the back of the class positions, but they're still on the same lap as us.
And we are a big moment for '05 of Richard Andrews Jetta at the chase. Yeah, again, he's had another issue with another GD4, but this time he's dropped it into the dirt, and because of that, he's turned into, I think, the 16th Porsche. Just because he just lost control, and then he's just spun it backwards. Appear to be that much damage on his car. And let me have a look at this. It was Fitzroy Clement of Azure Motorsport. Um, Thankfully for him, not that much damage that I can tell. He did tour the grass. Let me just check his on damage. He seems to be pretty straight at this point in time, but yeah, a bit unfortunate for lead Jetta there. Heading in the chase. Thankfully Richard has got it back underway. And thankfully he does have considerable lead at this time in the race.
Hmm.
So yeah, bit of a moment there, and
However,
we
he
will see
has
more and more
fallen
of that.
behind. So he has fallen now behind the 011 at MX5.
Uh, yeah. Um,
Just say
uh,
a big hello to Edward Foster, who's just jumped in and said hello in the socials. G'day, Ed. How are you? Enjoying the stream, buddy? I hope you are.
So yeah, hope you're enjoying the race, Edward, at home, and yeah, you're pretty handy commentator yourself. Currently commentating in two big super broadcast on Simshed TV on Tuesday nights. If you want to tune on that, he gets in the commentary box with his good mate Dave Douglas, and they put on quite a show there. So if you're interested in some V8 supercar action, tune nights on Simshed Broadcasting. But yeah, just going back to our race right now. Yeah, just this is where the real endurance and stamina of team endurance racing really comes into effect. As we're about 90 minutes in this race, and some drivers out there have been in the car since the very beginning. I think it's still about a 50-50 split in terms of cars that have and cars that haven't changed their drivers. So we
Sorry
are
to
start.
interrupt there. We've got a bit of a argument going on here between the 17 TCR and the 00 Stonks racing car. Stonks car was trying to overtake the TCR, and it was trying to defend its lap, just trying to stay on the lead lap there. But unfortunately, the Porsche just has way more straight line speed and just goes around in there.
Yeah, so not really sure why you get that aggressive, especially when you're not even the same class. But then again, I'm not really in the mind of one performance racing of Dylan Shepard at this point in time. Maybe it's just a little bit of pride there, knowing that he is up for any and every on track fight that he has to find himself in. But yeah, he is now a lap down, and yeah, now it's just the two lead TCRs and the second GD4 lap on 10 lappers, 00 Stonks Racing, who, yeah, again, they've got a 65-second lead over CBT Racing, the 94 TCR. So, yeah, they're just, running away with it, doing everything they need to do, and that's all that they need to do, really. Um, there's not really much you can do, really. Much they can do, really. They're just doing everything perfectly right now.
And yes, we've just recognised something else. Edward Foster's come over and said there's a lot of bent up cars. Yes, had a lot of
Yeah.
uh, call it impatience from a few drivers
Yeah.
earlier in the stints. And unfortunately, they're all sort of sitting out there with a little bit of damage from the start of the race that they're just trying to get through to the next pit window. Because if they get through to the next pit window, they can use up their fast repairs and get going again. But eh, none of them look as clean as the leaders at the moment, who are just
Yeah.
driving away with it.
Yeah, I still see the number 10 MX5, still got, damage on the front, with his bonnet. So yeah, it's been quite a few incidents so far in this race already. We've got what 4.5 hours left to go. So yeah, chances are there'll still be more incidents to come. Also, something interesting. We haven't actually that many incidents at Forest Elbow as of late. What we alluded to earlier was possibly the cars getting a little bit unsettled because of the eyes just before the downhill section of Forest Elbow. So maybe because of the cars, circulating out there, maybe it's up the track, made that a little bit more grippy, and now it's much more manageable. But at the end of the day, we are only theorizing. But still, I imagine it shaky, sketchy the track at this time.
Definitely. And as we sort of move on and progress throughout the race as well, the cars will produce a lot of marbles, a lot of dirt on the get flicked off the track onto the racing line, and it'll become quite treacherous out there and quite a lot more difficult for drivers. So that corner, it will eventually sort of become a one line corner where if they don't nail the line, they are going to end up in the wall, and that'll be something to watch as we move on through the race as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, so yeah. Uh, Hopefully I don't pull the phase curse, but race is plot along pretty nicely for most cars out there. We do have a battle position track, but on the same class, the '05 of the Legends Andrews has caught up back of the '11 MX5 of Benjamin Wynn. Still appears to have some internet connection at this point in time. So still, he seems to be plodding along okay at the moment, but all it takes is 1 minute internet dropout, and that's the whole race gone. I've been there, and it's very, very unpleasant, especially when they put in the hard work and they're currently leading the MX5 class.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting it'll be another good thing to see here is where the cars make up their speed. So it appears as though the MX5 has a lot more corner speed. It can really throw it in corners and grip up a lot better, whereas Jetta is just a powerhouse down the straight. Got a lot more horsepower, a lot more straight line speed.
Yeah, most cars on their own at this point have got the '94 plate car close to the track right now, but they're not fighting for position. Plate car being a lap behind.
Oh, and I think the 94's just clipped the wall there. Just got a bit loose coming across the top, and he's just backed it into the wall. Looks to have
Yeah,
gotten away with it, but yeah, bit of contact there. Hopefully, it's not too much damage for him, and he's lead there.
yeah, he just got wide. He just got a little bit wide. I don't think he got too much damage there. I think he got a bit sideways on the curbing, but that's as close as you want to get. Uh, no, he is underway now. He is still underway, and yeah, he is currently 68, 69 seconds behind the lead BD4 in first place.
Hopefully, yeah, for his sake,
I
he
think we
hasn't got.
might have had a moment. Yeah, the '11 has had a moment at Murray's Corner. I think he just locked up the rears on exit, has gone a bit wide, and thankfully he's managed to keep it out of the tyre wall. But yeah, just a little bit of a moment for Benjamin Wheeler there. So the '05 has gone back around him, and and Richard Andrews has got it back into 10th place overall in Volkswagen Jetta, and still maintaining a 5-lap lead over the sister car of the 21 Volkswagen Jetta, who's currently 5 laps behind. Um, so yeah, still a big, big margin between Jettas at this race.
Yeah, and even though the '05 does have a fair bit of quite a bit of damage to that left hand side, the left hand front, he's still out there, still got a lot of gap over the next car, and at this stage, his best bet is just to go until he runs out of fuel, take that fast repair, and then keep going again.
Absolutely.
So we've got Ed Foster saying, good to see a lot of the Jettas out there. Yes, Jettas out there, and it's an underrepresented car, and it's awesome.
Yeah, one of the things about sim racing, um, people just generally don't like the slower cars that are on offer, like the Mustang, the Jetta, Jack Solstice, another one. And that's pure, the actual sense of speed, just at the moment just isn't there. You don't get the wind in your face when you're in them. So yeah, it is definitely good to see quite a few Jettas, and we've got quite a few MX5s, still circulating out there. We still got 4 MX5s out there, which is fantastic to see. So yeah, but unfortunately, that's just one of the things about sim racing in this day and age, where they still haven't really mastered that sense of speed and air being flicked into your face at this time. So
Mm.
yeah, it's just one of the downsides of sim racing. But hopefully, the Dolphins iRacing R&D department can work a fix into that at some would be fantastic. But
Um, Sorry to interrupt. I just had a notification. Big shout out, massive shout out to Yuan for following us on Twitch. Thanks, mate. Hopefully, you can um turn on some notifications and drop into some more future streams as well.
And
Oh,
we've
and
got another incident at Murray's Corner with Julian Dauncey, who's currently running in place in the MX5 class. Yeah, just got under brakes. He got onto the grass and it's spun the car around. Thankfully, no damage, and he's managed to get away again. But yeah, that's just one of the things
mm,
about map panorama that's not actually talked about that often. No, the grass is actually close to the racing line and to the braking for quite a few of the Murray's Court, Griffins Bend, and a few others, and a few other corners around the track. So yeah, that's actually pretty easy. You just
mm,
all it takes is to just drift a little bit to the right hand side and you grass, and once you're on the brakes, you just grass and happens. So yeah,
and the other thing that adds to that is a lot of these cars, iRacing being a heavily American-based game, a lot of the cars are a left-hand drive variant of the vehicle, which turns basically means that you're now on the other side of the car. You can't see that side of the track very well, and for a lot of people that aren't super spot on with their peripheral vision and their drive and their car awareness, they can sometimes just misjudge that line a little bit too much, and they'll end up off in the grass.
yeah, absolutely. Because that's one of the big things. Us Australians and especially like we have to absolutely know for all these, for most of the cars on the service, where all are, so that we're not, getting close to the fence or close to the grass or close to the other cars. It's very easy, because we're all so used to right-hand drive cars that when we get into a left-hand drive car, all our dimensions, geometry of where we actually are relative to the rest of the car is out of whack. It's gone out the window. So yeah, and also as well to just add to the 22, it is a one-car team. Nancy doing the whole 6 hours solo. So yeah, probably some fatigue going on. He's currently on his 35th lap, close to 2 hours into this race. And yeah, he's all over the shot. He's just off track, heading into the chase, and he just and he just got a bit sideways coming out of the chase as
Ooh.
well. So got pit stops currently going on right now. We've got Wood Vermont, Dylan DeBono, and Mark Newton Road.
Sorry to interrupt there, Josh. We've got a really big ding dong battle going on here between car number 8 and car number 18. They're all over each other at the moment. 18's trying to get past Aaron in the car number 8, and they come down the mountain at the moment.
Yes, and also as well, car 18 has actually done a drive change last few laps. Darren Winton has handed the car over to Tommy Sorted. Apologies if I've mispronounced that, but yeah, they're really going at it right now, and they are fighting for position. So
Mm.
yeah, yeah. Car 8,
Hopefully, we can.
Aaron Gilbert out to the left-hand side to try and get Tommy out of the slips, but he gets the overspeed and he gets the move done. Question is now, will Aaron Gilbert have another look in the race? We'll see. And he had a look, but he's elected to stay behind, which was a smart move. He didn't have the overspeed on him. So we'll see if this battle continues, but over the past few laps, Aaron Gilbert done a 219, 218, 7, and a 219.5. So, whereas with Tommy, he has done a 220, a 216, and 218. So, at this stage, you expect the car 18 to not pull away from at this time, and that was a third place in this race as well. We also to update the 00 car, we've got a drive change there with coming off incredible laps in. He has handed the car over to Zach Bates. So driver change.
had another follower on Twitch. Or I'll try. So we've got Flamin Damon AYE has jumped on the follow. Thank man. Hopefully you can tune into our next Twitch streams that are coming up on Tuesday and Thursday night for the Phoenix Super and the Brooksians Cup as well.
Got more dramas on track.
Oh, and we've got a moment.
Oh, we got incident on the tracks as well at the same time. Cars going everywhere at this point. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, we got the 21 basically sideswiped Michael Aaron Smith race because he got into the fast. They seem to have there's more on the track. Let me just
We heard a bit of a moment at the top of the mountain as well for the CBT racing car with Dylan DeBono. He's just made a little mistake coming through the tipper, caught the inside wall, and it spat him into the outside wall as well. So all
yeah,
going off at the moment there,
yeah,
JCW.
he just turned in a bit too early. I wonder if he's got hearing damage from that. Might be going a bit slowly here. And he is coming into pit lane.
As you said before, we are right at that pit window as well, so it could possibly be that it might
I
not go
think also
too
as well,
much.
Dylan DeMono's actually only just gotten into the car. That was his outlap.
Oh
So,
no!
really rough outlap for Dylan DeBono, who only just got the car the previous lap from Jackson Harlow. Did a really good job there. So, what this means now is the 16 of his sport with Michael Aaron Smith, who did have that moment 21 Aurora 2 team car in the chase, is now currently in second place right now. So yeah, it's very interesting to note that this wasn't the case at all a few laps ago, but in first, second, sixth are all cars, and the third place
I actually think it
CR.
might actually be the top 5 that are GT4 cars at this stage because the
Yeah,
94 is still in the lane.
and just to add, a 94 CBT racing car, they've elected to another drive change. They've taken Dylan DeBono out after only just one lap, and they put Kobe Williams in there. So, yeah, and that's one of the other things as well. When you're jumping into a car after it's been running for a couple hours and it's your first lap, you're kind of thrown in the deep end because you're surrounded by guys who are really used to conditions. They're really used to their braking point, all in the zone. Whereas you're basically out there on your first lap, and you're trying to just get a reading on what the conditions are like, how much grip you've got, and it's a really, really daunting prospect, especially when it's a multi-class race around Mount Panorama.
Yeah, I think he had I do believe he had a Porsche coming up behind him as well, which being on, they are mildly quicker as well. They're about maybe a second to a second and a half quicker a lap with right driver's hands, but it,
I just got a bit of a question as to what has happened with 22 of the LND Racing Julian Delancey car, and can't find him on track at the moment.
it looks like he might have had because he had a moment earlier and then he had to come back to the pit lane, and he's like disconnected. So I'm wondering if there's a bit of a combination of internet along with a bit of damage, and he's just he hasn't quite been able to get back out on track at this stage.
Yeah, so he has disconnected race. Yeah, he just he was having a few moments all over the shot. It wasn't in the right spot, and he basically just all he did was basically drive into the escape road at Hell Corner, parked it up, and he towed it back to the pit lane, and he hasn't got back in the car since. So quite possibly the number 20 Racing MX-5 has parked it for the race, which is a bit of a shame to see. That we lost a MX-5, but we still do have 3 MX-5s on track at the moment. I think we've just had change for position in MX-5 class. The number 10 Rock Solid Racing car of Josh Haynes has just gone past and is having an on-track battle with Mark Newton. Let's just see if they've had a pit stops.
They're
Yeah,
changing position again now at the moment
yeah,
up the
they're
mountain as
side
we
by
speak.
side, heading up Mountain Straight, and yeah, the 011 has had a driver change as well, and a pit stop. Mark Newton taken over the car from Benjamin Wheeler, and right now he finds himself basically side by side, and now behind number 10, Josh Haynes, who's been in the car since the very start of the race. So yeah, he is that the number 10 is a two-car team, but yeah, Josh Haynes has done all the laps so far, so there will be a driver change later on. Maybe they're just leading this race 3 hours and 3 hours. Um,
Mm.
yeah, good to see a bit of a ding-dong battle between the MX-5s. It's always really good to see, the lower class cars have on-track fights. Um, yeah, but like even though we love seeing the GD4 cars race, it is good to see lower class cars, have a good go at racing one another.
Josh Haynes, actually, his teammate at the moment is Cooper Allen, who did get in the car earlier, but he got had quite a bit of damage on his outlap and had to go back to the pits. He's jumped out of the car. I think he's having a few internet issues as well because he's disconnected and reconnected a couple times so far. So unfortunate
Um,
that they're struggling with their internet, but hopefully Cooper can get it up for later in the race.
and there's also another on-track battle in between two JP Simshed TCR cars of Ray Oliver and Blake Urquhart. And also Blake Urquhart actually passed Ray Oliver on Mountain Straight while we were going down the MX5s, and big moment for Ray Oliver in the dipper there. That's don't really want to do that.
I think,
Um,
well, that's what we talked about before with that lift off oversteer. He's come off the throttle going through the dipper. The back's just stepped out, got out on the marbles, and yeah, not a good moment for him. Hopefully, he can collect himself and get back going. And he's
yeah,
only just jumped in the car there, and fresh mind, so cold tires. Yeah,
yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, once again, it's always very daunting to go out on track because like the guy who's racing right now, Blake Urquhart, he's got about 10 to 13 laps under his belt, so he's got this track figured out. Whereas Ray Oliver is still in that learning phase. He's still trying to work out what tools he's got to play with here, but he thankfully still pretty close to him. Um, so yeah, I don't think that on-track battle will die down anytime soon either. Really good to see, and as well, the two lead MX5s, they're still quite, they're still fighting, still pretty close on track. Updating the last lap times, Mark Newton set a 2:36 on that last lap, whereas Josh Haynes did a 2:36 flat, and that 2:36 MFR Racing MX5 and the 011 car, that was actually their fast lap of the whole day so far. So these two guys are really pumping hard right now. At this point in time, Josh Haynes is starting to pull a bit of a gap away. And it's really good to see that he had a really good fight back after getting into that instant at repark with GD4 and the TCR earlier in the day where he just got the tiniest bit of contact, and all it takes is a little bit of contact. So he's still got a bit of damage to his bonnet. From his standpoint, he can clearly see a piece of the bonnet sticking up, which is certainly not ideal, but currently he is leading in the MX5 class and trying to pull away from the 011. So things aren't looking too bad for the number 10 Rock Solid Racing car. I
we're
think
hearing
possibly.
reports Ray Oliver might have had a moment, and yes, but Ray Oliver backwards in the wall here at the dipper.
Yeah, yeah, I think again, it's as you were saying, Lachlan, it's that lift off oversteer, and he's just spun the whole car around. It's just snapped on him, and he's facing the wrong way at the dipper and managed to get going. I think he got a tiny bit of damage, but not a huge amount. So
Mm,
obviously he still hasn't really got a handle on the track yet. What he needs to do right now is just sell his mind, take a few deep breaths and just get on with the job. So he does have a little bit of damage to it on it, then a little bit of splendor damage as well, which won't help the turn in. But he is underway again, and car seems to be pretty healthy for the moment, so they are able to carry on, and they don't have to come in and take another fast repair.
yeah. It's one of those moments where if you run a little bit wide, get it a little bit sideways, and then get up on those marbles that are just off the line, racing line. Once you're on those marbles, it's almost impossible to catch the car again. And as unfortunate as it is, it's a bit of a driver error there.
We also got a real battle going on for place right now in GT4 class with Aaron Gilbert and Bryce McDonald, who seems to have been a bit. It seems we seem to be talking about him every 10 minutes. So we seem to be on the focusing on the car every 10 minutes. So on this race, they've been pretty eventful. And Bryce McDonald sending it down the inside of the chase, and Aaron Gilbert doesn't fight too hard, but he gets back at him side by side as they head down towards Murray's corner. So, what's going to happen here? Aaron Gilbert decides to pop back in behind, and I imagine he'll have another crack, possibly into Griffin's men.
It's good racing. It's what we want to see. We want to see the action. We want to see them side by side. We want to see them battling away for this. And big shout out to these guys going at it and entertaining all of us.
And then just making their way around the lead jet of the 05 over the Legends car right now. And I think that's just hampered Aaron Gilbert a little bit there. But then again, I don't know if Aaron Gilbert was actually that keen on fighting the car right now. Just on that last lap, Bryce McDonald did it 18.191 versus Aaron Gilbert 2.95. So, maybe Aaron's, seeing the 20 car of Bryce McDonald come in is just don't let him go, not find too hard, and just focus on the race, because Bryce McDonald right now is getting a bit of a gap as he's just going around the outside of one of the MX-5s now, and he's managed to off the fence there. So yeah, I think Aaron Gilbert's let the 20 car go in that instant. Oh, big moment with Aaron Gilbert, Michael Ferrazzi. Rev It Up Racing Esports 06, not the 089 car. So yeah, still quite a few close moments up at the top of the mountain.
No contact, but yeah, it was
It was
probably
really,
what do they call
really
it?
close. Probably a bit too
A
close.
cigarette paper in it.
Yeah, we're getting close to the 2 hour mark of this race now. So this race is just flying by. I hope you're enjoying this at home as much as we are in the combox. Stonks Racing, they've got a whole lap on the entire field of this race. They are leading by over 2.5 minutes now. They have lapped the field, which is very, very impressive. And Zach Bates has actually just set the fastest lap of the race at 2:08. That's, we can clearly see now that that those two are the combination. I don't want to put the curse on them because they're doing a fantastic job, but they are looking very, very strong now.
And I think you've got two very good drivers with Zach Bates and as we found out, not Lewis Berger, but Cody Borcher there. Two very, very strong drivers there, and clearly showing that they're above and beyond the Call of Duty. So
Yeah,
as they
absolutely. And the other very
lap the
impressive thing
MX-5
is
there.
too is they've got a completely clean car, and I can guarantee you that they have not taken a single one of their fast repairs.
Yeah, exactly. And
So yeah, that they're on lap 50 right now, and they don't have a scratch on their car. Almost 2 hours in. So at this stage, we're looking about 150 laps completed at the end of this race. So a fair old distance, not quite the full 1,000 kilometers. But yeah, they're in a very commanding position.
the number 111 still chugging around out there as well. Hark back to him. He's quite a bit of damage on the front of the car, but he's still ticking on. He's still getting the laps
Yeah,
in. Hopefully they'll come into the pit lane soon and get the front of that car all fixed up.
yeah, yeah. They do about 5 to 6 seconds a lap. At the moment, so certainly not ideal. Currently sitting in 12th place overall, but 6th place in class, and I believe he is a lap down on the next DD4 car, which is JP Simshed number 8 car. Not quite, about half a lap behind the 8 car of Aaron Gilbert.
Mm.
But certainly not ideal right now. He's, the longer he stays out at this point, doesn't, come in to fix his repairs, to fix his damage, sorry, the more time he's going to lose. So certainly not an ideal situation. And yeah, that's just one of the hard things. Again, we mentioned it earlier. John Halloran is the only driver in the Triple One car, so he's doing the whole race solo. So with all circumstances considered,
Oh, sorry, we've got a bit of a moment here for the number 94 car, Kobe Williams. He's the wall at the dipper. So a little bit of an internet issue with Kobe, but yeah, he's had a moment going through the dipper, and we've just caught the aftermath of it with the back of the car coming around and got a
yeah,
fair bit of damage to the front left of the car.
and that's a real shame as well because we've been saying it earlier. The 94th place runner overall in this race, they were leading their class by quite a margin. Now they're currently sitting third place, and yeah, I'm just wondering if they might be set to park the car because Kobe Williams has got quite a few internet issues now. So yeah, it looks like they might be still on track, but it's very hard to see because they've got really poor connection.
Yeah, he keeps
And I'm just
disappearing
they're
and
just flashing
yeah,
in and out on my screen. So
yeah. Well,
yeah,
hopefully for their sake they can keep going and it improves. But yeah, at this stage, yeah, they're not looking good at the moment.
yeah.
Bit of damage to the car and
So
some
yeah, so
blinky
like
build technology.
yeah, and I
Oh,
think another car's hit the wall at McPhillamy. Another car's hit the wall. At McPhillamy there. Don't even see who that
no,
was.
the number 14 it looks like of Nathan Hearn.
Yeah, I just caught the end of that. Yeah, he gave that wall a fair whack. Yeah, just carried a bit too much speed. Gave the wall a good rub. Got sideways in McPark, but somehow saves it. Max, a really good job saving that. And he has managed to keep going. I just wonder if he's got some steering damage from that. Doesn't look like it. He might have a slight little bit of right hand down, but then again, he is coming down Conrod Straight, and if you have walked, but you do know that it definitely does have a crown in the middle of the road. It's pretty severe. Um, so yeah, we'll just have to keep an eye on him. He's currently in second place in class right now, behind the 43 of One Performance Racing, currently leading the class. And they're not leading it by much. They're only leading it by about 10, 15 seconds over the 14 over the car. So yeah, the TCR race has really come alive thanks to the 94 CBT racing car. So the race for the lead TCR car, the TCR class is back on. It's really heating up.
Definitely, and it's what we want to see. We want to see good hard battling for the win, and want to see these guys fighting right up to the last 5 minutes of the race. We want and I can't wait to see how it all goes, and where we'll be in another 4 hours time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also as well, we haven't spoken about the two Mustangs recently, but the gap between those two have really closed up. It's only about 10 to 15 seconds as well that the 352 has got over the 173 car. Paul Nichols only recently stepped into the 352 car, whereas the 173 has also done a drive change. Peter Madison getting back into the car after his fantastic opening. So yeah, those two Gentlemen's Racing Club cars, even though they're only two Mustangs in the Mustang class at the moment, in this race, sorry, they're still doing the same strategy, which is fairly interesting. Honest, if there's two cars fighting there from the same team, you would almost expect that at least one of the cars will try and have an alternate strategy and pass the other um, through same strategy and overcuts and undercuts. But it doesn't appear to be that way between Gentlemen's Racing Club cars. They seem to be on the same strategy, and yeah, I mean it is working out for them. Both their cars look pretty clean at the moment. No damage that I can see. Yeah. So the Mustang battle is still, on as well. Even though, I think it was I think it was, even though I don't remember which one it is, but one of the cars had like a half a lap lead, about 20 to 30 minutes ago, but now it's closed right back up to about 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think there might have been a moment there. I'll so just as we hit the 2 hour mark here, guys, I would like to hand you over to my good friend here, Jake Saddington, take over for me an hour or two. So, thank you everyone for tuning in and guys towards.
So yeah, at this point, just over 2 hours in the race, Stonks Racing, still with that commanding lead, over a lap, now, just in the Zero Autosport car. And then, it's fairly close with TD Sport, only not that far behind them, as well as the 20 car Ripstorm Racing. So for set from P2 to P5 in the GT4 class, it is still pretty close at this. We have also recently covered the TCR class and how close that is, thanks to the 94 racing car. The two Mustangs, as we discussed earlier, they're still very close on track. The Aurora Legends 05 car, we haven't spoken that much about them, but they have been actually extending their lead. I believe it is now 8-lap lead over the 21 Aurora 2 team, who are really having a really tough time of things. And in the MX5 class, we've got the number 10 Rock Solid Racing car, um, in that class. And he's got about a 10, 15-second lead, not even to the length of he's got over the 011 car. So if Jake Sutton is here, which I believe he is, we'll just say hello to Jake Sutton. Jake Sutton. Jake Sutton, how you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, JCW. Yeah, thank you for first broadcast for SimShed Broadcasting. So I'm looking for the challenge.
So just wondering, have you been keeping an eye on the race so far? And if you have, what?
Yeah, I've watched most of it and quite a few mistakes, and that pace of Zach Bates and Cody Bircher is I've never seen anything like it in online broadcasting. To put a whole lap on the next same class in only a 6-hour race they've done a phenomenal.
Yeah, they really have. It's really interesting. Zach Bates, he came out, we were me and Lachlan were kind of wondering whether Zach Bates would have a similar pace, and then only a few laps into the stint, he bangs out the fastest lap of the race at made. So yeah, they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. And Yeah, and the battle going on the minor placing, in the GD4 class is, going pretty well. Is pretty juicy as well. And also the TCR class. So we've still got quite a few on-track battles at the moment. Yeah, JPS Simshed cars battling pretty hardly for position right now with Ray Oliver just getting side by side into the chase. And yeah, those two fighting off. Just as I say that, Blake Urquhart, locks the car up, gets a little bit wide in Howard Scorn, and yeah, Ray Oliver just gets by once again. So, the two JPS Simshed TCR cars are really fighting hard. They're fighting for 9th place overall and 4th place in the TCR class at the moment. So yeah, really good fight between those guys at this.
And certainly been one great to watch. Just watched Ray Oliver almost hit the wall going through Griffin's Bend, so pushing hard, trying to keep up with Ray Oliver. Oh no! Like Urquhart just nudged the wall. Just before they entered Reed Park there. Doesn't look like too much damage. He's gonna keep going, but oh no! There's a car spun at at Silman Park. One of the Porsches, I want to say. That is the number 089 Mazda. My apologies, getting that call wrong. Michael Fitzari.
Yeah, and I've just seen, yeah, he's missing the entire front end of his car. Yeah, and he had oh, he actually got a little bit of a helping from behind by Ray Oliver there, who really closed up very quickly on him. And yeah, we'll see what the stewards have to say about that one. But yeah, that's really not gone well for Michael Ferrazzi and the Rev It Up
Oh.
race.
And
Yeah, they've got quite a lot of damage to the front of the car. They have to come lane. That's just way too much damage to soldier on with. So yeah, I'll have to have another look at that from Ray Oliver's perspective. But yeah, that almost just looked a little bit, impatient and clumsy. Just might have another onboard replay of that. Yeah, I think maybe just a little bit too eager from Ray Oliver's standpoint. He very well could have, forced the issue to go side by side with him at midfield bin park and possibly made it work. But yeah, that was a bit clumsy from Ray Oliver's part, but have to wait and see what you have to say about that little. But that has really, hampered Michael Ferrazzi and the Rev It Up Racing team's day, as he's just gone off the track race again. So yeah, there is no front end on that Mazda. Basically, it's engine bay and 2 tires and the headlamp. So yeah, he comes in the pit lane right now. He was running 30 in the MX-5 class, but yeah, because there's only 3 MX-5s on the road at the moment, he will keep P3, but he is going to lose time to the 2 leaders of the Rock Solid Racing MFR Racing MX-5 cars.
yeah. Apologies if we don't catch any battles at the moment. Like problem with our live timings, seeing gaps between. But out in the lead, it's still the Stonks Racing team of Black Baits, 1 lap ahead and increasing that lap by minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And very interesting right now, potential danger moment right here, because number 16 of Michael Aaron Smith is coming onto the back of the JPS Sim Shed TCR cars. So we'll have to wait and see if this JPS Sim Shed boys play nicely and just let Michael Aaron Smith go through, whether or not they'll just try to ignore and have their own battle, because they are still battling for position. Battling for 9th on the road and overall 9th on the road and 4th place in the TCR classes. Mark Aaron Smith goes down the inside of the number 7 of Blake Urquhart, and yeah, Ray Oliver wasn't too keen to let him go through there. He's stay up in front, and don't imagine this is Michael Aaron Smith all too much. So I have to wait and see what Ray Oliver, what those two do coming out of Elkhorn and up Mountain Straight. Oh, Ray Oliver getting a little bit sideways and into the Hell's Corner. Not going to have anywhere near the ideal overspeed, and yeah, I mean, with the push slipstream and straight line speed, it's a no contest. Michael Aaron Smith goes down the inside and takes that position.
As to John.
Yeah,
Fitzari after his
089. Yeah, so the 089 has come back on track. They have taken their fast repair. Michael Ferrazzi has stayed in the car. He is in a 2-car team, but he has done the whole race so far with Son and Baker still yet to jump in the 089 MX-5. I imagine they'll be doing that soon because we're 2.25 hours into this race. We're over the 1/3 mark. I imagine
Just
they will.
seen want to tune into the pits to top up on.
Yep. And he has elected to stay in the car, so there's no driver change there.
Inter-team battle between Ray Oliver and Baker place PCR.
And
Coming up on Halloran, I think.
yeah, Aaron Gilbert's closing the gap now. John Halloran is, I think he's laps down on Aaron Gilbert, so I don't imagine, after everything that John Halloran has been through in the past hour, I don't imagine he'll fight it too much. I think let Aaron Gilbert buy on Conroy right here. It kind of depends, he actually got a bit of a better exit out for us elbow there, so, who knows, he might actually decide to keep fight a little bit. He has actually pitted and finally taken that fast repair after limping around for, I'd say, almost half the race so far, if not. He's got some speed back in that car. His last lap was 2 minute 20 points. That was his first flying lap. So have another look to see what his lap time is this time around. It's coming around Hellcorn now, across the start finish line, and he's done 2 minute 18.4. So he's basically back to where he was at the very start of the race. His fastest lap so far is at 2 minutes 17.5. So he's got the speed back. And Aaron Gilbert did pretty much a very similar lap time, 18.3. So yeah, I imagine that these two, will actually be, they're pretty much, locked on in terms of pace. So I think, if Aaron Gilbert can get by, I think he might need a little bit of help from some follow cars and from some back markers. Yet, actually, he has just gotten around John Holleran just then, heading into cutting, so that's nice to see. But Aaron Gilbert does have to get through One Performance Racing TCR and the Rev It Up Racing Esports cars, and yeah, so the work's not done yet for Aaron Gilbert. He's still got quite a few cars to get through, but beyond that, he does have a bit more.
Sure does. And that TCR car in his sights now for that'll be 4th place over. Only 1.5 seconds the gap at the moment. Right in. Watch over the.
Absolutely.
Azure Audit car number 2, 2nd place in the
84 class.
Just do a very solid job training out lap after lap, keeping a solid pace up there. Aaron Smith started the race, handed over to Beaumont, and Aaron Smith back in the car since. Have not put a foot wrong all day. They haven't quite matched the pace of Zach Bates, who a few laps ago did the fastest lap of the race at 2.
Yeah, and I suppose in Aaron Smith's standpoint, like, you've got, a 1 lap gap to the leader. At this point, there isn't actually that much point in actually, going, 100% going, almost on qualifying laps, trying to catch up. At this point, you almost kind of need the, basically sit and wait and just stake it out almost. 00 car, just essentially, just to wait, to see if he makes a mistake. Like, it's 2.5, to 3 minute gap that he's got, the 00. So there isn't actually that much point in really going for it. At this point, you just want to consolidate P2, and you just want to essentially wait. 00 to make a mistake, but because of the speed that Zach Bates has shown so far, the consistency, that's probably not going to happen, and going to come across the line and he set his third consecutive lap in the 2-minute 40, the 2-minute 14.5, which is fast up in the race on 57. He did a 2-minute 14.7 on the next lap on lap 58, and then he did a 2-minute 14.8 on lap 59. The lap he's on lap 60 right now, so yeah, very fast, very consistent, and yeah, there's not a scratch on that 00 car, so they are doing a fantastic job. And yeah, if you're if you are Zach Bates, you might as well just roll and just drive the rest of the race out, because we are starting to approach the halfway mark of this race. It's really flying by very quickly. Coming around the outside, the 05, who just lets him go, doesn't even bother fighting him for it.
Exactly. The 05 car of Richard Andrews currently leading the way in the VW Jetta Club.
Got a solid 8-lap lead over the Aurora 2 team, the sister car. The only other Jetta that actually took the grid. So yeah, I mean, he's got quite a bit of damage on his car. Just from run-ins with faster cars. But still got a fantastic, all in soldering on.
Yeah, exactly. And class leaders that win in their respective classes at the end of the race will receive $100 prize from iRAcing Racing. Fantastic initiative by the iRAcing. Offer up prize money. Editors racing.
Yeah, and big shout out to them, putting this whole race together past, couple of weeks. They've done a really, really good job, and yeah, well, I'll have to wait and see if they'll join this and make this a regular thing. It'll be an annual thing. I'll have to wait and see on that, but it's been a fantastic event that's been run so far, and yeah, it's produced some really, really good racing.
Exactly right.
Just going back to that battle between we do have off track at the Zach Bates. I think, yeah,
So
Zach Bates, I think, has had a few in.
Yeah, he just ran wide at the exit of the chase by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Have a look at a
I
replay of
think
it
that's the
now.
first mistake I've ever seen that car do all day long.
Yeah.
So yeah, just got a little bit wide coming through the chase there, but he's still underway, no damage, and no real effect to his lead. But yeah, that's the first mistake I've seen from the 00 car on lap 60. 2 hours and 20 minutes in the race, so very, very impressive that they've managed to keep that GD4 on the track for so long.
Just watched a replay of Blake Urquhart at Murray's Bend, run slightly wide and almost hit the wall with the right-hand car. Going to show that on the replay for you. The dripping paint graphics replay.
Yeah, just a little bit of that understeer, did a really good job to save it, but yeah, just obviously didn't slow the car enough, or just underestimated the grip available to him. Yeah, so Kobe Williams has had a moment.
Bit difficult to see because often pop up on our live timings, but Kobe Williams mid connection for us at the moment. So messaging.
Yeah,
Thought that he might have gone off the track better. Well, for now.
Yeah, he doesn't appear to have any damage on the car. Yeah, actually, I take it back. He does have a little bit of damage on the front of the car. I think the bonnet's just a little bit crinkled up. But yeah, he is having a little bit of connection issue at this time. Hopefully he gets that rectified soon enough. But yeah, it's just a little bit hard to see what's happening with the 24, because yeah, Jake, you would have seen earlier in the race, they were leading, the TCR class by almost a minute at one point, and they just had a few issues since then, and it's been a real shame. Um, let's get an announcement right now.
Yeah, but back at John Halloran, he's actually been keeping pace with Gilbert. Now that since he got that damage repair, he's very well.
And Blake Harcutt is pitting. And we just got an announcement from the organisers, from the race officials, saying that there will be safety cars in the for the rest of there will be safety cars, most competitions for the rest of this race. So that'll be something that really throws a spanner into the works here. So yeah, it like depending on when these, essentially that's what they're gonna be when these, it could throw a real spanner in the works in terms of fuel strategy. So that might come as a bit of a shock to the system. So we could see a little bit of chaos on some of these safety car restarts, but especially this could really hurt some guys in terms of what they're doing for the strategy.
Yeah, and if that safety car comes out shortly, it's going to help the number 7 JP Simshek guys. Just come to the pits now, done a driver swap. Wade Michael in the car. Safety car can come out in the next whole place, jump a few people.
So
Yes.
let's change gears a moment here and have an onboard lap with Zach Bates. Sit back, turn up, and enjoy. That was Zach Bates on there, 252, still very good speed, deep into his stint there. Just clinical, really did everything perfect. Nothing really to critique there, just wow.
A driver swap for the number 8 JP Simshek car. Gilbert jumped out of the car and shoots.
Schultz was really fast earlier on. He his fast lap on lap 19, and yeah, he did run into some calamity at the top of the mountain. But yeah, Aaron Gilbert a solid stint, and yeah, Craig Schultz is now back on. I did see the number 21 Aurora 2 team car is in pit lane right now. There's no driver in there at the moment, but Adam McCloy has hopped out of the car. And I just wonder if they're going to park it. He's quite a few laps down. It is just him. It is a one-car team for the 21 Aurora 2 team, but yeah, he's just sitting on pit road. Maybe he's just having a break. Yeah, but he is, almost 9 laps down on the sister car of the 05, the Aurora Legends car of Richard Andrews and Michael Manley. So maybe he's going to park it. Have to keep an eye on that one, but hopefully he gets back out there. That will just leave us with Andrews and Michael Manley as the sole Volkswagen Jetta. Yeah, those guys will just be known for the final 3 hours. So yeah, hopefully he gets back out there, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and with Bryce McDonald making a pit stop now, that moves Jimmy Ball into 3rd place. Race Ball in that PCR class. Rip a job in there.
Yeah.
Partnering with
Yeah.
Dylan Shepherd. Hey.
And
So
we are
we'll
just
just
getting
go-
word that Kobe Williams has crashed. Let me see if I can find play of that. Yeah,
CB.
yeah, I think he's had an issue at Forest Elbow. He's still having a bit of a internet connection issue there, so not really able to see what's happened there. But I do apologize, but he might have done what a few others have done earlier in the race, which is get a little bit loose, heading to Forest Elbow and just hit the wall. And we also gained word that um, Wade Michael in the number 7 JP Simshed TCR has had a moment as well. Let me
Yeah,
just
it's at the cutting. X of the cutting.
yeah. Oh, very soft. Oh, half spun around. Oh, he got almost backed it. I think. Yeah, Zach Bates. He almost backed it. Zach Bates, GD4 car there, trying to get the car straight. And he's underway now. But yeah, that was a really, really scary moment there. And that could have changed the whole race completely if he collected the there. So yeah,
Mark
thankfully
Newton
he's
also.
underway, but does
Mark
have a
Newton, very lucky to that. Running 2nd in the MX5 Cup
yeah,
class.
yeah. So yeah, maybe that's it's a lapse on Wayne Michael's part, not paying much attention to relative page, or maybe it just doesn't have it up. But yeah, just a very, very scary moment. That's definitely not something you want to see anyone doing the chase, because yeah, not the chase, sorry, the cutting, because yeah, it is very tight and line corner. You don't actually know what's around the corner. Actually, turn around and go through the apex there. So yeah, scary moment, but thankfully cars are still running, and I think we've got the 94 racing car in the pit lane, and yeah, they've just done another driver change. Jackson Harlow came back into the car, and Kobe Williams now there. So maybe that might actually be the end of Kobe Williams' race, because yeah, he's having quite a few internet issues. He's done 19 laps so far, and there's no minimum driver laps. You can do the whole race solo, so they do have Dylan DeMono has only done 1 lap, and that was a pretty hairy lap in itself. So yeah, quite a few issues for the CBT racing car, and they have all the way down to 3rd place, and I think they are actually close to they're a lap behind the lead TCR now, the one performance racing with Jimmy Ball at the wheel of the 43 car at the moment. So yeah, almost just have to wonder what might have been for the 94 car.
Exactly. With the 05 VW Jetta, the sole remaining car race driver stop, plugging away nicely.
Richard Andrews has handed the car over back to Michael Hanley. Did start the race and set a fast lap at 2.2 in his Jetta. Yeah, we'll get back
And
out.
the 111 car is to the pitch. John Halloran's might be finishing up. He's on the race solo, but that was a brilliant stint of driving from him. Kept pace with the number 8 car that was being driven by Gilbert. Shame that he had those calamities in the race because he been in finish.
Yeah, he was showing really good pace at the start of the race, and yeah, like he just got that damage, and he did decide to carry on and not mess up his finish strategy there. He has actually hopped out of the car, so I just wonder if he's actually going to park the car or if he's having a break, if he go to the bathroom. But yeah, he's currently out of the car, and we'll see if does indeed get back into it. Uh, Updating on the number 21 Aurora 2 team car, Adam McCloy has got back in the car, is back on the track. He was stationary for quite a few minutes. His lap time on lap 45 was 11 minutes 58.1. Just goes to show how long he was sitting on pit road for. And I believe he is now 11 laps down on the 05 Aurora Legends car. So yeah, that's just one of the difficulties, doing this race solo. It's a long, hard journey, and it's 6 hours, and most racing, they just need a break at some point, just to, have a stretch and have a walk around and just get that blood flowing again. Even though this is physical work, you are still down. So back on the track right now, and yeah, hopefully. And we are getting word that Bryce McDonald has crashed in the dipper. Was following the lead GD4 Stonks racing car of Zach Bates, and he just lost it. I think he might have let me go into cockpit camera. Yeah, he just lost it in the turn in. He lost it in the turn in the yeah, I think he downshifted too harshly, and the Porsche is just not like that at all, and just half spun him, and he has flouted the right side and left side wall trying to get around again. So he has got a little bit more aerodynamic damage, but he is underway again. But yeah, he does have a bit more damage, which is a shame because he was doing really well, and I believe that he is the lead car with only one driver. So he's doing a really, really good job. So he has just come down pit lane. So he probably might be coming in that damage. He's got any steering damage, I think. I think he is right hand down a little bit in a straight line. So yeah, he's going to come in, get that fast repair, and he's going to get back out there.
Yeah, unfortunately, tried to follow the speed of Bates and quite keep that car in check. But news on the number 16 car, Beaumont's just jumped back into the car. They pit stop and go for them.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. And the big reason why they are, position number 2, both, in the GD class and in the TCR class right now, is that they just have been keeping their noses clean. Obviously, they will fall down because the 18 or actually, I think they were in P2. I think. The reason why they are in P2, they have been keeping their noses clean. And they've just been going along, and if if the 00 actually got involved and collected the number 7 JP Simshed TCR car when it was sideways at the cutting, they could have been in real prime position to take the lead of this race. So it's certainly not over for them yet. They are, if they just keep, within a lap or two of the lead, 00 car, they're still, in theory, in with a chance to win this race.
Right. Driver change at the moment. 173 car. Daly's just jumped in the car, replaced Madison.
And the 352 has stayed out an extra lap, but because that the two Germans Racing Club Mustangs have been following a very similar strategy, I think it is safe to assume to expect the 352 car coming to the pits on this lap, and possibly driver change as well. They have been doing almost identical strategies so far in this race, but I find it, me and Lachlan, we both found it very interesting that these Mustangs, the only two Mustangs, that do come from the same stable, are are copying each other and are having the same. So I assume also you, Sato, you also are a bit surprised by that.
Problem for Oliver. He hit the wall at the elbow, and now he's about to get overtaken by Turner for that looks like 8th place. Another calamity for Triple Eight JPC car. That mistake, another place.
Yeah, it's just quite a few issues for the two JP TCR cars right now. Like they almost don't look, fully comfortable right now. Like Ray Oliver and Wade Mitchell don't exactly look, super comfortable in their cars right now. So which is a bit of a worrying sign, because if you're not that comfortable around a track like Mount Panorama, there's a very real chance, of basically nosing the fence somewhere across the top of the mountain and having to get a tow back to pit lane and get a reset to get back out there. Also, another thing we have to keep in mind as we get closer and closer to the start of the second half of this race at the 3 hour mark is that there are some cars and drivers that are going to run out of fast repairs. They start the race with 6 fast repairs. They can take one every hour and make it home. But at the same time, there have been, quite a few drivers who, they've had a fast repair, they've gone back out, and they've had to take another fast repair immediately. The 111 of Redback Racing Team is a prime example of that, of John Halloran, who I think is out of the car at the moment.
Like he's having a breather at the moment. 4.5 hours in a single stint at driving, no mean feat.
Yeah,
Not surprised.
Yeah, especially in a low downforce GT4 car around Mount Panorama. Like that is, pretty physical work. It's pretty physical work in all these cars. Like, in some of the bigger 24-hour races on iRacing, you're in, GTs, you're in LMP1s, LMP2s, Daytona prototypes, and, those cars have got much more downforce, and, they are, generally speaking, than say a Mustang for 2.5 hours. So, it's hard work out there for these.
Following the Triple Eight car last little bit, and I'm just noticing struggling a lot adjusting to front wheel drive nature. Looking very twitchy and all.
Yeah, exactly. And also as well, this is a fixed setup race, let's not forget. So Ray Oliver just going a little bit wide and getting a bit of it. He's in the wall. Ray Oliver really sad a moment there. He got on the exit curb coming out of the chase, and he got sideways and just nosed it into the fence, kind of similar to, I think, Radicic about 10-15 years ago, where he just nosed it into the tyre barrier and is coming to pit lane. But yeah, I mean, let's not forget that the TCR was one of the first, more high-powered front-wheel drive cars to come into iRacing, and most of the time on iRacing, most drivers, race in rear-wheel drive, cars. So like, jumping into a TCR car is, definitely a very, very different experience. I remember when I first, started, it was a bit of a, it was just, different even getting the car out pit lane, let alone racing with it. So Yeah, the TCR cars are definitely a very different machine to drive. Yeah, that's a real shame for Ray Oliver there.
Having a look now at the leading car at the moment, Black Bates continuing a charge, driving say close to 1.5 to 2 hours. It wasn't put a fault wrong except for that slight excursion at the exit chase.
Yeah, and he's actually even bettered the fast lap of the race. He did a 2:14 point on lap 68, and he did 15.4 on the next lap, and a 45 on the lap previous one. He's on now. He's on lap 71, and it's so impressive to be in the car for like an hour and a half, and still be pumping out super solid lap times. 42 in a GT4 around Bathurst is it's no easy feat. He's really driving well on the racing line. And he's driving almost similar to a Q-Lap. He's quite using quite a lot of road. But the big thing is comfortable, in control. There's not really a single moment where he looks like he's really solid and really planted, and that's with a fixed setup, which is
Just shows the class of driver that he is. All the best drivers are the ones that leave by no room for margin. They can just drive through that lap after lap after lap.
a little bit of a catch up with Paul. I don't think he's actually come in the pit lane. Which is really strange. Which is pretty strange because we saw the 173 come into pit lane and do a driver change, but the 352 is carried on. So maybe we've put the curse on them, and maybe the 352 has tried to do a bit of an alternate strategy to the 173. Like, we are close to the 3-hour mark, and maybe they're thinking, okay, if we want to win this race over our teammates and the sister car, we need to do something a little bit different. And I definitely applaud that. It's great to see drivers and teams have a bit of a throw of the dice and take a bit of a risk in these non-endurance races. Now, the thing with these big long races is you can actually take a risk, and if it doesn't pay off, you can actually for the time you lost back. Whereas if you're in like in an oval race, or in like a 30-minute race, short quick race that happens on iRacing every single hour, if you take a risk, that's your race done. So I definitely applaud the 352 in the second Gentleman's Racing Club car entry to take a bit of a different alternate strategy here. So definitely interesting to see what happens in that Ford Mustang battle.
Exactly. Definitely want to see which strategy is going to come out. Know that the safety car is primed and ready at any moment if a car runs off the road. So by going long, help them out.
Yeah, absolutely. That might be what they're thinking. They might be thinking, we could get a free pit stop here if we just try and hold out for that safety car, because like that announcement went out to all drivers and teams, so all the teams are aware that there very well could be a safety car at any moment. And we've got Dylan Shepherd in the wall at Reed Park. That's big damage. Yeah. Have a little bit of a look
Oh,
back to see what happened
that's a
there.
big bingle. That's the Triple Eight car involved as well.
And I think the 05 is
Oh,
involved as well. So let's have a look back at what caused all that. So the Triple Eight of Ray Oliver, he's coming up behind the 05. He goes down the right side. He hits the, and then actually a little bit of net code there for Michael Manley. So he goes sideways. He's across the track at Reed Park, and then it's
oh,
Dylan Shepherd that comes
had
along.
nowhere
So
to
then
go.
there's two cars on the track, and then it's the number 10 MX5 who was lead quite a lot of this race in the
Oh,
MX5 class,
the number
and
10 car
Jackson
did nothing
Arlo.
wrong. Number 10 car did nothing wrong. It was on the brake slowing down, and it's the car behind the number 94 car that hasn't seen the in too late and it's hit the back
Yeah.
of the 10 car into the.
But like that's 4 or 5 cars all involved in that, and that's a real big shame. Um, yeah, because like it's hard to put a real there because there was a lot of netcode in between the '05 and the Triple Eight car. So
Yeah.
just one of the real unfortunate things about sim racing, when you get that little bit of netcode, and yeah, iRacing just uh, obviously, just can't, keep real pace. Basically, with where all the cars are, with internet and drivers all around the world, unfortunately, that some of those incidents can actually happen. So that's really, really unfortunate. That's wrecked quite a few cars' days.
Yeah, just had a driver change for the lead car. Cody Bircher jumping back in the car, replacing brilliant stint by Zach Bates. Following Craig Schultz at the moment, he's behind a Julian Harlow in the 94 TCR car. Expect the 94 car to let the number 8 car through a couple of laps.
So the number 10 Mazda who was involved is actually leaving pit road right now. Currently in second place, I believe, in class, but I've lost close to a lap on the 011 car of MF Racing MX-5. So it's close to a lap. So yeah, real disappointing for them. But they've still got a chance. They can still finish first in the MX-5 class, and the '05, the Legends Jetta was actually involved in that as well, as we did say earlier. Thankfully, he has gone back onto the track, and he still has that sizable 9-10 lap lead over the sister car of the Aurora 2 team in the 21 Jetta.
The 05 Jetta, seconds back from the 10 car back now. I wonder if he stayed out of the
No,
pits.
he just came out of pit lane, got
Just
a
came out
fast
of the pit
repair.
lanes. Old tyres now.
And like, if you are the '05 car, you still got 9 to 10 laps over the second place sister car of the Aurora 2 team, the number 21. So realistically, there's not a lot, to be gained from risking it going a little bit faster at this. So, he'd be just going back in the cruise control, and just trying to ensure he doesn't use any fast repairs that he doesn't need. At this point in time, we've got uh, the 00 did do a driver change, so Lewis Boogier, the A-list, as we now know, has just gone back in the car, just going past the number 20 of Bryce McDonald, who is obviously a lap down at this. So actually, I think he's 2 laps down now. So yeah, just just goes to show how big the gaps are at this. We are just about to cross over the 3-hour mark of the race. There seems to be a very dicey battle going on between Craig Schultz and Jackson Harlow. They're not on the lead lap, and not even the same class, but yeah, Jackson Harlow all over the back of Craig Schultz. Now he's going side by side, and Conrad straight, but he has to tuck back in. Just has the advantage over the Audi in the straight line. I definitely expect him to try and make a move. This could be really dicey. And I guess if I was Craig Schultz, like, you've got a bit of a gap to 18 car, like, close to a quarter of a lap. Maybe it might just be best to just play it safe and just let Jackson Harlow go. Just try and settle down in rhythm and just basically use him as a marker. Try and pull the way forward. Try and get back to third place in the TD Sport car with Tommy Saunders behind the wheel.
Yeah, but you go try telling a driver in a faster car to let the car in the slow class. Not
Well,
many would
it's kind
make
of
that
touch and
call.
go, really. Like Porsche has got the advantage in the straight line, but through the corners and across the top of the mountain, the Audi actually does have the advantage. Especially through those through the dipper. So he has got a bit of a gap on him now, but I do fully expect Jackson Harlow to be right back underneath that rear wing of the Porsche. Um,
Still trying to keep up with Schultz, but come back with that straight line speed the Porsche has. Might try to. Oh, he's actually nudged the ball at the grate there. Might have just escaped damage there.
got a tiny bit of damage on the right front. Still pumping hard.
No margin for error. Trying back time, not just to Schultz, cars ahead. Up the road for 24 car is like JP still
Yeah,
shed car.
and that's for position as well. That's for position 9 on the road, and for position 4 last.
In fact, that gap is closing down rapidly, down to
Yeah.
2.2 seconds for Ray Oliver.
Yeah, so Craig Schultz is in a really big pickle right now. Like, I mean, if you're interested, what do you do? Like, you could leave, you could let Jackson Harlow by. But at the same time, you've got the speed on the straights, and you don't want to be lifting off, because there's a Team Star car in front of you that's got the same amount of pace as you, just because you've got the straight line advantage. Because like the cars ahead, like the 18 car in third place has got no one in front of him, and it's got a clean track. So really tough position that that Craig Schultz finds himself in. At
Exactly right. Even a bit of a downer for Oliver having Schultz give the car behind stream to help Harlow catch back up. So it's some teammates. Schultz is unintentionally hurting his teammate there.
But like looking at lap speed, Jackson Harlow did a 2:70.7 on that last lap,
Oh,
and Ray
Oliver just
Oliver.
ran wide there.
Oh, big moment for Ray Oliver. He's
Oh,
going to have to let Jackson Harlow by here. There's no way that they side by side through front wheel drive cars. Not a chance. I was just going to say that Jackson Harlow did a 17.7 on that last lap, and Ray Oliver did a 2-minute 20.7. So I still think Ray Oliver isn't actually that comfortable in the car right now. He is making a few mistakes, and he isn't really showing the same speed that Alex Cord and Rob Carmichael was showing early in the race. Maybe he's just not that comfortable right now. That does free up Craig Schultz, and unfortunately got the lead. Volkswagen Jetta just in front of him, but I imagine that Jetta will just let him by because they've got so much more, nothing to gain at this point. And beyond that, he's got quite a bit of clear track ahead of him. We've got the 20 car of Bryce McDonald lane. He's
and the
jumped out of the
17
car.
as well. Battle of the pit crew is overall position as well.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, um, so, uh, so yeah, the 20 car of Bryce McDonald has jumped out of the car. Maybe he's taking a break, and yeah, Martin Turner, who's also another solo driver out there, just coming out of pits right now. He's going to start yet another stint. Doing a fairly good job. He was P3 when he came into the pits, so still in contention, taking the T start in hits. So if he manages to take first place in the T start by driving the whole race himself, we are getting a report. There's another incident track here. Let me just see if I can find it. So there might be something up with the Stonks racing car. Yeah, just goes wide again. Exit, just not pulling it up. Thankfully, no damage done. So he continues on his way, and They've got
Like
that massive, massive lead.
identical to what happened to Zach Bates.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah, basically letter, pretty identical. He's got 1.5 laps now on fifth Vermont in the number 16 Azure Autosport car. So yeah, it just continues to make that lead. But that's a fairly interesting that they're starting to have that little mistake at the chase where they're just going a little bit wide on exit and going into the grass. So yeah, I don't expect much drama to come from that, but that's definitely something to keep an eye on in the second half of this race.
following this battle between Schultz and Harlow. Schultz made a mistake on the previous lap by the looks of it. Harlow made a pass down the right at the elbow, and it's now stretched the legs out to half a tenth to half a second to a second.
Yeah, but now Craig Schultz in that slipstream, we know that Porsche is fast in a straight line, especially down Conroy Straight down the PCR Audi. So, going to go for a move at the chase, or is he just going to sit behind? He's having a look, but thinks better of it.
This
Yeah,
time
really
and wait
interesting.
for Harlow to make a mistake.
Yeah. So again, like these two, they're having very similar lap times, very similar in terms of pace. Oh,
Oh
he's got
no!
on the grass and he's managed to save it somehow. That was a huge moment for Craig. Really good save. Almost half spinning and got into the back of Jackson Harlow there. That could have been both of them with severe damage and having to get a tow back to pit lane there. But yeah, really good save for Craig Schultz. Really good. They recognized they was on the grass and straightened up and somehow didn't even go into the gravel trap there. So, yeah, big moment there. I thought he was.
Yeah, for the life of me, I will never know how Schultz lost Harlow there. That was unbelievable car control once he lost it.
Yeah, fantastic. And now they're coming up to the 352 Mustang, who still staying out there. He still hasn't pitted. Obviously, playing out for that safety car. He just lets the Jackson Harlow by, and I see him going to do the same for Craig Schultz. Coming up the Reed Park, where it all went wrong last time, and just the backs out of it.
Tyres on number 8 JP seems past their best at the moment. Skating around. At that grip that he once has, he's now got to adjust.
Yeah, well, he's been on track for about, 10 to 12, 13 laps now. So, he's starting to get the best out of the tyres, and he's starting to get deeper in and from this point onwards, the tyres just start going off and off and off, slowly but surely with this tyre model. So, yeah, he's not going to have the same amount of grip that he once had, and yeah, he's dropped quite a bit of time to Jackson Harlow in front, and yeah, compared to position 3 on the road in the TD Sport entry, he's got about half a lap because the Sorter Shorten is currently going up Mountain Straight right now, whereas he's still yet to enter the chase, so he's got about half a lap behind third place in the race. Like, not fully out of it, and the safety car can definitely bring him back in.
Just watched a replay of Ray Oliver getting sideways at the elbow and just hit against the wall once again.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Ray Oliver just not settled in the car right now. But yeah, he definitely got sideways and gave both the tire barrier and the fairly deep knock. Let me just got damage. I think he might have a bit of I don't think he's got that much in terms of steering damage, but it's definitely not quite center, but it is. So yeah, definitely a bit of a scary moment there for Ray Oliver. It can all go the wrong in Forest Hill, but we've seen plenty of cars over the years, nose it straight into those tires. So lucky that Ray Oliver didn't join that very long roll call just then. So still underway, but it's not that settled right now.
Wonder with the Triple A crew, might be worth just Ray Oliver in. Let him have a breather just to help him settle down.
Yeah, because he was just sideways in cutting just then. Just a little bit, definitely not as much as for Silva, but still a little bit of tire screeching and a bit of back end did step out a little bit. So he's not that, yeah, he's just not that settled right now. He just is not in that rhythm. So yeah, like it does look like he is double stinting um, for this part of the race. He has done 32 laps, so he's done the most out of the entire team. Oh, he's just nosed into the dipper.
Oh,
So he's just nosed it in the dipper. He got a bit sideways on the entry and just not pull it up, and he's on head on into the concrete wall. And yeah, that's just really unfortunate for Elva. Yeah, I think it might be best get him out of the car because he's been in there for 32, 33 laps now. And probably maybe put Rob Carmichael or Alex Court there because Rob and Alex have done 30 and 13 laps respectively. So yeah, Ray Oliver's definitely done his share for the time being, but yeah, he's just it like for the entire time I've been watching him, it doesn't seem.
oh, dude.
We're getting word that one of the Mustangs has crashed. Yeah,
173
the
car.
173
That's
car.
Jared Daly.
Yeah, he's had a moment. Oh, that's a really awkward moment. He got off the racing line to let the number 16 Porsche of Fitzroy Beaumont
Oh, and
through,
it
but
blew the engine.
Beaumont first the
He hit the
engine. Beaumont forced the issue by going down the right hand side, opposite the racing line. That's caught Jared Daly out, and from there, he just gets a bit sideways and straight into the right hand side, blown an engine, and he's towed it back to pit lane. So the 352 has actually just come into pit lane as well.
And
Who
Beaumont's just pushed that.
almost had an issue by getting onto the grass with the 16 car Fitzroy Beaumont again. I think Fitzroy Beaumont's a bit sick of seeing those Mustangs out, so he's gone past both of them in the one lap. So a real shame for the 173 Mustang there, but they did rebound, I believe, from the earlier incident. So there's no reason why they can't do that again. But unfortunately, they will go a lap down to their teammates. So yeah, definitely. They were doing really well because the Mustang really isn't that easy to drive around here over a long period of time. Yeah, they've just got caught caught out at Reed Park, which people often forget that is actually pretty easy to do there, especially if you're approaching it from an awkward angle, which we were. Have now passed the 3-hour mark in this race and still in the lead. The moniker of Lewis Boogier, the cameo in the Stonks racing car, leading by a complete lap and then some. It's I think it's over 1.5 laps now. He's got lead now, so it's definitely over a 3-minute lead, which is very impressive over 3 hours. I'm sure you can do the math at home. And then in the PCR class, we've got number 40, LEGGERA Sim Racing Esport car. They don't have the best qualifying, but they've really come up to the front well. They're currently leading the TCR class by half a lap to Dylan Shepherd in the one racing car. And as we've just mentioned, the 352 got now a 1 lap lead over the 173 sister car of the Jumpers racing car. And then we've got MX5 class, Benjamin Wheeler in the 011 class. Unfortunately, still having not fantastic internet issues. They just came in and did a driver change. Just went a little bit wide at the exit of Murray's Corner. Got on the grass, but thankfully no spin there, no damage, and just soldiers on to start his first flying lap in Lawrence.
Three off the track at the chase.
Yeah, we got the 43 around. And this is might have caught the grass on the right-hand side. No, he's just locked it up. Yeah, he broke too hard and got on the gas as he got on the grass, and he's spun the car, did a 180. Uh, had to
So
wait for a car to go through, and yeah, did a bit of a sideways wiggle. Check the sim. He's underway again, but that just hands more time. The LEGGERA Sim Racing TCR car. So yeah, but yeah, going back to what I said, Benjamin Wheeler and the MF Racing MX-5, leading the way in the MX-5 class. And he's got only a few seconds over Cooper Allen, the rock solid racing car, who's a few laps into his stint. And then in the Volkswagen Jetta class, it's still the '05 of the Legends car, Michael Manley, still leading the way over the sister car of Adam McCloy in the Aurora 2 team by 10 laps after 3 hours.
seen a pass now for third place. Schultz getting around Beaumont. It's been a solid drive from Schultz to climb up there. They were
Yeah.
down as low eighth after.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
been
Schultz is doing a
decent
really good
turn.
job right now. He seems pretty comfortable. He's doing pretty consistent lap times, averaging from like low to mid 217s up to 218s and maybe the odd 219 because of traffic. And he's still behind Jackson Harlow, still in that real pickle where he doesn't have the speed to match him over the over the top of the mountain. Once he gets like Conrod and Mountain Straight, he gains all the time back, and it's just baseless at the moment. So he's just in a real pickle at the moment. So yeah, maybe it might be worth just undercutting fuel by just a few laps, just to get away Jackson Harlow and just get some clean air, and then we can really see what he can do in that Porsche. But the thing is, I don't actually think he can go much faster what he is right now. So yeah, just one of those awkward situations where you've got a different class car ahead of you, but doing similar speeds, and you are gradually losing time to third place in front of you, creating a bigger gap. So yeah, just one of those really, really difficult situations. But he's doing pretty well, Craig Schultz. But I'll be interested to see if he comes in pit lane pretty soon.
And a couple of driver swaps happening now. We might do our own commentary swap in the booth. JCW can go and have a breather, get something to eat, and and Lokia Koijo, you turn back to the stream. What have you made of the race so far?
Well, a bit of an hour break for me. Went had lunch, and yeah, it seems like everything's sort of, other than the constant, which is the leaders right now, the Stonks racing car, which is just driving away from everyone. Everything's sort of tipped on its head at the moment, and a lot of people have moved up and down the grid. Cars that have fallen back, and a few cars that have really capitalised as well.
Wondering that 16 car of Beaumont dropped away quite a bit. It's been so long. They're down to 8th place now. We're running in.
Yeah, I think they're still in the pit lane at the moment, and there is a driver in the car, but like they're actually moving. If they may have possibly either run out of fast repairs or some sort of internet issue there.
I just went up onto Jacks now, so what's going on there? We are not updated. Maybe after the race, see what's happened to that car. 'Cause that's really.
Yeah, another thing I noticed as well while I was sitting, yeah, the number 8 car's being held up by a lot by the 94 at the moment. Craig Schultz is being heavily held up and hindered by the 94.
Yeah, the two cars have been doing very similar laps for hours. Neither can seem to pull away from one another. Could be Schultz's best chance to get past and on up enough momentum down this straight. So have a look and see how he goes. Slipstream of the TCR car going up the rise here at Conroy Straight, heading down to the chase. So sign. Close, it's hitting almost 260, but he keeps lifting off. If you keep the foot in, get enough momentum to dive it down the inside of this left-hander.
You want to make it quick as well because he's leader of the race coming up behind him to put both another lap down.
Sensational drive from the 00 car.
The thing that I'm in, the 94's a lap down on the 8, so you probably shouldn't be holding him up so much, but see how it goes anyway.
In these multi-class races, you treat your class as its own separate race and not the other cars. Sometimes not being fought cars behind, especially as Harlow's trying to gain up on Turner, perhaps 10.5 seconds next car in class, so he doesn't want to too much time being stuck behind, uses pace being front.
Exactly. Very, very good point there, Jake, you make.
Surprised how long Schultz has been going. Stint. It's a lot longer than Omon. He's just returned onto the track. He's in 5th place at the moment.
Last stop should lap 61. Remembering they got put a little bit off schedule after the Aaron Gilbert ran a bit wide at the top of the mountain, so they're a little bit out of sync with the rest of the cars around. However, may not be 2 laps away.
Correct. On that 94 very closely. EBT Racing, Arlo behind the wheel.
Good to see they've also sorted out their engine they were having early. 94. Now that they're a bit more solid, the car's not pulling around anywhere. Hopefully they can put wheels to the road and move forward. Yeah.
Change in the flash when Kobe was back in.
They've also got their other driver, Dylan Bono, as well there. Only completed 1 lap at this stage, but may still get back in the car later in the race.
Exactly right. That 5.2 Mustang that pop up in the timing screen. Personal best lap time. Maybe the best lap time in that Mustang class.
Here that you've hit the nail there right on the head.
Pulled away from that 173 Mustang when that had a few been caught up in at Reed Park, hit by one of the Porsches.
That was
Off Beaumont that hit him into the. Actually blew it. They had to tow and use a fast repair.
That
Each
is
car gets
unfortunate.
car gets 6 fast repairs, so not necessarily the end of the world. Fast repairs are so that we don't have so many cars a million laps pace to help us keep this race interesting like now.
Oh, definitely, 100%. Yeah, it's good. It's a good bit of fun at watch it. Well, I mean, kind of takes the enjoyment out of it if you're 23 laps down, catching it. So it helps keep everyone interested. Helps keep cars on the track, and at this stage we've only lost 5. Most of them had issues.
Midnight Madness 4x4, thank you for following. Hope you enjoy a lot of our cars. Multiple times a week. Ants car coming. Our see Ants car up on Thursday night. Ants car truck series here in Simshed Brook. Classic races in the stock car. So following Craig Schultz here, who hasn't made a move on this 24. Very much Craig style. Keep it smooth. Oh, my goodness me. 94 car just lost a bit of concentration there. Ran onto the grass on the pit straight. Survived though. Kept ahead.
And it's a tricky one because at this stage the 94 has slightly fresher
Oh no!
tyres.
The number 10 Mazda's gotten in the way of Schultz as he tried to make a move on Harlow. Harlow, after run on the grass, struggled out of turn 1. That number 10 car saved Harlow and he kept that in front of Schultz for that to come, I would expect.
If Craig now he has the straight line speed advantage, he just has to stay right on the bumper going across. And it's harder than it looks. There is a lot of aero wash coming from that car in front. They're completely different cars, so an interesting dynamic we see of its strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, how it all ends.
Timing sheets. Number 089 of Sutton Baker spun it Murray's court. Isn't else? Back under. Gonna replay for you now. Paint graphics replay. Yeah, just at Murray end. Very unfortunate for them. They've struggled a bit. Faced road, but in third in class now. So too badly. 40 seconds behind second.
We think we might see a move. Craig is right up behind the 90 going into Hell Corner. So
Try set him up here, get a run out of Hell Court. Onto Mountain Straight they go.
that was a really good run from the 8 there. He's gaining. Go to the inside here.
No. Finally see the move done. Craig Schultz has been looking to make that move for multiple laps now.
Moves back over, takes the racing line, and well executed.
Straight out of that textbook.
Definitely. I think
The
he'll be
Mazda
more
ahead.
happy.
Mustang. They up ahead of them. Hopefully he doesn't get involved in this battle between Carlo.
It's hard for the Mustang because it's a one-line racetrack, so he can't really move off the line to let him through. But at the same time, it's hard for them because they can't go around him. So just hope that everyone sort of uses a bit of common sense, a bit of patience. No one throws a move that doesn't belong. Happy ending come Conrad. Great.
Exactly right in the holding position right now. Pressure.
That court have the straight line speed to hold off and coming down Conrad. How when you get past a little bit of contact then at the apex there.
It was very close. But Harlow's gone straight into the back of Schultz then. Escaped anything major. Schultz will try and drive away. Continue with some clean laps until he makes his pit stop, which can't be too far away.
Exactly. Maybe 5-10 laps away. Have we got
Exactly right.
a good idea on I've seen about to say.
Hard to get a read on it. Did do 29 laps in their first stint. A bit more in the second stint. Could be only 7 or 8 laps away. is
Exactly.
dependent on how fast they drive to burn is. If pop up on the timing screen, happen there. Connection issue there. Coming into hell corner. Might have just ran wide there. Ran a bit of grass, nothing major. It's hard to get a read on what exactly is happening. Action's died down a little bit. Is actually Birch has been held up a little bit through the dipper by the Mustang.
That's a situation of there's not really much the Mustang can do across the top of the mountain when you catch them. Because the Mustang slowly, not anywhere near us. Can't really move out of the way. So they're driving well and they're keeping their nose. The other one was numbers actually out of the trip, but it is lap down on the front. And about 3/4 of a lap down on the JPC. Fair old margin there. Hopefully, they say. Yeah.
Following Beaumont back up 5th at the moment. Behind Mani, so Mani done a real PCR. Beaumont after that extended pit stop. Had like 3 laps in a row where they needed pits or something. It's gone. But Beaumont back on track, setting good pace. Looks like he's
About 50.
yeah, he's fastest car on track on that lap, so he's quite well. Bircher did get held up by that Mustang on that lap, so oh, it looks like Matson's just been caught out with Bill and Harlow in the TCR car.
Quite a
Coming
hit
into
there.
the cut. It looks like Harlow's tried to go down the inside and then hasn't given the Mustang any room. And that's hurt both their cars, and they'll be limping back to the pits for another fast repair.
That's unfortunate there for the 173. They'd already had an incident not that long ago, and now they're back in the end. That's what
Yes.
obviously up with the now this one as well. So
Tough race for the tough race for the 173 cars. At one stage an hour ago, looks like it was strategy that would see which of the 2 Mustangs would get on top, but 173 has been very unlucky, involved in quite a few racing incidents, and might end their chances of getting a class win. Mustang class, which is offering up a $100 prize.
thanks in whole part to LEGGERA Sim Racing, putting up the prizes for a lot of money they've put up, and a big thank you for them to help organise the series, this race and get it running.
There's just got word from Control Tower of that massive damage to Harlow. Be quite a bit right hand down at the moment.
Yeah.
Damage to that front right, so
out there on the track though, we're fearing there's still a long time to go, and, and he's more than likely got it faster yet.
Yeah, but keep up a reasonable pace. May not hurt to stay out there. Depends on when. Might be far off from the top.
Yeah, and I think he's actually made that damage just there.
Getting worse. Something happening with Neef. Car's been. Can't see anything happening to him. Again, the timing's tripping up a little bit with his car because connection to his car to the server is not all that flash, so anything's going on with the timings and catching us commentators out at the moment.
7 cars moving. And would have had an issue with that. Having a look at the now. Yeah, he's lost the back end coming in the engine. Fortunately, those marbles again, tripping everything.
Yeah, the marbles carried over. Marbles carry over from that hours into the race.
Got Jack Harlow again with the 94th. Circulate with that damage as well.
That lap time's actually pretty 18.7. Not far off what he was doing without the damage. So seems to have adjusted.
However, it's going to be interesting to see how much time he loses. Holstein.
Exactly right. Second a lap, but I don't think they're far off the pit stop, as I said earlier. So losing 8 seconds now is not as bad as say losing 30 seconds bundling down pit lane if you had to do an extra pit stop end of the race. He's nudged the wall again, Stillman Park. He's really struggling in left-hand corner, which the Mount Panorama circuit.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, yeah, I worry that he's just make that more and more damage, and he's up damage time and putting himself in a position not going to end well.
Them to have 2 fast repairs still up their sleeve, so pit stop's not going to be affected any time. Keep up that 18.29 pace. Could be too far off Turner when start punching out some fast laps again.
Yeah, you just don't want to end up in a position where you cause too much damage that you have to tow the car back, because then so much time having to tow the car.
Seen Schultz has been in pit lane and they've got Gilbert back in the what I would guess to be his final race. That was 1 hour or 2. That's put Manif back into 3rd place. It's a brilliant addition for the TCR cars. Not supposed to be as quick as matching it up with a couple of
I wouldn't be surprised if he's beneath in the pits as well. So his lap 9. He's another one. He's probably about 5, 6, 7 laps away from him. It is good to see him in 3rd, but yet to see the pit stop shake out in this latest cycle.
Group viewers are enjoying those onboard pictures that we have. Actually, Corey Bircher in the car, not Berger. Come approaching the VW car, wouldn't be looking held up there. Got time to lose. Been a spectacular pace they've run all race. System in the means race evens that multiple laps and unable to be matched so far, and only a major catastrophe than them taking the win today.
The other thing is, even if they do have a large hit, they've still got all their faster repairs in the bank as well, which means that essentially, even if they towed and took and had to repair the car, they'd still only one lap to the car behind it, and they've got nearly a lap. So
Exactly right. Stellar job race. Number 0 crew. But that's that Craig Lowndes would have only dreamed of back in 2001.
yeah, as I just mentioned, that actually next car up ahead of the Stonks Racing 00 is PD Sport car. Passes him, he'll put the entire field 2 laps down. That's a massive for what is only about 3.5 hours into the.
Once again, incredible pace from the 00 crew. A lot of practicing. Paid off dividends big time. Wrapped up $100 prize. Last win. The Mustangs back together again.
I think though one of them is a lap down on the other.
Yeah, it'd be the 173. It's a lap down. 352 car. A lot of calamities for the 173 crew. Peter Matson behind the wheel. Michael Hammond currently in the 52 in the slipstream. Gonna make a move to Griffin bend this lap by to put teammate 1 lap down.
Mate would
He's pulled alongside and he's broken late, almost hit the 173 Mustang, but they've got through unscathed, and this is Peter Matson 1 lap down last.
That's unfortunate. As you can see, he hasn't been to the pits to repair that damage yet, and more than likely he's just trying to hold out to the next pit.
And no sooner does that happen, as now a battle for podium positions. GT class. Gilbert trying to hold off Beaumont. If Gilbert has made a mistake, it's Beaumont clock down.
He is going a fair bit slower at this stage, though, possibly just out of the pits. He's trying to get his confidence back in the car. Cold tyres. Track's fairly dirty offline, so if you can't quite nail the racing like I'm here, and obviously, and the Azure car's been in the race since lap 65, hasn't pitted for about 25 laps, so he's keyed in, he's ready to go. He's still yet to make a pit. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Azure car go by here.
Number 16 car's very, very hungry at the moment. At 3rd place, he's having a dive down the inside. Gilbert has seen him coming, held off the turn-in, and has given up that place. Smart driving from Gilbert, didn't need to fight that. And sees Beaumont now into 3rd place, a position that they haven't been in for not extra long pit stop.
Still yet to make another, but as we all know, endurance racing is a long time, and being in that position is definitely going to be a mental boost. Made it back to here.
Beaumont, much slipstream as possible. Had a big gap to broken very deep there indeed. Trying to Gilbert. run
Ooh,
wide.
wide.
Going a lot of traffic for these boys. Third place battle at the moment.
And this tends to happen. You end up with all of the classes of it at one point. They all sort of converge and end up on the same bit of real estate at the same time, and can look quite awkward. And often as you're driving, it can feel quite awkward. But 9 times out of 10, if everyone drives smart and their head will be out of it pretty.
Omon very darty, gone left, right, left. Finally gotten past that Mustang. Car between himself and the to build up a big gap while that Mustang is in the way. Pit stop action at the moment now. Harlow's finally making that pit stop to repair that damage, and Urquhart has just placed Ed Michaels at number 7 JP PCR car. Happens with Harlow. They put back in the. They've got that damage repaired, so that's fair. Their foot try and catch back up to next car in class for them. That damage was just
Good
saying.
news. Right, Aaron Singh started to settle cars, started pulling that time. Good news is oh, and I
Good.
think we've just had the safety car call.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. The caution flags have been thrown. Going to close the field back up. So this is what was announced early in the race, about 2 hours in, that safety cars could get thrown, and that is indeed been the case. I don't think there was an instant trigger it. It's a competition safety car. Let everyone have a breather, because no, there's a few drivers that are doing this race solo, and they would have been doing it very tough indeed.
And PD's car managed to stay in front of the Stonks racing car. Means it actually stays a lap ahead of the car behind.
Gonna have a read.
Probably a good moment actually for us to go over the whole, go a full rundown of the field. Oh,
Exactly right. Corey Bircher, 00 car, hasn't barely put a foot wrong this race. So a few slight mistakes at the chase, and that's it. As they almost went 2 laps up on it. PD Sport just managed to stay 1 lap down and held on to stay in second spot. Lachlan Manif is third in the TCR. Unbelievable them to be able to hold on to that third place. But Fitzroy Beaumont in fourth place, fast charging in that little period after their pit stop until the yellow flags were thrown. Be one to be quite racy when get raced. But in fifth in the number 8 JP Simpshed car, sold JP Simpshed Porsche race. Schultz has driven a fantastic race, shown good pace. They're a good chance for the podium. 43 PCR car of Shepherd, second in class overall. Having very well. Haven't seen them behind them. Martin Turner just they're in the queue at the moment, so advantage advantages rather with second place lap ahead of them. Number 94 CBT Racing PCR car in 8th place class. They've had a few troubles this race. Had a nice battle with the number 8 AP shed car. But a couple of instances at the race, I think, at them. Alex Court in the Triple Eight car. Ray Oliver had a tough time in that car. Home in one piece. Try and bounce back after the early troubles. Number 7 PCR car, not far behind. JP Simshed number 7 car. Very close to... He only has Turner in between. Should be a good battle there when we resume. Two Mustangs. 11th and 12th overall. They're battling it out for the $100 prize. It's Hammond, 1 lap lead over Matson. Cars are coming to the pit lane now. Cooper Allen may release. Number 10, number 11. Very close on track. So they are 1 lap apart. That's for the lead at second. That's the class. Sorry, 89 car. Staying out, so he's going to take 2nd place. Sixteenth. Racing. They must be out. Adam McCoy, 18th place. 2nd place car of the VW Jettas. He is some 11 laps behind Michael Manley, 13th. Everyone else, number 20, 11, and number 11 out of the race and will not take any further part. Big condolences to the our sole international team. Unfortunately, a couple of incidents. The fact that they're from connecting to Australian service meant that they had to show good pace and could have battled the 000 car for the lead. If is not in the car at the moment. He into pit and
car 40.
Nathan is 5th place. A couple of pit stops that heard while I was running through the order of the field, which has really changed the front. It's still 000 car leading the field. Number 14, LEGGERA's put on a fantastic event here since we've gone racing for Bathurst this year. Yep.
Something interesting here, the number 16 car, Fitzroy Bowman, paid out under and not pitted, and he's due for a pit stop about 5 laps, which I would have thought you'd blink at it, you'd take this one. Stays out here, he's only going to hurt himself.
I don't know, because they hadn't. Don't forget they have an early pit stop in their last stint. So something went wrong about 10 laps into Beaumont's stint. About lap 7. Getting on the top up, and we Schultz. Any odd laps out of the tank. I'd expect Beaumont to do the same. Holding pattern at the moment. Might see, in fact, we're going to go green this lap. Race car is coming in. And it will be 00 to lead us by. Sure. When he wants to go. Safety car's in and we're underway. Jump from Bircher.
Well, that was tight there in the background between the two VWs. The 16 overtakes both of them on the inside there.
That's the Gil tried to dive it down both of them. Only was able to get one VW. Now get the second one. Come up straight again. Overtaking being done as cars try to sort themselves into respective classes.
Ducking and weaving.
Very wide coming to bend between Hammond, Carmichael and Manley. So Carmichael into the car for the late team. And that long stint. Thrown it back to Carmichael. Brian caught back some time there.
Got the number 8 and the 94 back again, locked in fierce combat.
Can't seem to separate one another. Arlo's still that doing the race solo. Trying to hold on. Dear life as he tries to get through the stint before ending back. Back to Schultz. I would expect our home as they try to go side by side. Lead up to the front. McGill just lets her.
Smart driving at the end of the day. Harlow is a lap down. He's clearly got the pace. He wants to get past. Wants to push hard. It's the best position here for Aaron. It's just and smart driving there from Aaron, and now they'll both be able to continue on and hopefully finish the race.
In fact, it's just Gilbert letting to second place, one lap behind Bircher. Up ahead, Beaumont. Very spread out at the GT4 class.
It's a bit of a shame that we won't be able to see a good close battle for the lead, but at the same time, it's also amazing to see this what is essentially just a masterclass in how to drive a race car around Mount Panorama, 00 car. Incredible. I mean, folks at home, you've witnessed it here today. What a drive!
Seen now, there's battle now. Ball back in the car. The number cars show good pace earlier on in this race when he was in the car earlier. Putting pressure on Nathan Hearn. He's had to go defensive into Griffin Bend. Now start the climb up the mountain. These boys lap 7.
And they're both at the moment being held up by the 17. Martin Turner, who's I think lapped down on them. So probably won't be too pleased about that they're being bottled in.
Yeah, but much they can really do, as you said earlier, on racetrack over the top of the mountain.
Definitely.
Turner might go straight here. No, he's ahead of these battling ball. Turner Ball battling for 5th place overall. Lead. ECR Clark. Then goes defensive on Ball. Making sure keeps that keeps that leading position. Even trying to look for a way to get past Turner. Like Turner might just be letting them now.
Clearly, yeah, that's a good move there at the end of the day. Turner doesn't need to get binned because holding them up and stopping them from having a good race. So good move from all involved there, and hopefully we can see a good battle between the 43 and 15.
And making that the widest TCR car in the world. Trying to keep all at bay. They approach Murray's Bend now. Bend off yet another lap. 0.3 of a second separates these two boys. Two cars have been the best TCR cars all day. Slow down anytime soon.
This stage, the next car back is another lap down as well, which is the key. So they can go ahead and battle each other because at this stage they're not losing time to the car behind.
Exactly right. As Byrne once again goes defensive into Bend, they almost touch. The ball on some good car control keeps that nose away from the rear end. I reckon Ball will start getting a bit impatient here. Knows he's getting held up, but what you can really do when these cars are that equal. Having the same car and cars have fixed setups. Comes down to driving a bit.
Exactly.
Guys are treating it like qualifying laps now. No one's told them there's still over 2 hours left in the race. Risk it all, get that $100 prize money. Burns actually put away a little bit of a gap, was a bit more committed going through the S's. The more still being that may still start catching up down Conrod Straight, rising under the get close to 240 kph. Reach 240 before they hit the anchors again. Negotiate the chase.
And we talk about the straight line deficit. Porsche GT4s, they hit around about 200 k's an hour at their top speed. So this is where we see that big difference in their pace coming down the mountain and straight lines. By the Porsche, most of the time overtaking the TCRs in a straight line.
Exactly. Lap. Running from battle. In fact, Ball's actually made a bit of a mistake into Hell's Corner. Back end just a little bit, caught it, but that's cost him almost a second. That time back up again.
Won't be easy as well because as the harder they push, the hotter their tires get, less grip they've got, and the less they can actually make the gains.
Battle this. LEGGERA sim boy. Want to get that class victory. Their sponsor event. Organising this Bathurst 6 hour.
Essentially like winning your home race, really. Their event, they want to win. They want to take it out to impress the sponsors, so they'll be really pushing hard to stay in front of the 43.
Skipper. Still holding similar gap to after Ball made that mistake at Hell. Ball is confident brakes, so we'll see what the gaps are like at the end of the lap after the big stop chase. Turner's starting to drop off these guys. Can't quite keep up that ferocious pace being set by Hearn and Ball.
Got a change of position, between the two JP Simshed cars, the 888 and the number 7 here. They're also battling away at the moment. plate's just gotten past the number 7 there.
Yeah, cars are just ahead of the battle between number 14, number 4. Carmichael now in the car and he's on a charge. Up
Mm.
to 5th placing. Whole lap left to go to catch up with.
Aaron Gilbert in there in the background as well. He started to really sort of work his lap times down as well. He's down into the 18s now after getting used to it. As we can see, it's not over yet. Blake is coming back at Rob Carmichael up into Griffin's Bend here.
On side by side. Down
Ooh.
Griffin's Bend. Wouldn't have thought these guys are teammates. They want that pride and they're starting to hold up Gilbert now. He's flashing the lights.
3 JP Simshed cars go into a corner. How many come out?
3 of them. Still driving from utmost respect for one another.
And it's
Making sure
good hard racing and it's fair and no contact. They're still both running in it.
and the Rob Carmichael ahead of Urquhart. You look to stretch that lead. Back at Hearn and Ball. And Ball's now got back up to Hearn. Showing that he's got the better car speed, but hasn't quite been able to seal the deal as of yet.
And as we have commented on earlier and previously in the race, really hard to follow cars across the top of the mountain when you get that dirty hot air coming off the back of the cars. It's not very they're not very kind to the aerodynamics of the car, so it makes it really hard to.
Ball was unbelievably deep coming into the chase there. Just got to pull up road, but kept the guys on that black stuff.
And you almost get to the point now. You ask the question: is Ball starting to overdrive the car now? Got that carrot dangling there. He knows he's faster than the car in front of him. Starts trying to push a little bit harder, try and find a little time to get past him quicker, and then starting to make a few little mistakes. Best thing right now for him, collect his thoughts, calm down, and just hit the apexes. And if he really is faster, he'll end up past him without even trying.
Battled this whole way since we started.
It actually looks like at the moment, battle packs that we were talking about so far recently are actually starting to come together, and we might end up with one big, long 6-car battle here. Can't count Martin Turner out here. He's held on to the back of the pack. He's racing along, watching, learning, and improving his speed. He'll be hoping that he can pick up the pieces of another lap.
And love watching these guys. Well, in fact, they're right behind Gilbert now. Oh. And looking down the inside, or they almost touched there.
Close.
Gilbert
Porsche
turned in
should
because
have
Hearn
the legs
didn't
on
come
it.
in. The Porsche pull away. How long it be before Gilbert lets these boys.
Like Rob Carmichael's starting to pull away from Blake there as well. So
Here we go.
TCR much better on the
looking
brakes.
down inside of Gilbert. Got a much better run out of the chase, and there we go. Hearn goes through and Ball follows. Driving from those involved.
And it's smart. Aaron's in a position now where he doesn't need to fight these guys. They're technically going to take the overall position away, but at the end of the day, he's fourth in class, and the car in front of him needs to make a pit stop, and very soon. So, need to take any risks.
Gilbert is just trying to get that car home so Schultz can have a solid blast with 2 hours to go. All this battle rages. Been fun to watch. Approach the cutting now.
If Ball can hold on to the back of him across the top of the mountain, might have a shot, I reckon, into Chase or even into Murray's. There's definitely an opportunity there, but he needs to keep onto the back of the car in front of him across the top of the mountain, where he's sort of been losing a bit of time so far.
Bit hard to admit, following so closely. Car in front. It's very likely that you'll hit the back of the car in front. Still 2 hours of racing to go. So oh no! Hearn's spun it and he's hit the wall at the dipper. You guys saw it right there on our pictures. That is very unfortunate for Hearn, and he's hit Turner again.
Yeah, so he's just misjudged it, gone into the side wall. Not a good moment for him there.
It's so
And then a bit
unfortunate
of
as
net
we
code
have got
between
you
him and
there
Turner.
to paint graphics replay. What happened with Hearn just losing the back end, trying to hustle that car through the S's. So unfortunate for Hearn. It had been a ripper drive for him so far, up until that point.
And if anything, it's a bit of a credit actually to Ball putting that pressure on, forcing him to make that mistake. Now Ball, well, he's now sitting in the lead of the race.
Leading class, rather.
Yeah, lead of the class. Sorry. Yeah.
Still just under 2 hours to go. Hearn is looking down the inside, drived it down, and they almost hit on the exit. That's allowed Turner a run as they go side by side up Mountain Straight as we show the replay of that overtake of Hearn on. Oh, and Turner and Gilbert have hit. Net code.
A little bit of contact there.
Save to Griffins. And it went for the move. Didn't quite come off. Really unfortunate. Damage that number 8 car. But you would expect them to be able to keep going.
At this stage, even if there is a little ease damage, it won't have been significant. So hopefully, for their sake, they can get to the end of this fast repair on it, and Schultz will come out and be.
Got onto the back. Burkhart. A few laps down. All at the moment. Paul can get past her. Come down straight and Paul's gaining quite rapidly here. Diver down the inside here. He's looking. Going and they've hit. Burkhart spun off the road. Oh, they just avoid a secondary contact. Chase. Kind of saw that coming way away. Poor Urquhart didn't see Ball coming. And
Bit clumsy there, yeah. Bit clumsy from. I think a little bit more patience would have gone a long way than that one. Whilst we were following all of that action going on, the 00 of Stonks racing car has actually made a pit stop as well. Zach Bates is back in the car.
Zach Bates probably bring that car home strong. Triple A cars also pit lane. Carmichael exiting.
Up there. Scheduled though.
Unscheduled. Might have glanced to wall something. Stood out to it at the moment. Oh, the car just hit the wall at Summer Park. That was Blake Urquhart. Just after the metal grate. Watch him. Yeah, he just ran slightly off and he's carried too much speed rather than just against the wall. Still going. But yeah, there'll be a bit of scarf marks at the number 7 JP's shed car.
Not what you want, not ideal, but at the end, but they're still going, they're still circulating, and hopefully there's not too much damage to them.
Getting past that Mazda now is
Both cars getting really sideways through the chase there. He's an awesome car to watch. They're really lively, really moving around all over. A lot of entertainment.
keeping Turner at bay. Come through Hell Corner now. If Urquhart thinks he's better pace on Turner.
Ooh,
Push it.
and we had a moment for one of the MX-5s there. Keegan H in Rev It Up Esports cars come a cropper at the first corner there.
It's the number 089. Actually got moved wide by Gilbert. He didn't hit, but it didn't
Bit
adjust
of a
where to turn.
misjudge.
Lost the back end and crunched the wall quite hard. There'll be a fair bit of damage on that.
Yeah, unfortunate, but hopefully they can keep going. Hopefully they've got a fast repair left. Might be in the pits for a little while.
6 kilometers to come back to the pit lane if they need another pit stop.
They'll only need to pit if they've got a mechanic tag at this stage, but being in second place in class by over 6 laps, I don't think they'll be too. They need to pit for a mechanical black flag.
Much settled down in the battle, so now 1.5 seconds. Hold the ball.
Stage, the closest we've got is a bit of a trap negotiation, but getting through there at the moment.
Boy, looks like he's just run off the track in the number 2 Volkswagen at the chase.
Oh, yep, he's grass at the
Oh, he
moment.
might have got help there too.
Ooh,
Hit the big time, and actually didn't get hit by anyone. Got close, but
yeah, he's just launched it up on 2 wheels. Unfortunate, but no one got hit, and we're still going.
lucky. Very kindly of him to back off the track as soon as the base on the way, just so the cars go through first and drop away. Hearn's now found a second wind. closed up on again. So this battle for the class lead in the TCRs is back on again.
Far from over. Yep. I think I think Jimmy Ball got a little bit held up trying to go around some of the Volkswagens a lap or two ago. Just brought Hearn back into it. They're about to come up to the back of a Mustang soon as well, so more traffic could play into this again.
Round 2, we'll see who can come out on top. Approaching the
We've got a couple of folks at home asking about the damage and how it's working. And because it looks like some of the TCRs are hitting the wall and just bouncing off and keep going, but it's actually because there's quite a they do bounce off the wall and get going as well, but you can hit them pretty hard and you can break them. As pretty in this race at one point, but as we also have seen, they have bounced off the wall and kept going. There is damage. It's just a very strong chassis there.
thing. Got our lead commentator back in the box. JCW, you've had a bit of a breather. Have you enjoyed this battle so far?
Yeah, it's been a really good battle so far. So yeah, had some lunch. I've come back and yeah, the TCR battle is right back on. Yeah, should be a good one. Finish. We only got a hour and a go.
Yeah, it's heard that Martin Turner might have track. Looked like he dropped out a couple of times. From the exit of the chase to Elkhorn. Again, these cars with their connections was a bit of haywire with our timings.
It's an interesting. Actually, looks like Martin Turner. There's only a couple cars that were doing solo still going at the moment. Martin Turner.
Yeah, he's been really solid all race long. I've been really impressed by how well Martin has been going. Over the past couple hours, he's pretty much maintained that pretty much 1 lap gap to the lead, which is really impressive. I did actually hop out of the car briefly, take a little bit of a break race, but yeah, Martin has been one of the real standouts of this race. I mean, he's on lap 106 right now. He's been going for 4 hours straight. Still got a fair way to go, and incredibly well.
The only other driver out there that's still one driver race at the moment is number 21, Adam McCoy, which unfortunately is a bit late at the moment. But yeah, so those that are still going after starting the race and doing it the whole thing themselves is a pretty big achievement so far to still be out there turning the laps over. So good to see what he's.
Yeah, I've just actually just battle between, that's I think it was you and me, Lachlan. We talked about earlier in the race how despite everything going on, there's almost always at least one battle for position going on through the race. I know there's still an hour and a quarter to go and plenty of pit stops, but like to have a battle as close as the guys are right now is fantastic. Like Nathan Hearn right in the of Jim Bull in up Mountain Straight, and like he doesn't actually need to make a move right now. He can just follow for the next hour and a bit, and then really start to see if he can make a move in the last 30 minutes.
And they're both on the same strategy now as well, because they both came in under that safety car on lap 90. They're both basically now on racing. They can kick on each other's bumpers for the rest of the race.
It's also getting a bit dicey as well around the 00 Stonks racing car, which Zach Bates trying to get around the outside of Blake Urquhart coming out of the car. Managed to make it stick. But like he's in the past like 1 or 2 laps, he's had to get through both Blake Urquhart and Aaron Gill. He's done a really, really good job.
Actually,
His
looks
leads
like a,
has shrunk a little after that safety car.
it looks like
But
a
like,
little bit of damage on the right front of the Stonks racing car, actually.
yeah, just I think just the right front guard it's up, so maybe brushed a wall somewhere. But like he's still doing 216s, which is more than enough to see the rest of the race through. Uh, I think maybe from the damage there's a bit of splitter damage as well, which is why they're not as fast as they used to be. An hour or so ago, but fantastic.
I don't think they've actually used fast repair yet, so well, so if they do come to it, race they have to use. Got that there back.
Absolutely. Looks like the closest barrel on track at the moment is the lead TCR battle, and they're right bumper to bumper right now. Nathan Hearn, really, really close behind Jimmy Bull. You know, I think even though a trivial barrel for lead, it is by far the most interesting, closest barrel on the track. With Nathan Hearn right behind, right underneath their win of Jimmy Bull. Is he going to make a move this time? He's having a little bit of a think about it. Decides to stick in the slipstream, and yeah, I think he's playing the long game.
Maybe trying to worry Jake as well. Thing on his bumper. Make him get past.
Yeah, so yeah, I think there's a little bit of mind games going on. I don't really think there's much point, talking too much about lap times. Running bumper to bumper and doing pretty much identical lap times. Nathan Hearn 217.2, 217.8, no 218.4, 218.4, versus Jimmy Bull 218.1, 218.2, 218.7. So and say that Nathan is a little bit faster at the moment. Like he's right underneath Jimmy Bull's rear wing. So not a lot he can do right now other than sit behind or make a pass, and decision's totally up to him. And there are positives in my there's pros and negatives of both scenarios. I'm sure he'd be talking through right now. Just trying to decide what's the best plan of attack, what's the best way to try and end this race on top.
I think the number 14 might have actually just clipped the inside wall then at the Forest elbow. Look like it's a hell of a lot of damage, but it might be enough just to slow him up a bit there.
I think he got millimeter close. He didn't actually touch it, so he's really pumping hard. Like one of the things about being right behind another car coming off the mountain is like your braking markers and turning points are a little bit obscured. So if the car in front goes a little wide, it's a very real possibility really end up in the fence. And one of that is really susceptible to that is actually Forest Elbow. So like if Jimmy Bull, he's gone
Ooh,
off the
he's
grass here.
off.
So Nathan Hearn's going to go around to the left side, and he's going to take the lead of the TCR class right now.
And as we said before, that's that mind games. It's that letting the car in front make the mistake, get past that way, and not force a position and end up damage.
So, but that's pretty much worked out perfectly for Nathan Hearn right now. Now he's got the opportunity to see if he can actually pull away from Jimmy Bull. So, yeah, Jimmy Bull, I imagine he's kicking himself after that. But then again, Nathan Hearn a little bit sideways into the cutting there.
Thank you for enjoying that paint graphics replay of that overtake of Hearn on Ball. Going off of what Ed Foster said earlier in the chat, that ECR cars up robust. Why you're seeing a lot of scrapings of the ECR car, yet the pace is not affected.
Just also a little bit of a heads up here. think they might be one lap apart, but Fitzroy Beaumont place is a little bit behind Darren Winton City Sport second and third place. However, I do believe there is a lap gap. So
Correct, yeah. Managed to get a lap on roundabout on the safety car restart where able to get done on both. Beaumont did stay out. In fact, he's actually come to the pits now.
oh, we got Blake Urquhart around. He's having issues. Blake Urquhart dropped in the class coming out of Forest Elbow, and it's fun.
Oh, and we've also got a change of position. The lead of the TCR as well. 14 has run wide at the chase, and the 40 back through again. Oh shit! Oh no, the 43's off as well at the last corner. It's all gone off.
You know,
Yeah,
where to
so
look at the moment.
it's all gone. So yeah, that's a really bad luck for Jim. Like he got the move done, and oh yeah, he did nudge those tires, but I think it might be okay. But yeah,
Again,
he's
that
going to have dirt on his
robust
tires, and
TCR
he's going to
car.
have to be real careful for the next half a lap.
That's a shame, and they've both now fallen another lap down.
Well, Zach Bates in the Stonks racing car is still yet to get through and pass Nathan Turner, but Martin Turner now, even though he's a lap down compared to the 17, the 14, and the right behind Nathan Hearn right now. So it's going to be really difficult for Zach Bates because he's got two TCR cars fighting right in front of him. He's got the speed over them, even though they're going into the TCR strong point on the racetrack. So is he gonna like sit behind, or is he gonna try and force? But he's got a 1 minute and 50-second lead over second place in the TDS Sport, the number 18 entry. But if he gets past these two TCRs quickly, he will be able, in theory, he should be able to catch up to the 18 and put another lap back on him rather than later, which I'm sure would be horrible. But stuck behind them all the way
He should
across the
have the
mountain.
straight
Oh,
line to
very close to the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow here, and I imagine he'll flip by these 17, no issue. I think the 17 of Martin Turner is going to let him by here. The question is, what will Jimmy Ball do? As Nathan Hearn, sorry. So how's he going to react? He's going around the left side, very close. And we'll
I think the
pull up
14's
there.
jumped on the brakes early there and just let.
Yeah, smart play there. But yeah, Nathan Hearn right up, very close to the back of Zach Bates there. Yeah, this race is starting to get pretty lively. We do have 94 minutes of this race remaining, and Jimmy Ball, with all that calamity, his fight is starting to really reel Martin Turner and more Nathan Hearn in. Nathan Hearn actually just went a little bit wide on the exit of Murray's corner.
Looks as though these two are very closely matched on pace, and keep sort of reeling each other back in every time one gets past. So
And
I
just to
reckon this
add,
will be one to watch. Right.
to the drama, they've got the 173 Mustang of Garrett Daly in the first Germans Racing Club entry, just ahead of them as they make their way up the mountain. So there could be more drama yet.
Been thinking, get another safety car soon. Find the Whittington now being on the lap will actually close back at the 00 car.
Yeah, it will. And the Mustang that entry into Bellamy Park gets through. That is Martin Turner, and yeah, Jared Daly doing a really good job there. But now he's got Jimmy Ball behind them. It's going to be really difficult. Jimmy wants to get by pretty much straight away. He doesn't want to be held up at all. So he's catching the cars in front. Goes to the right-hand side of the entry into Forest Elbow, and he gets that move done.
Again, it was a nice clean move. Okay.
Number 16 car come to the pits with Aaron Smith.
Yes, they've just done a pit stop and just done a drive change, and I believe
About a lap ago, actually.
yeah, I think Aaron Smith is about close to first flying lap in his.
18 as well has just come to pit. Darren Whittig, TD.
Keep
So
an eye on
there-
the number 8 JP Sim, Aaron Gilbert. He actually decides to go longer. I doubt he'll number 8 JP Simco car is going to be able to just one stop from here to get home because it awkwardly timed. Like there's 90 minutes left.
His last
Realistically
lap was
speaking,
88, Aaron Gilbert. So point he's about sort of 5 laps away from getting to the 30 lap mark. Average that get out of this.
Carmichael just dropped onto the back end. Urquhart.
and they've
Carmichael
also
just blink in and
got
out.
Sword coming out of pit road.
That's Saunton coming out of the pits. He's in second place overall.
Yeah, he'll want to blast past these JP Sim cars. Actually, lets them go. Lets them go going into Griffin's Bend.
Yeah.
So doesn't have the confidence. Well, they have just guys just hop, but this is really not ideal for the TD Sport entry. Being in second place and having these two JP Sim cars getting really close together as cutting. Sort of Shun would obviously ideally want to get around and buy these cars very quickly in order not to lose any time on racing entry, leading the way. This is really this is pretty much as far as ideal from when as soon as you hop back into a car, there's 90 minutes to go, the race is on, and you've got two basically same team cars fighting over 9 on the road.
Right now for the
Oh,
Urquhart's made a mistake. Hit
Urquhart's
the
in
wall.
the wall.
Carmichael now into 9th place, taking advantage of that mishap.
But yeah, Urquhart does have quite a bit of front end damage, splitter damage, but obviously not from that knock. But the car is definitely not 100% healthy at the moment. Ross is still behind.
Straight, like that car.
Having a look down to the left side, but like Urquhart goes really deep in the. I'm actually surprised he actually managed to pull that up.
Won't be long now before the 18 the TD Sport car will start to range onto the back of these guys properly.
Meanwhile, while we
And
were
make a
focusing
move.
on that battle, Martin Turner has actually found Nathan Hearn. Jim Ball's still second place, only a couple of seconds behind. They are getting around on the MX-5, the lead MX-5 of MF Racing, Mark Newton. Right, so that battle still. Now sort of finally getting around Blake Urquhart on the end of Mountain. Now he's behind Rob Carmichael. He's got to play this a bit tactically here because he can benefit, but at the same time, if he lets sort of Shun by do nicely, there's a very real chance that Urquhart can get the place and sort of nearly hitting the wall on the exit of the cutting. It's all really close, pretty dangerous racing.
That's pressure on Smith. Get away. And that's hey.
Because if you're Urquhart really right at most in the grass, and Solchun's made a mistake, that means Urquhart's going to have to check up. Really close stuff. All three drivers. Like this is great for us, but for those guys, they're not ideal. And Urquhart again, just got a little bit sideways, heading into elbow there. Now he's definitely lost time and momentum. So But to add to the calamity, there's another car up ahead, one of the Mustangs, the 173. So they have to navigate around that now. So yeah,
And
this
not
is
too far behind
pretty
either
tense
now.
stuff.
But Michael, we've got Aaron Smith as well catching up to the back of this pack as well. So we're going to have
Okay,
16
almost
cars.
run off the road there at the chase. Just got it up in time, but a lot of time.
Yeah, we do have Michael Aaron Smith coming up to the back of these guys, and what I seem to remember, Aaron Smith, doesn't cut right through them, because like he can see that the TD is up there. Like, yeah, he's a lap down, but it's always just a nice feeling to get by another GT class car, and also Aaron Gill about 10 seconds up the road from him.
I
Yeah,
was
there's a lot
thinking,
to play for all these cars in this battle.
I think it was the number 8 car driven by Gilbert at the moment. Aaron Smith, he almost hit Urquhart there. I'm thinking with the Gilbert car is that they might have a shorter pit stop at the end than Aaron Smith. We'll have to wait and see how pit stops will play out.
Just
These
gotten
guys
around
have
the outside of the 173 Mustang now, and now he's got Aaron Smith all over the back of him.
Got the wall again as well, Blake, coming out of the cutting. Not having a fun time at the moment in that Audi.
Like, they're both really close together as they go up the hill through McPhillips Park onto Skyline. I think Aaron Smith almost had a thought, decided to have a think about a move at Skyline, but think better of it. Oh,
Blake.
Urquhart
Oh,
had a big moment and somehow caught it.
kept
Really
it
good
off the
driving
fence.
from Urquhart there. But, the bad news for him is he has now lost sight of Rob Carmichael. And
Still a long time left in the race as well for Blake, though. It's not the end of the world
absolutely.
that he's starting to struggle a little. Definitely want to get his head down.
Meanwhile, Manta still leading the lead TCRs. He doesn't really, doesn't really fancy letting these by. I mean, keep one lap behind, but now we see Nathan Hearn trying to take the right-hand side, and yeah, Nathan Turner just Martin Turner just lets both of those two go, and just decides, yeah, you guys are too crazy, too antsy. I'll let you go and see if we crash later. So now we've got Nathan Hearn and Jimmy Ball, right behind each other on track again.
Yep, time for me at the
Yeah.
battle from the
So
last 2 hours.
let's see what happened. Jimmy close that gap. I think Jimmy Ball actually has a little bit more speed right now compared to Nathan Hearn. But then again, I think Nathan Hearn has had to deal with traffic a little bit more than what Jimmy Ball has.
Yeah, both these cars' speed seems to go in waves. Like a 20-minute period, it's Hearn with the fastest car, and then the next 20 Ball that has the fastest car. So chopping, changing.
They are coming up to the Jetta of Aaron McCloy at number 21. Lets him by on the right-hand side. On straight. Deciding to get a bit of slip there. Pulls
You
out
got to get
last
every
moment, just
advantage
trying
you
to get.
can. I thought it advantage you can get that.
Absolutely. No. Really hard for battle right now. Both these guys, pushing pretty damn hard. I think Martin Turner actually a little bit wide there on the entrance chase, but he managed to keep it on the road.
Wide for Hearn. Exit Murray's Bend. Couple of hundredths of a second, not much.
Managed to keep the
station.
gap. Oh, he's wide on
again,
the
big
exit
time
of
now.
L corner. gonna be a big break for Jimmy Ball. He's gonna get all that speed back. He's gonna get all the momentum. I don't think he'll be able to go for a pass into Griffin's Bend, but all that gap has definitely just Nathan Earn trying to weave around, get Jimmy Ball out of the slipstream. And yeah, this battle is really on there. Both, Nathan Earn really close to the exit wall, Griffin's Bend. And Jimmy Ball, he can sense it. He can smell that Nathan Earn is starting to crack.
Just really don't want this disaster at this stage. It's an awesome
No,
battle. We want it
and
to
there
keep
is a
going.
very real chance that it will end in disaster. Nathan Hearn right now getting very close to the walls there, very close to the both the grate and the wall leading into McPhillips Park. Has managed to pull a bit of a gap on Jimmy Ball over the top of the mountain. And again, when they get onto Comrade Straight, Jimmy Ball's going to have the benefit of the slipstream. And the good news part of the good news for Nathan Hearn is that there's not really much traffic in front of these two. Nice clean air gap.
So car 7's
Have a
just
look.
had a driver change. Wade Michael now in the car, replacing her car.
And fix that car up as well. Got rid of all that damage on the front end, and hopefully a fresh mind can have a back at the maybe cashing up the back of that 888 car as well. Renew that inter-team rivalry.
So I suspect with car 7 that they'll keep Wade Michael in at the end of the race.
Looks like the way that they've done it. Had one driver start, then swap over, then swap over. So if this is their last stop, then I will probably finish the race.
Well, things have settled down a little bit between Nathan Hearn and Jimmy Ball in the TCR fight. Like at this point in time, there's still another pit stop for these guys to go. Might actually be that far away for either driver. One more stop and I think they can make it home from there. But it's gonna be a bit tight. But yeah, Nathan Earn a bit sideways end of the chase and Jim made all that time up.
And
Right
he's
underneath
all
him.
over the back of him, coming across the top of the mountain at the moment.
Nathan Hearn really close again to the at the grate. It's very interesting to see the two different lines these guys are doing. Nathan Hearn going a bit defensive into Skyline. Well,
Jimmy
so
Ball's just trying to fill his mirrors up, just that know that, hey mate, I'm here, ready to have a fight.
and I think you can sense as well that Nathan Hearn is a little bit uneasy at this point. Like he's not, literally, going to wreck at any second, but he is just feeling a little bit uneasy. He's not feeling that confident.
It's going to be the end for me.
And you wouldn't be far off to say if anyone sort of from around about next 10, right on the edge of making it to the end, but I think that'll be what the goals will be.
Yes. Now coming up to one of the Mazdas. That's the number 10 Mazda. It is of Cooper Allen. Had a bit of a rough time of things the past couple of hours, and he's stepped aside to let these through, which is obviously the right thing to do.
I think poor old Cooper's had a couple of net failures in the last couple of hours actually as well. So.
Which is a real shame because he was definitely mentioned to win the MX5 class, which is pretty safely sewn up by the MF Racing MX5, the yellow, but even they have been having some. So, no, that battle's not quite done yet.
We've only got one lap on the Pro 89 Rev It Up East. car. So just yet.
I think at this point, you know, in the GD4 battle, Stonks Racing have got a really good chance. Like Zach Bates is in the car right now, and yeah, they're just doing fantastic. They've got a lap on the TD Sport entry in the number 18, and because they only pitted a few laps ago, they can't really make it over from here. Have to stop again. So they've got a lap and a pit stop essentially over the TD Sport. Yeah, it's looking pretty safely set up in GD4 battle.
It looks like Jimmy over the back of Hearn again. Not be surprised if we see him trying to exit out of the elbow here and try and go for a down corner, or even
Yeah, absolutely. He hasn't been close enough on the exit past few laps, but he's having a look. He's sticking to the slipstream, pulling
There
on,
is. Oh, I
pulling
think
out
there's
to
an
the
overlap
right-hand
there.
side here, side by side, and I get it in chase.
Hearn's not
Nathan
giving up.
Erno, he's keeping it on the left-hand side to back out of it. Quite cool. But
Oh, the 43's
Jimmy Ball's
off.
gone off the track. He's off the track. Hold Nathan Hearn up. Battle's not done yet. But yeah, like both these drivers right now, both Nathan Hearn and Jim, you know, acceptable to pressure. If you put either one of them under pressure for long enough, they will start cracking. So Nathan Hearn now he's looking pretty confident right now on the back of Jimmy Ball. It's a bit of a better exit out of Hell Court, and you know there's no reason why he can't have another look in the Griffiths Bend.
And Hearn won't be happy that he got excellent pace.
No,
So he'll be looking back again.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
pretty much
soon.
bump drafting Jimmy Ball down Mountain Straight, and he decides to stick behind him.
Earlier in the race, and then watch the 43 go off at the last corner. Maybe he's try again, like you say, put a little pressure on the back of the 43 car, try and make a mistake, and then get back into the class. Sorry.
Absolutely. He'll go wide, you know, once again, Nathan Hearn does. So Nathan Hearn across the top of the mountain has that slightly wider line. He gets closer to the compared to Jimmy Ball. And Martin Turner has got the best seat in the house, sitting right behind these. He's got very similar pace, pretty much identical pace to the cars in front. He's got the best seat in the house right behind them. He is currently a lap down on these, not fighting for position, but you know, keeping his nose clean, and you know, if something happens to the 94 racing car that they've already had, you know, plenty of issues throughout this race, you know, he's going to be right there to capitalize, and you know, he's definitely got a good chance of a podium here.
Slightly different. Number 16 car has pulled the gap back to about 2 seconds between him and Aaron Smith, Aaron Gilbert. Likely he's running at about 3 seconds a lap quicker. Battle here come the end of the next lap 121.
Yeah. I'd say at the end of the next lap, Aaron Smith over Aaron Gilbert. However, they are on different strategies, so Aaron Gilbert might just let the 16 by here. Because you know the 16 will have to stop again. I think it's still too early for them to make it home. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how Aaron Gilbert plays this up. You know, you definitely see the 16 Aaron Smith coming up behind him. You know, definitely see him in the mirrors right now. So definitely aware. I'd say he's definitely aware of the situation.
Nathan Hearn still all over the back of the.
Still having those wider lines, getting closer to most of the Liverpool, running a more centralized line across town, and then we'll see the same again.
The only thing is, you can run those wide up against the wall lines, but no margin for error. Whereas what Jimmy Ball's doing, just sort of reining it back a little. Does run that millimetre wide. He's not in the wall. He's just closer to the
Absolutely.
way that Nathan Hearn's driving, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's the fastest way around the circuit, but just it's no margin for error, and you run that millimetre wide, you basically.
And Jimmy Ball did get a tiny bit sideways, a little bit unsettled. I think Nathan Hearn actually hit the wall there, heading into Forest Elbow, just gave it a little bit of a clip. So that might, just back in there, but I don't know if he actually realised he registered contact there. And really close to those walls, but yeah, Jimmy Ball did actually go a tiny bit sideways, and which did, have to make Nathan Hearn come out of the gas. So close behind him still. A little bit of think of a dive, decides better of it.
Got
And
Aaron
yeah,
Smith is actually on the back of Gilbert again. So I would I'd be looking maybe go for a move
yeah,
chase here.
yeah, he's going for a move. He's right side, thinks better of it. Switches back to the left. Thinks the right. Oh, he's
Oh
hit
no,
him!
there's
He's hit
contact.
him! Aaron Gilbert spinning. Aaron Smith has hit Aaron Gilbert, and yeah, I don't think they'll be looked favourably. Aaron Gilbert has managed to get it going again, but yeah, that was just a bit too nasty. And Aaron Gilbert does come into the lane. Fix
As
the
we have
damage up.
mentioned before, though, you can get to the end from here.
Yeah. This is kind of forced Aaron Gilbert in the teammates' hands. If they, I like to do a driver change and get Craig Shaw back in the car. But yeah, that was just
Bit clumsy there, actually.
yeah, just a bit all over the place. Aaron Smith, Aaron Gilbert on the entry into the chase, was just holding his line, minding his own business, and yeah, that's a bit of a clumsy move there from Aaron Smith. And Aaron Smith didn't have any damage on the front end. Still back to the TCR battle. Oh, Nathan Hearn again. I think he hit the wall. Skyland went a little bit wide. Through the Yes, has actually got into the grass strip there. So I think Jimmy Ball might actually have the opportunity here to start pulling away.
You can get him out of that slip. What it'll do is it'll just stop him from getting onto the back of him. Allow Jimmy to speed across the top of the mountain to start stretching that gap out again.
Yeah, exactly. However, there is the real risk that Jimmy relaxes too much and then makes a mistake because of it. So he's definitely has to keep his A game here. There's there's 69 minutes of this race remaining. And yeah, Jimmy Ball there going a little bit wide in the chase, and that's going to invite Nathan Hearn back into. Yeah, he just needs to be clean. Just need to be no mistakes. He doesn't actually have to be that fast. And yeah, again, a little bit slower through Murray's corner. Nathan Hearn has gone from a couple of car lengths back in Forest Elbow to right behind and underneath.
And the thing we've got to look at here is PCR being so quick across the top of the mountain is more or less to do with the fact that it's got quite a lot of downforce. Means that in a straight line, a bit like a brick with wings, slipstream is quite strong for the car behind. Managed to hold on quite a lot, and it means that Nathan is able to stay right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, just judging by Nathan Hearn and the way he's driving around June Ball at the moment, how he's interacting with him on the racetrack, seems to be, really content to play the long game. He seems pretty, happy to just stay behind him, and I think Nathan is actually pretty prepared and pretty happy to take this fight well into the last hour of the race. Whereas Jimmy Ball, he's going for the lead of this battle at every single opportunity. Oh yeah, just quite a few difference between the two cars. However, the one difference the one thing that's pretty similar is their pace. So it's gonna be a really interesting battle heading in the final hour.
Definitely. Like the 94 is in lane for its.
Yes, he is. So they might actually want drive change because Jackson Harlow has actually done most of the race. He's done
That's 'cause he's
104
solid
laps in
driving.
the race. So might see Kobe Williams get back in the car here and off. Because apart from Martin Turner, Jackson Harlow has done the most laps out of anybody in the race so far. Staying in the car.
Because Dylan DeBono is not currently logged into.
Yeah,
Kobe Williams
and
did have a lot of.
yeah, he only did one lap, and that lap was it was horrid. You know, he had no confidence, and it's pretty much straight away. And Kobe Williams had his own issue. So I think the problem with the CBT racing team is that Jackson Harlow is the only guy who's actually confident to actually get this car home.
Looks
So
like Jimmy
Hearn's having a
Ball.
look now.
Sorry, Jake.
Hearn's having a look
Yeah, it's real
down the
bump.
inside of Ball.
He's basically pushing Jackson Ball up mountains right there, much bumper to bumper. And Martin Turner is actually had a little bit of a look there. So because the two cars in front were going so slowly. So yeah, well, I think most people what happened with Lando Norris and Max Verstappen when Lando decided to see if he could bump draft Max Verstappen and Max went flying. So you never know. We could see a very similar. Obviously, the PCRs are a little bit more square than the port that Max and Lando were running in. But at the same time, I wouldn't really risk it in these cars.
I mean, just as mistake, a slight misjudgment.
And they
There's a
are
flash.
coming up to the back of Keegan Sutton Baker in the Rev It Up Racing X5. We'll
Class,
see
though.
how.
Has-
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he lets him
Ooh,
by, and he
bit
does.
close.
Sticks to the right hand side, lets these two guys by, and that is a smart move to do. And Nathan Hearn again right in the slipstream, and he can have a crack at June Ball into the chase if he wants. And he just sticks right behind him, pretty much pushes Jimmy Ball down Comrade Straight, and Jimmy Ball actually goes a little bit defensive. So Jimmy Ball obviously sensed that Nathan Hearn probably would have a shot here, and they're coming up to the number 21 Jetta here, and they go right behind them. Pulling
Oh,
out only the last second gain, all the slipstream he can, Jimmy. And again, he's just a little bit sideways into Murray's again. And Nathan Hearn's pretty much pushing him at this point. I don't think Nathan Hearn can even see in front of him. All he can see is that, black and orange TCR car right in front of him. That's all he can see. Can't see anything else right now. And
we were out on the Hume Highway. He'd be done for tailgating. He's that close.
yeah, he's actually touching him as he goes up Mountain Straight. They're both wing all over the racetrack, and yeah, it's quite a sight to see. Like we're almost 5 hours into a race with dark cars fighting for the lead, pretty much pushing each other up Mountain Straight and down Colorado. It's quite a sight to see, and they've still got Martin Turner as always right behind them.
Solid from Turner, who's actually Martin Turner has actually moved into third in class there as well, with the 94 coming into the lane before.
Done a brilliant race. Couple issues at the start, but and
Yeah, he's
matching
been
the
really
leaders so
solid.
hard.
I just can't stress enough how hard it is. 5 hours straight in a race on iRacing really wears you out. Like 2 hours is okay, 3 hours really wears you out, and I can't even imagine doing 5 hours. And there's a possible change for the lead here, the TCR class, with Jamie Ball off to the left-hand side, and I think he's pretty sick of Nathan Earn just pushing him up and down the straight. So I think he's just
Carmichael off
decided
the
to let
road. Rob
Carmichael's off the road.
Carmichael's off the road. That
Yeah,
skyline.
at Skyline. So big issues there for Rob Carmichael. Let's see what happens on the replay. Oh, he got on top of the curb and he hit the wall. At Skyline, he's hit it again on the right hand side of the road, and yeah, he's gonna have some damage. That unfortunately, he's currently running 5th place in the TCR class.
Yeah. Massive
9th on
shame
the
for
road.
him. He was the fastest driver on
And
the
all
track.
and all the TCRs have come in. All TCRs come. Paul's in, Martin Turner's in, Nathan Hearn's in. So now it's a battle of the pit crew, and from here, all these guys should be able to make it home.
Hearn should have saved a bit of fuel while being stuck behind. See if Hearn has gained a bit of a yield strategy.
Also, see if they decide to do a driver change as well, or keep.
Looks like
there
Manif is in
is
the car.
Shepherd is on a
Shepard's
stint,
taking
and
over
so
for
is
Paul, and Manif's taking over. So both doing driver changes. So Manif and Shepard will fight it out for first place in the TCR class in the final hour of this race. Obviously, Martin Turner being a solo driver, staying for the still stationary, I think, and Rob Carmichael's coming to the pit lane as well, taking a fast repair, and Manif jumps Shepard, and yeah, they've definitely gained the LEGGERA Sim Racing Esports definitely gained over One Performance Racing in that final stop. So yeah, now it's up to both Shepard. Now it's up to Shepard to try and gain a little bit on Manif. This final stint, and you see Shepard weaving across, trying to warm up his tires so that he can get on the attacker as soon as he can. So yeah, this battle is definitely far from over. In terms of the overall lead of the race, that is still the Stonks Racing car. Got a whole lap. Number 18 TD Sport car, almost getting close to 1.5 laps again. In the Mustang class, we have the 352 still leading the way. Paul Nichols actually jumped in the car for run to the flag, taking over Chris Poley, so they've just done their final stop. 173 is pretty much is behind, but they still need to do a final stop, I believe. But then again, I think maybe on lap end of lap 140. Yeah, that actually 173 did come in lane last stop, but Jared Daly elected to stay in the car. So the battle for first place in the Mustang class is still on. There's about 10 seconds between the two cars, so that's definitely a win. Also in the Jetta class, well, it's pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered for the Aurora Legends in 13 laps. The Aurora 2 team. So Richard Andrews just took over from Michael Manley a few laps ago, so he's going to drive to the end of the race.
Yeah, I just want to jump in. Shout out High Elephant that has just followed the shed casting on. Nice milk.
Absolutely not. So, yeah, and then just going back to the MX5 class, we've got MF Racing.
Sorry, we've had the Rev It Up racing cars gone off again at the chase. They're in front of the leader of the race.
Yeah.
No contact, but
So that's a real shame for them, running second in class and still being on the lead lap. So if another safety car, it would actually be right behind the 011. But yeah, just too much speed in the chase, goes off the track and just lets the 00 car port by. Yeah, they just need to keep it clean. Keegan Baker just needs to keep it clean and just hope for a safety car. Well, it's
Shepard.
about a few second gap between Dylan Shepard and Lachlan Beneath. They're still still trying to complete their first flying laps. What the times are like when they get to the bottom of the mountain, and right now they just need to get their confidence level up. Uh, yeah, just fight it out really. This battle is far from over.
Exactly. Like the gentlemen racing Mustangs are actually on the same lap as each other again. About a couple
Yeah.
corners away from each other.
Yeah,
Might see that
I
fight
did
come
notice
back
that
into
as
it as
well.
well.
I think it was helped by the fact that Jared Daly did stay in the car in the 173 last pit stop, so they would have actually gained a bit of time there. Yeah, that battle's not really over yet. They've been the two Mustangs have been ebbing and flowing all race long. Trade position and just trading where they actually are on the racetrack. So they've done a really done a pretty entertaining battle. It's never really been over between either car.
352 pitted only
Yeah.
173.
The 173 did pit actually a few laps ago as well, but Garrett Daly did elect to stay in the car. They pitted start of lap 150.
And a big thank you to Blake Irk for sending in 20 stars to the Facebook stream. Thanks, buddy. Much appreciated.
And I think Nathan Hearn has oh no, sorry, that's a replay. Sorry. So yeah, Lachlan Beneath still holding a sizable gap to Dylan Shepard behind, but it's not a lot. It's only about 1 to 2 seconds difference. On their last lap, Beneath did a 2-minute 19.2, and Dylan Shepard did a 2-minute 18.3. So right now, Dylan Shepard does have the pace advantage, but at the same time, he doesn't have the track position. So I think we might see these two come really close together unless Lachlan Beneath can actually pick up the pace.
And if we look at the laps of some of the previous, Beneath can do quicker lap time from that. It's just about getting the head back into position, getting his eyes down, head forward, and finding the pace. The average lap times in the first stint were around about that 2 minute 17. Beneath can find the pace. He just get it there. Might just be working car. And who knows, the way they might run their tyre pressures, it might be that the 43s run so that it comes up to tyre pressure quicker, but the 14s run so it's better longer. So we'll have to find out and wait and see.
There'll be less than 30 laps to go in this race. There might be about the 20-odd lap mark. There's about 54 minutes to go, so we're definitely... yeah, just you can see Dylan Shepard just closing ever closer. Really reeling in. Really reeling in Lachlan Beneath. Yeah, we'll be really interested to see what happens when they actually get to each other. Or not, Dylan Shepard will immediately go for an overtake, and they have to get around Garrett Daly.
Possibly might end up holding up to 43 just a bit.
Not really. I think he actually held up Beneath coming out of the exit of the Griffins on the way to the cutting. So, and they're right close to each other again.
Another battle we could mention on the track at the moment is the 94 all over the back of the 16 trying to unlock.
Yeah, and that once again it's another CR versus GD battle. So I expect the Porsche to have the advantage on Colorado Mountain Straight. But then again, Jackson Harlow, came all the time back across the mountain. I just feel like Jackson Harlow is driving the car a little bit better than Aaron Smith at this.
Exactly, and it's showing. I mean, his last lap they basically set in less than a tenth of each other in terms of lap time. So
They are coming up to the Rev It Up race Mazda as well, so that could really play a factor here. But
ooh,
no,
and the
just stays
43
left
and the
side.
14, sorry, are actually battling. They're side by side at the moment.
I'll pop in
And
there.
Craig Schultz spun at the top of the mountain. Craig
That
Schultz
car
has
is
hit the
massively
outside
damaged.
wall into Reed Park, fired into the left side wall. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Craig Schultz was running in. Does have a very large gap over P5. He's actually parked it, so not going to lose any position for the rest of the race, but definitely
Loses
far
that
behind
fight for
him.
the podium, though, which was they were in a very good position fighting for. They had
Yeah. And the 40 and 43 are side by side up Mountain Straight. Dylan Shepard nosing in. Gonna give. Is anyone gonna give? No. Side Griffin. Dylan Shepard backs out of it. And yeah, this is on now. Goes a little bit defensive. This is pretty similar to previous stint when again the one performance racing car, eager to get by as soon as possible. Now imagine, it wouldn't surprise me if the LEGGERA sim racing is
the
to just
leaders in
stay
the
behind and
pits.
apply the pressure.
Zach Bates is in the pit lane. Sorry.
I don't if hadn't front left is front out pit lane. Cut
Yeah,
the
the
pit lane
94.
entrance a
Oh,
little
this
bit.
is 94. Really, the 94 just went left. 94 just went left down Colmwood Straight and spun out and hit the wall. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
The car
Oh,
just went to the left.
I
That's really bizarre.
I
might have
have a
been a hardware
strange
failure.
theory.
Yeah, it might have
Also,
been a
could it
hardware
be a
issue, but
tyre failure? We have seen a few cars double stint tyres in this race.
have a look at the front tire here. Yeah, to be that bad. That front tire is still inflated. Now he's
Looks like
back
it
on the
might
back on
spin.
the tracks. So it might have been a hardware issue for Jackson Harlow. I mean, he has been racing 111 laps now, so definitely pushed his equipment to the limit today.
Got to move
And
on
there's
here through the
they're side by
lead.
side. The two lead TCRs are side by side. Actually made a little bit of that coming out of Hell Corner. And Dylan Shepard right behind Lachlan Beneath. Pulls out to the left-hand side. Might be trying to go around the outside of Griffin's bend.
Carbon
But
copy of
again,
the
just
last lap. I think we were watching the same lap on repeat. That's exactly the same move.
yeah. But Dylan Shepard definitely have a look. He's having a look around the outside. Entry to the cut-in. Tucks in behind and is definitely applying the pressure now. They are pretty much nose to tail coming to the park at the moment. Through Silman. Yeah, Dylan Shepard just always having a look. Always having a look. Even in the entry to McPhillamy and into Skyline, just have one half of his car just poking out, very visible.
Just feel up a little. Just make sure that he knows.
And Beneath has pulled a slight gap, but he's had a really poor entry and exit in Forest Elbow, so Dylan Shepard is going to pull on side here, but he doesn't really have the oversteer because he had to he had to check up on the exit of Forest Elbow. So let's see if these two decide to go side by side. Chase.
The way they've raced, it would surprise me, and hopefully they do, because it'd be
So,
awesome
yeah, they
to
do.
see.
They go side by side.
Out to the white line
Oh,
there.
Lachlan Manini just outbraking a little bit braver than Dylan Shepherd on the entrance, but they're still Dylan
He's going to go
Shepherd
over
still
and under.
having to look around the outside. Look on the left.
Oh,
He's
there's no
pretty
room
much
there.
halfway down, halfway in onto the escape road, and they're still side by side. That's a really close race, and Lachlan deciding to right there. Great racing. And I think, unfortunately, Lachlan is having a slight connection issue.
Like it might have stabilised now as on the run up towards Griffin's Bend here. We might get to settle down a little bit for half a lap now. See how it all pans out here. There's
Pulls to the left-hand side. Thinks
third
about
lap
trying to
in
go
a row.
around the outside again, and again pull back in. Incredible.
We go
We've got
around for another
45
lap.
minutes of this race remaining. And yeah, I guess the other thing these guys need to think about at this point in the race is tyre wear. And also the 05 Shadow in front, which they go past pretty awkwardly in the park, and managed to do a good job not so far into the left side wall under the tree.
I'm gonna and my stay in the race and let JCW.
Thanks, Sato. Yeah, great commentator, mate, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race, man.
Thank you, Jake, as well. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully we can have you back in the booth.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back to Dylan Shepherd and Lachlan Neef. Shepherd again in the slipstream, coming down Comrade Straight. Don't think he'll be able to make a move this time in the chase. But again, Lachlan Neef goes defensive, takes the left side. Tight line. And yeah, you can definitely see, and
Very deep.
Dylan Shepherd can definitely feel like he's got the better line through there when Neef goes defensive. And again, side by side into Murray's corner. Thinks about pulling alongside on pit straight, but thinks better of it. So he goes to the left this time, side by side into Hell Corner.
Oh, very deep.
And a little bit of contact.
Oh, Manif's in the grass.
Very aggressive.
Possibly a bit of payback for what Lockie did at Murray's Corner a few laps ago there. But they're still side by side.
Drawing alongside, keeping the foot in there. Side by side again into Griffin's Bend, and again
He's going to hold it this time.
But Dylan Shepherd couldn't quite hold it there. And again, he has to pull back in. That was really close coming out of Hell Corner. They were almost, a millimetre away from turning into each other and having a crash, but somehow they managed to get in there.
Might get to settle down for a little bit here. They've opened up a little bit of a gap around about a second there.
However, they do have the 21 Jetta in front of them, so they could close right back up.
Probably gives us the
And the 21
a good
Jetta
moment to introduce a new commentator here. He's freshly out of the car, nice and exhausted. We've got Rob Carmichael in the booth here just to help us out, run us to the end here. Bit of a first-hand experience. How is it, Rob?
Crazy out there, multi-class race. Pretty tough being in the faster cars, as you can see. The guys are going past an MX-5. The speed difference between the two, and even with the Jetta out there, it gets pretty crazy. And it's hard to get past them at the best of times, but especially when you're going across the top. But that's all part and parcel, and now we're watching a great battle towards the end here.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to ask, come to the general track about the general track. especially into Forest Elbow because we've seen quite a lot through this race. Cars getting a bit sideways, going over that small visor and then in the downhill section to Forest Elbow. So how's the track actually feeling out there?
Track's actually pretty quick. With the racing, there's no actual progression with the track, so it stayed at 7:35 a.m. the whole way. But with us running laps and putting rubber down, the track's actually gotten a fair bit quicker from the start. But yeah, as you mentioned, coming into the elbow, it's really slippery down there for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm not taking my usual line down there for whatever reason. But yeah, we just got to be really cautious through there. But apart from that, the track's really rubbered up. It's really fast, and yeah, going to be exciting. Comes
And
Yeah,
we and again
absolutely.
there, the Shepherd going around the outside, trying to find some semblance of grip out there, just to get past Manif. But again, Manif holds on for another lap.
And just updating the lead car of Stonks Racing, they have actually come in the pits in the last lap, and Lewis Bouguer is again the moniker is again behind the wheel of the car, so they have a one again word of a big crash by Sylvan Arlo. Be okay,
oh
but
yeah, across the top.
oh, big moment.
Similar accident to Craig Schultz as we saw just before. That's
Yeah,
the
that's
wall coming
big
over the
damage to the
rise into
right
me, filling me.
front. So, yeah,
Oh,
just hit the outside wall on the exit of Thornton Park, and yeah, just fired into the left side, and yeah, we'll see if he comes to the pit lane. He goes wide at the
Yeah, he's a
chase.
lot right hand down there actually.
Yeah, he will have to come into pit lane, and he does.
I'm wondering if he's having a few hardware issues, possibly. Very, very
oh,
wide on the
Oh,
turn
he
into that corner.
spun out, trying to come into pit lane, so he's gonna have to reverse it up, and just try and navigate his way, around the tires here. This is gonna cost him valuable time, and Martin Turner's gonna fly by. I think that was just him. Yeah, Martin Turner flies by him, and
but it's poor
yeah,
position.
Martin Turner's now in a podium position.
It looked like he was very, very wide on the turn in then, Harlow, on the up at the top of the mountain, which was right wide. And as we already saw before, he had that hardware failure where the car went hard left on the top, coming down the Colorado Straight. So I'm wondering if he's having a few issues with his wheel or anything going wrong with the game there. It's
Back onto
unfortunate
the
for him.
lead here. P1 and 2 TCR class, side by side, heading up Mountain Straight.
And we'll see again if the 43 has to concede around Griffin's Bend. He's actually got the overlap here. Oh, the 14 got a little bit sideways on the curb there in the Griffin Bend, and finally, Dylan Shepard has finally got the move done around the outside of Griffin Bend. Really good overtake. Forced the issue there. And now, this is now the situation has changed completely because Manif is now the car behind, and we'll see what he is like behind the VTC of one performance racing.
Something to notice here, guys, is they actually pitted on the same lap, lap 1, 2. So the tyre life will be very similar coming towards the end of this race. So whether Dylan Shepard of One Performance Racing can play from locking in.
The other thing is we've seen so far is in the last stint we noticed that it seemed like each car, when they were behind, had a lot more speed, and then as they got in front, they sort of stalled out. So we sort of think it might be something aero, but it'll be interesting to see if Manif does fall away or if he holds onto the back of the three as well, as we saw Nathan Hearn do to the back of Jimmy
Well,
for
Manif
most
is
of that stint.
closed in. He's looking to the left-hand side of the road. He's along. Are they going to go side by side through the chase again? Yes, they will. So Shepard, Manif squeezes Shepard a little bit, and Shepard's going to have to back out of that. So Manif makes up for his mistake at Griffin's Bend. So race is still on.
Great
Yeah.
racing from these two guys. We know Lachlan Manif is a real life race car driver. He's been in the Formula Ford racing years now, and he step up and Dylan Shepherd is also a mechanic at Kelly Racing. So something very interesting to have here. Yeah, these guys are definitely so.
And it's great they've decided to come out and race for us, and yeah, they are putting on an absolute beat of a show for us in the combox, everyone at home. They're really going hammer and tom. There's 37 minutes left to go, and this is probably going to go all the way to the flag.
Might have to get Dylan Shepherd to go and ring up the boss, Rick Kelly and Todd, and tell him and show him how to do some racing, because he's clearly got the skills in the sim, and he
Yeah.
needs to teach them some sim racing.
Absolutely. Through the last two quarters, and the cutting, Lachlan Benitez was a little tiny bit sideways and not as strong as Dylan Shepherd. Yeah, just again, we just come back to it is that pressure, that gets applied here, where the lead car just can't concentrate, can't get into a rhythm, and yeah, Dylan Shepherd is doing a really good job just trying to keep that one performance race in the mirrors, and just try and is doing pretty well, taking Benitez's mind off the game as he goes very slowly off the dipper. Go defensive at Forest Elba, but that sets up Dylan Shepherd for an overtake in the chase, even before that actually. Right up behind, much bump draft in him. Down,
He's on the
Benitez
grass.
slightly in the grass. Side by side down Cromwell straight away.
Another replay of what happened last lap, side by side down the chase. Benitez
Yeah.
backs out of
Benitez
it,
backs out of it.
jumps in behind Shep.
Very interesting for me to elect to jump behind Dylan Shepherd there.
He might have a bit of a run here though. He got a really good run off of the chase and under brakes.
Yeah, look,
He
he's
might go for a
looking
move
down
here.
the inside of Murray's corner. And he gets the move done. Dylan Shepherd lets him have it. But
Oh,
at
he
the same
runs
time,
wide.
he's done the crisscross. And he's got him on the pit straight. This is great racing. 35 minutes to go.
Brilliant racecraft from both drivers here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if Lachlan Benitez likes to have another run at him heading up Mountain Straight. He's in the slipstream. I don't think he's really closed in enough. I think just staying behind Dylan Shepherd and Griffin's men here. And he does. Oh, a little bit sideways for Shepherd there. That's going to benefit Benitez. And be right behind him into the cutting.
But don't go anywhere, folks. This is going to be one hell of a battle, and we're predicting it's going to go right down to the wire, right up until the hour mark here.
Thing to point out as well, guys. Bathurst is well known for its long straights, and across the top it's pretty windy. So these guys, once you get in the lead here, it's very difficult to break that draft. And being that even though they may get the lead over the top, the car in second place is managing to stay with them. Oh, there's a
there's a
and there's
car
a backwards
backwards.
MX-5 there, and it's caused a bit of drama for both cars there. Beneath
This
off
is
in the
the
grass.
MX-5 backward. And I think he got a bit of a, he got loose hand in the McPhail Park, got a helping hand from Martin Turner. And he's seen the two lead TCRs come in, he's elected to stay there. And then he's flipped it around and he's underway again. But that's going to really hurt their chances it's going to really put a dent in their lead because the 089 of Rev It Up Racing East is only half a lap behind them. So can't make too many mistakes like that. If you keep making mistakes like that, it bites the 089 team. Try and fight you for the MX-5 win.
And Manise all over the back of Shepherd again here, and I'm gonna say he's probably gonna go for another move at the last corner here.
He's actually thinking better of it. He's staying the slip, staying there. So maybe he's trying to get some sort of a crisscross going here, but Shepherd a good exit out of Murray's corner.
Maybe he's just sort of decided to settle down for a little bit because we're all getting a bit hectic and crazy the last few laps. Just sort of cool off,
Dylan Shepherd
and
on
there
the
goes.
grass, and Manif is gonna get him.
Get another change for position here.
I'd like to add that Jackson Suzlin Harlow is actually just slowly but surely just creeping into the battle. last lap was a 2:17 flat, whereas Shepherd and Manif did.
Oh, Shepard down the inside. Sorry to cut you off, Rob Michael, Carmichael, but yeah, this is still
This side
very
by
much
side
on
is
this
the
side by
cutting.
side, heading into cutting.
Oh,
Shepard's having to back out of that, so yeah, apologies to cut you off, Rob, but yeah, this battle is really
too much
raging on.
going on.
Yeah, and yeah, you are right. Jackson Harlow is back. He is a lap down compared to these leaders, but if these two both wreck, which is a real possibility because they're probably going to be nose to tail for the final half an hour of this race, Dylan Shepherd gets a little bit wide at McPhillan Park grass and just going. Oh, and Jackson Harlow, commentator's curse, has spun again. Hit the wall, same spot, and it's pretty much a carbon copy of a few laps ago. And he's headed to pit lane. A
You'd
real
think you
shame
were
there.
watching a replay.
Exact same instant. Same for him. We saw had the pace over the front running guy.
It's
Back to the lead we go.
yeah. In the second half of this race, CBT Racing have had a lot of issues. They were running pizza. They were running the lead pretty convincingly earlier on, and Lachlan Manifa's gone a little bit wide at the chase. This is going to open the door for Dylan Shepherd into Murray's corner. Stays behind, and actually,
Oh, Manif.
Lachlan Manif has just decided to let him by.
That's unusual. Something's not right there. Going
And
very slowly.
I think Lachlan Manif actually got a bit of a slowdown penalty.
Oh no.
Game reports.
Oh, the 18 car's off and big
Yeah.
hit there.
That's P2 in class. He was on the lead lap. So Sorter Shun has come into the dipper and he's lost it. He's lost it.
Big
Right
hit.
into the left side wall.
And then he's got stuck on the outside of the circuit with all these
Yeah.
cars going past. He just not get going again.
And now he's a lap down. One of the
And
cars
now-
that passed him was Stonks Racing. One of the cars that passed him was, yeah. So now he's a lap down.
Where's the 16 as well? How's he going to play into this?
The 16 is actually in pit lane. Aaron Smith pit lane right now because they had a fairly odd, they were a bit out of sync of everyone. So final stop with only 30 minutes to go is actually going to cost him here. So, 18 of Sorter Shorten, he's actually on pit road right now. So he's almost got a lap on the end. So he's not really in that much danger of losing a spot. So they're actually taking making a pretty good coming in, getting an auto fixed in, and they'll get straight back out there, and they might actually lap the 16 here.
And we got some pretty... Sorry.
Yeah, while all that was going on, Dylan Shepherd is out a gap on Lachlan Manif.
Got some pretty sad news. The CBT Racing entry like it's had to pull the driver out of it due to what we can only assume is possibly a hardware issue because he kept making mistakes because the car was just running a little bit wide through corner, not turning properly. After we saw obviously what he did on Conrod Straight, we could probably put that down to an unfortunate hardware issue.
I wouldn't be that surprised if Steve Racing do indeed pull the pin on this car. But yeah, PCR battle. Dylan Shepherd has put out a gap. And he hold it.
Volkswagen of.
And that's pretty much a given at this point. Like, the 05 of Richard Andrews and Legends, they've got nothing to lose at this point. They've got 13 laps on the Aurora 2 team, so they're pretty much home and dry. All they need to do is just keep, keep the car clean and they'll do well. But I actually do think that Lachlan Manif has taken a little bit of time out of Dylan Shepherd. Actually a little closer now. Yeah, he's closing in. He's closing the gap again. So this battle between, clear TCRs is going to be on in maybe half a lap. He's definitely closing the gap now. So yeah, this fight is definitely far from. We've got 27 minutes left this race, plus 1 lap, obviously. And yeah, this is just incredible. Oh, Lachlan Beneath. He actually lost a little bit of time coming off the dipper there. It definitely killed his momentum. They can still tuck in this in that slipstream. Still close enough to get a little bit of the slipstream effect.
Tell you what, just having a look at the battle and when these guys pitted, they're going to be very close to finishing the race with it.
I think that was the intention because both cars and also Martin Turner all came in at the same time. They were pretty close to wide down pit lane when they came in. So yeah, the battle has been very intense for laps now for quite a while now. So yeah, but yeah, whatever happened with Lachlan Beneath coming off the dipper, killed his momentum. But then again, Dylan Shepard, just as I say that, a very poor um, exit our corner. And this is going to invite Lachlan back into it and get in the slipstream, and he is. Just starting to close that gap back up.
Back through the leaderboard here. Great fight back on MX5, the 089, Keegan Sutton Baker, and the 011 of has really closed the gap. P1 of that class. So end of the race, if back of him, Keegan have a little, but yeah, Ben's closed the gap there.
Yeah. The 011 actually got quite a bit of damage and elected to come into the pits to fix it. And that's all it takes really. That was his whole league gone, and now they're basically second place behind Keegan Baker. So battle for the MX5 is definitely on. I just want to check the Mustangs because we haven't actually mentioned them in quite a while. 352 called the second Gentleman's Racing Club entry is only about 5 seconds up the road from the 173 of Garrett Daly. So those two pretty much holding station in this race. Lachlan Beneath I think he's taken a little bit more time out of Dylan Shepard. They come down right. Yeah, the gap's only around about 1 second at the moment. And yeah, Dylan Shepard, really pull through the chase that time. Lachlan Beneath did definitely gain a couple of tenths, I'd imagine, out of him.
Guys are now coming up to lap traffic. MX5 ahead, and then a Jetta. They're also starting to cream up the back of Martin Turner. Also,
yeah,
let's see.
Yeah,
Lachlan
they're
Beneath
coming up to the back of the MX5 battle, and about 10 to 15 seconds up the road from them, the Mustang battle. It's going to be really crucial to see how these two. Lachlan Beneath using the slipstream of the 21 402 team Jetta, and out at the last minute, and he's right behind them.
Up traffic, it'll be the work or work for Dylan. Being the lead car, he has to be really patient here. So he wants to try and get up traffic fast as he can, as we're hearing. Craig Schultz had another moment.
He got loose at the top of Skyline, tried to correct it, and then went across the escape road and then into the tires, just dipper. Yeah, more bad luck for Craig Schultz. haven't really had the easiest of afternoon.
That goes back actually as he comes over Storm Park. Fallen, carried a bit of wheel damage coming to the byline, and
I would
yeah,
actually explain it
unfortunately,
because like I don't think I've actually seen a single car get loose from turning right line so far today. So, yeah, bit weird there. Yeah, he just got the outside wall. Yeah, that's
We've
resulted
got
in steering
Manif
damage.
back
And
onto the back of Shepherd again here.
Craig Schultz taking the car in the pit lane. Got another fast repair.
side by side through the chase. Kink
Oh,
holds the lead.
but yeah, Lachlan Manifi was just slowly but surely taking time out of Dylan Shepherd over the past couple of laps. And Manif has a look, but decides not to at Murray's corner. This
That
is on
dynamic
still.
of pace again. Seeing ebbs and flows in speed. So Manif's caught right back up again, and now our battle's back on again. Round 4, I think, is what they would call this one.
Yeah, and there's only about 10 laps to go. We've got 21 minutes of this race left. So time is starting to tick. This is, what we were alluding to today, moment's not, 20, 30 minutes in the race. It's in the last 30 minutes, and this is the moment. This is the moment that, that these guys have been working to make this moment count. As, Manif just signed to tuck behind Dylan Shepherd up into the cutting. Yeah, I just feel like Manif is confident at the moment.
And they're both actually catching up to Martin Turner at the moment, who definitely throw into the mix, because it's not like you're catching an MX-5 or a Mustang, which is considerably slower. This is another TCR car, which, for all intents and
Yeah.
purposes, is very similar on pace.
Yeah,
Considering
absolutely. And
where Martin
let's not
Turner
forget,
is.
in the previous stint before the last driver change, Martin Turner was basically right behind them like a loyal dog for the entire battle. So yeah, Martin Turner's gonna come back right into this, and I don't think he'll be that pleased. But Lachlan Benif is right behind Dylan Shepherd, and I definitely feel like he can make another move into the chase. See how they get off the elbow. And Dylan Shepherd a little bit better, but then that slip immediately kicks into play here. Lachlan Beneath definitely be aware that he can have a dive if he wants to in the chase.
And as we get closer and closer, we've got around about 23, 24 minutes to go in the race now. Getting closer and closer to the end of the race. Drivers will want it more and more to try and make these moves stick, and can't make the move stick, then in 20 minutes time you're going to be still battling away, and you might end up stuck behind him.
Absolutely, but like as Rob Carmichael said earlier, because of the way Bathurst is with half straights and and the top of the mountain section, you actually kind of want to almost be behind, right behind, coming up Forest Elbow on the final lap, kind of like Super Speedway style in stock car races. Beneath going wide there at the exit of Hell Corner onto the grass, but it won't affect him that much. So I guess that's also something to play to keep in mind as well. Like, look, doesn't actually need to make the overtake now. Can't wait until the final lap, be right behind him, coming out of Forest Elbow and make a diving move pace. If he does that, then it's a pretty foregone that he get the win in our class.
Feeling at the moment, being very patient and pressure on him. Got to make that take that what he needs to pass, but as you said, he may be waiting. No point. Lucky passing him, but then overlap again. Starting to close up to Martin Turner. Yeah, feeling that something. Lockie's last lap was a 2. Whereas 3, so it's, and Martin Turner last lap was an 8-7. So coming to Martin Turner,
Yeah, they're right on him. Like,
And Manif shows the
I
nose.
had a thought going into Forest Elbow. Almost did Shane Van Gisbergen on Jonathan Webb a few years ago. On Will Davison, sorry. So yeah, now they're right behind Martin Turner.
Looks
And
like
Martin Turner's
Turner
just
might be
pulled
giving them
over
the
and let
benefit
these
of the
two
doubt.
by.
A
Another
Mustang
Mustang as
come
well.
up behind.
Yeah, and the Mustang as well. Yeah, I did say a few laps ago that they were going to come up to the back of the Mustang battle, and they are. They're coming up behind the two Mustangs. But because they are from the same team, they might just elect to let these guys go.
Mustangs at this stage are about 10 seconds apart from each other, so.
Oh,
Oh,
Manek's
and
off.
Manif's
Oh,
off.
he's off! Big moment.
Brake lights came on, but something's happened there. Lucky Manek.
Right behind. Yeah, it just didn't slow down. Just didn't slow down. He's gone straight into the tyres at Murray's underway. Does he have steering damage?
Very lucky not. These
Yeah.
guys, oh, they'll close, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, at the moment, he actually starts braking. He sort of disappears off screen, and then when he reappears, he's off in the gravel. So, wondering if there may be some sort of netcode incident that we haven't seen because he's at a slightly different moment in his connection cycle than we are.
And that does mean that he will have to pass Martin Turner and Garrett Daly again if he wants to get back onto the back of Dylan Shepherd. So, no.
And does he have any suspension damage either on the rear where he hit?
Yeah, exactly. And also as well, there's almost 15 minutes left in this race. Just over 15 minutes
Oh!
left.
Lucky Manek across the tops, mate.
Oh, he's gone. He's out of the race. Surely. Lachlan and Jared Daly have come together. That's huge. That might be the end of the race right there.
I have just given Dylan Shepherd the race win, PCR class.
Yeah.
Big contact.
Yeah, he tried to go down the left side of Garrett Daly,
Oh,
heading into Park. Garrett Daly turned in a little bit there. They rubbed panels and yeah, they just came together. Just incredible.
and the poor Mustangs had to tow it back to the pit lane there as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
And
the
that
end of
ends
the
that little
Mustang battle
battle.
as well. I think yeah, he's got the geometry of that LEGGERA sim racing is definitely a bit all over the place.
Oh, he's in the grass again. Well, I think.
Yeah, and he doesn't come into pit lane. Or he's staying out there.
Have a look at his steering as well as he comes up as we go around the hell corner in a minute, and have a look at his cockpit of his steering as well.
Yeah, I think he's the left hand down. I think he's left hand down. Only slightly.
Yeah, it's not
He's
too bad. It'd
slightly left hand down.
probably feel it more when you're in the car driving it, but it does look like there's a little bit of damage there.
So
And
Dylan Shepherd,
unfortunately,
yeah, he can run home with this. Like there's 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go. He can take this home. All he needs to do is to keep the car straight because got a pretty sizable gap now to Lachlan Manif. That was a huge moment.
unfortunately, we're robbed of a very exciting finish to the race there.
Look, Jared Daly just went and let Lucky Manek up the inside across. As there's no contact between, there's no communication between drivers, and unfortunately, that maybe just
Meanwhile, just a little bit of an update on the MX5 fight. It's still Rev It Up Racing East team ahead of MF Racing. About a few seconds gap between them. So that gap is still it's big enough that it's almost a little too late for MF Racing, which is a real shame considering they've been up there all day. And not the 089 team, they've had a really roller coaster race. It's pretty impressive to see them in lead in the closing stages.
It looks like the number 10 Rock Solid racing car as well has had to retire from the race. Cooper Allen having one last final internet issue on that one, and he's had to pull the pin on that one as well.
A real shame they were having well, excuse the pun, a rock solid race earlier on.
Oh,
Lead the
stop
way.
it.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's yeah, it's a shame it's gone downhill from them. Yeah. I feel like this race
It is a
might
shame.
just sell down for the in there with the GD4 PCR and Mustang battle and already settled. I think it's a pretty foregone conclusion now that the 05 Royal Legends will win in the Jetta class. The only battle that's kind of still left up in the air is the MX5 battle, but that is still a pretty sizable 5 to 10 second margin that Keegan Sunbaker has over Benjamin Williams.
Martin Turner actually done a very big feat for him. Albert do the same thing. That was for the 12 hour, but Martin Turner wanted to come out here to Bathurst hour and followed a podium. Got under 14 minutes to go, but to finish the podium as a that is
Yeah, absolutely. Like, doing 6 hours straight in any iRacing race, whether it's, 24-hour race, 12-hour race, or doing a 6-hour race solo, it's no mean feat by any means. So, yeah, we have sung his praises, a few times in this race, and it's fitting to do it again because he's done a fantastic job all race long. It certainly hasn't been an easy one for him, and he's been very very consistent, pretty much all race long.
Exactly.
Yeah, still the 14 of Lachlan Manife is still kind of there, but he's like 10, 15 seconds back, and there's no way that he'll be able to make it up in the final 5 laps of this race. Most cars pretty much spread out now on their own.
they don't. That goes to show Bathurst doesn't matter if you're a real life driver or fight you if you.
Yeah,
It's also
absolutely.
going at the moment, but
We saw towards the start of the race, the 323 race in Nordic, they were having a few internet connections, and they did say, they did park, they did have to park the car fairly early on. Then that was because it's their internet connection. We did give them massive props because the race started at 2 a.m. on Sunday morning their time. So it's a real shame that they had to call fairly early because they obviously put the effort in and came up a little.
and the other one I know it's a bit cliche, but we have to massively congratulate the 00 car at the end of the day. Been a dominating performance from all involved in that operation, and they have led from start to finish. They've lapped every car at least once, and even they nearly lapped the whole field twice at one point if it wasn't for the safety car. So massive props to them, and hopefully they can go on for the race in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spray some virtual champagne.
Yeah, they're on lap 151 right now, so they will finish the race just the 1,000 kilometer distance covered, and that's just a fantastic effort. Donks Racing, just incredible race all day long. And they were just super fast. They put it on pole, and yeah, the only real threat they had, pretty much all day was 3-2-3, but they had calamities early, in the wall at Reed Park, and yeah, just internet connection issues, and they were unable to finish the race today. It was a bit of a shame because we probably would have enjoyed a battle for the overall win of the this race. So yeah, but still got kind of like half a battle right now for the MX5 class. Still, the gap is pretty much staying the same at this point.
So
The
about
last
13 seconds, I think, gap between two
yeah,
MX5
the
leaders.
last 3 laps at 37.1, 236.5, 236.6. That was Keegan Baker the lead. MX5 in Rev It Up Racing East, and Benjamin Wheeler 238.8, 238.4, 38.0. So yeah, Keegan Baker is definitely pulling out and extending that lead by 2 seconds a lap at the moment. So yeah, with only less than 10 minutes to go, it's be likely that Rev It Up Racing East will come from behind and take the MX5 class win. Really good job for them. We've got the 00, the lead car. I'm trying to cut through some traffic right now. He's right behind the number 8 of Aaron Gilbert at this time, and they both have to get around the 05.
It is sideways.
There's a Jetta sideways. I think that might be 21.
The
Well,
05 of Richard. Of racing.
well, I think at this point, the Aurora Legends team can pull in a pit road and park it, and they'd still win. Plus, they've got that big of a margin over their sister team, the Aurora 2 team, 21 car. So yeah, but I think just the spectacle of it, crossing the line, winning at Bathurst in the Jetta class, is definitely going to be a good feeling. So yeah, they're just plodding along and just waiting for their moment.
Try and get and the other thing is you want to try and get as many laps done as possible, because the more laps you do at Bathurst is the more laps you can say you've done at Bathurst. So it's one of those trophy tracks that turn around and say I finished this many laps in a VW Jetta in 6 hours, and look pretty impressive than what you do. So they'll definitely want to keep going.
There definitely isn't a lot of people that can say that they've done 130 plus laps in a Jetta around Bathurst in a race. So we've just got Jackson, Sewell, and Harlow. So yeah. Hello, Jackson, Sewell, and Harlow. How are you, mate?
Yeah, could have been a bit better.
Yeah,
What happened, my friend?
Uh, yeah, had a bit of a disconnection drama down the straight, and yeah, that was kind of hurting us at the end of the race a fair bit. Every time I came over the top, I would lose force feedback or the wheel would stuff up. So had a couple of big moments. I thought I'd just leave so I didn't stuff anyone else up.
Yeah, it was really touch of the race for you guys. 1 minute lead. Then when you handed over to Dylan DeBono, obviously, he just had a really rough single lap that he eventually ended up doing, and then went over to Kobe, and he had a hard time. So, were there any issues that we couldn't see that you could?
I don't know. Dylan, yeah, he got in the car and he's just, I think he was trying to push too hard on those cold tires, and then yeah, he was just making mistakes and all that, and then eventually after that half a lap he crashed. He said he didn't want to race anymore, so we had to come in, do that extra pit stop, and then Kobe got in and he was still learning the car, so he struggled a bit. He was trying to push hard. Like all we had to do basically was stay on the lead lap, and I feel we could have got back. But yeah, he made a couple of mistakes and we lost that lap, which was a bit annoying. But yeah, that happens.
Yeah, yeah, it's a real shame, mate. Like, you're looking really, 3 odd hours of the race. And yeah, like we were commenting, on your like little wreck on Combat Straight. We really pushed together. We did, think it might have been a hardware failure. So yeah, really disappointing. Bob, Lachlan, do you have any more questions for Jackson?
Jacko, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good yourself.
Obviously, good battles there, good fun. How are you feeling? Over in Bathurst, after 4 hours you would have done. Yeah,
To be fair, I did Neo Endurance Series in the TCR all night, so I've been I've been up since about 10 o'clock last night just doing laps at Barcelona in the TCR, and then finished my stints there at about 9 o'clock this morning. And then yeah, Dylan that said, "Oh, do you want to jump in the car?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll come in for a bit of fun." So did at the last minute, and then yeah, obviously they both struggled a bit, and I said to Kobe, I should probably just do the last 3.5 hours, try and bring the car home. And I feel if that safety car didn't come out at that time, we could have got our lap back because I felt the pace was good and I felt I was gaining a lot of time, but it just didn't fall when we needed it to.
That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, a bit sore. My forearms and that a bit sore, but I'm just used to it. Like real life racing, that helps me a lot with my fitness and everything. So, like coming on here and doing these long races and all that, it's not really that hard on my body and stuff compared to my real life racing, which is really good and I find helps a lot with my sim racing.
a go-karter and jumping on the now and then, obviously, high up in Australian sim racing, um, come along in the last year. So, racing for
Yeah, 100%. Whenever I get home from the track, like testing or racing, straight away get on the sim and I'm just doing as many laps as I can, doing as many races as I can. Like I just do official races all the time whenever I have time, just getting those extra laps in, learning that extra bit of racecraft and all that. And yeah, it definitely has played a massive part in my real life racing. So yeah, for anyone who's racing in real life, the closest thing you're going to get to racing in real life when you're not is simulator. So yeah, that's why a lot of the races in real life, like Scott McLaughlin and all them, they're all on iRacing, doing laps and all that because the closest thing you're going to get to it.
I appreciate you jumping in that today. Long night and now a long day, so no rest your fed up, mate. And
Yeah, cheers, boys. Talk to you soon.
Oh yeah, Jackson Harlow there. From racing. Yeah, really unfortunate day for him. Yeah, the race is pretty close to winding up now. We're on the second last lap of the race. Yeah, pretty much, all much said at this point in time. And yeah, about 30 seconds to a minute. Lewis Stonks Racing are gonna start the final lap of the race.
Picked over the 5 hours 58, which means basically, yeah, as you say, next time round they'll start the last lap and I reckon we should give them a victory lap and
Got Paul Nichols, the 352 car, going very slowly up Mountain Straight. No, he seems to be going. Seems to be okay. He did come in on lap 115, 116. And you'd think he'd be good for the end of the race, but I'm not sure if he had an issue or something. But yeah, that's weird. And um he is also on track to take the victory in the Mustang class. So seems to be okay at the moment. But yeah, he was just really slowly across the top of the mountain. Up on Mountain Straight. Sorry.
Tonks Racing for the last lap, they've Been definitely hard to beat, as you said earlier. Started on pole, so pace,
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Rob. Paul Nichols is out of fuel at McPhillamy Park. Out of fuel at McPhillamy Park. So that's huge.
last lap of the Bathurst 6 out of fuel. Can
So
you believe it?
I don't know if he's actually got a lap on the 170 going. I don't think he's got it. I think 173 after that crash with Lachlan beneath is going to come from behind and take the lead and win the Mustang class on the last lap of the 6-hour race. Incredible. But
These two cars, 173 and 350 Mustang. Also team.
Well, hang on. The 352's move again. I wonder if they're going to do something like a formation finish here.
Quite possibly, yes. Believe you, mate.
I think they will. I think that's what
173
they're
is
doing.
up behind them now.
I think they would explain because like you'd think stopping when they did on lap 115, you'd think they make it to the end. So yeah, I think they're going to do a form finish.
As we actually, I reckon we flick back to the 00 here as it comes towards the end of the race here, coming through the chase, dominant performance, brilliant drive from both drivers, both Kobe as we found out, and Zach and Bates there as well. So
Yep, flashing the lights.
across the line, he takes the win.
Take
There.
the victory. Incredible.
Dylan Shepherd's just come around the Griffin's Bend here. He's about a lap behind there, so he's a long way to go here. See how he goes as he's got the gap over Lockie beneath, but
Yeah.
Here
Yep,
come
two
the
Mustangs coming across the
Formation
line.
finish.
Form finish.
Well done, guys.
Yeah,
Great finish.
fantastic job. They kept it out of trouble for the most part. They were involved in some that weren't really their fault, but yeah, they did a great job and a great job for the 5 to take the Mustang victory.
So just behind them, we had Keegan Sutton Baker win the
Yeah,
MX5 class as well, the 0.
yeah.
guys,
So
and, down to
Keegan
its skids in
lets
turn one.
loose. Does a few burnouts in the Mazda. Always great to see. Trying to double check where the 05 is. The 05 is coming down on rod straight at the moment for the final time.
Behind him is Dylan Shepherd.
And Dylan Shepherd. So the looks like the TCR winner and the Jetta winner will cross the line at the same time. Pretty fitting.
Not something you say every day, is it?
Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, this is weird set of circumstances, but I will roll with it. So yeah, great job by both the 05 and the 43. Yeah, full credit to the drivers from both their teams. Just kept it out of trouble, and yeah, Dylan Shepherd wasn't easy for one performance racing, but yeah, they survived one heck of a fight and coming across the line to win. And Richard Andrews, Michael Mullaney, Michael Manley did everything they needed to do, and yeah, they have won the Jetta class in very convincing fashion. Great job, those guys. A 13-lap victory. Even Peter Brock couldn't do that back in the day. So, yeah, fantastic victory for them. Yeah. Biggest
the
praise has to go to
coming
Stocks
around to
Racing.
the front straight here. Watch this. Possibly could see some burnouts here if he comes to the end of his victory lap.
Incredible. Still going. He's got past our corner. I don't know where he's going. Stopping now.
Denied.
Deny. That's oh, look the Maneve. I just look the Maneve had a bit of a burnout of Mountain Straight, which is nice. Yeah, but yeah, what a race. Did have a bit of an anticlimactic finish there, but yeah, at the end of the day, you know, the best cars won, I think. The ones that took out trouble, kept fast. At the end of the day, they were the winners. Yeah, it was very, very well deserved. And yeah, so hopefully soon we will be able to have some interviews and talk to the winners. Yeah, in Class A, the PD4 class, Stonks Racing with a very convincing win over PD Sport. Third place, Azure Auto Sport had a pretty good race, but did have some moments there. Hard race for JP Sim at number 8 in place 4 laps down, and then we've got the non-finishers. Number 20, Rip Snort Racing, Redback Racing Team, and Kinetic Racing Nordic. They're out of contention very early on. So Class B in the TCR class, we've got winners. One Performance Racing, a fantastic race for them. Then it's the number 14, LEGGERA Sim Racing Esports. They tried their hardest, but at the end of the day, they just got caught out with traffic. Martin Turner, really, really solid performance. Finishing third place in class, only 1 lap down from the lead TCR class. A fantastic effort from him. Yeah. Then in fourth place, we have got the first of the JP Simulator TCRs, the Triple Eight entry JP Simulator Black. Really hard race for those guys. And another hard race for second JP Simulator Team CR car in fifth place. Car 7 just a really hard race for those guys. And CBT Racing, as we know, did have to pull out because of hardware issues. Yeah, which is really unfortunate for those guys. The Class C, the Mustang class, form finish at the end, which was very nice to see. In the end, it was a 352 getting the win over the 173. So yeah, good racing from the Gentlemen's Racing Club cars. Didn't have the cleanest of races, but at the end of the day, they did make it of the race. And Class C finally ran out with the Jettas. All four cars in the
MX-5s.
end, actually. So the 05 was a legend, very convincing, and did what they needed to do. 13 laps behind them was the Aurora 2 team, which was a single car team of Adam McCloy. Shout out to him for doing 120 laps in the Jetta. Hard race for him. And then Aurora IT Racing, the number 11 team, did not take the start of the race.
Then we had Class E there as well with the MX-5s as well. Rev It Up Racing taking the win. MFR sitting in behind them on the same lap as them, ended up finishing about 10-15 seconds behind. Yeah, Rock Solid Racing in third, and then unfortunately L&D Racing car as well.
So yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have any news for you today, but there's always next time. So yeah, what a race, guys! Definitely had a lot of action there, a lot of door-to-door racing, and yeah, the start was a bit chaotic, but we got a pretty good race at the end there.
Don't forget that coming up this week, we've also got the Jinx Super on Tuesday nights, and on Thursday night, we'll also have the Anscar Cup Series, all being broadcasted live and free from the JP Simshed Broadcasting booth.
Yeah, once again, congratulations, Stonks Racing, for taking out the LEGGERA iRacing Bathurst 6 hour. And yeah, we will see you Tuesday night and casting for the Jinx Super Series. So I've been Joshua Carr-Walden.
I'm Lachlan Aquijo.
Thank you.